Well, Mike, I don't want to postpone it any longer than we have to. I know people are ready for this, although this is not the official start since the next episode will be, but at least you'll get a broad overview of what we're going to tackle.
So what you're saying is that the getting into the book of Revelation, it's already but not yet, and it's imminent. You see what I did there?
Yeah, with this particular episode.
It's affecting my brain already. So.
Well, that's good. That's we want your brain to be in this space, so
yeah,
it's a good sign.
Yeah. Well, again, for those who might be joining us either for the first time or they missed, when we have been sort of talking about this series, I do want to remind everyone and inform again newcomers that we're not doing prophecy here. We're not doing end times. I'm not going to be evaluating end times systems or approaches to the book of Revelation, who says this and who says what and which one's right. We're not doing any of that. What we're doing is we're looking at the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. The writer, John, does this frequently, dips into the Old Testament a lot. And so our thesis is simple. Hey, you got to pay attention to when John is doing this. And if we understand what he's citing and what he does with it and why, that will help us understand what John is trying to communicate in the book of Revelation. And that's going to matter for the way we handle the book, the way we interpret the book. So that's what we're doing. And it's going to take a while because Revelation, it's not real short, 22 chapters, but John does this with some frequency. So we're going to be into this for months and months. And, again, people like the book of Revelation, so we were thinking that when we proposed this as a topic that, they would approve of it, and they did, so here we are. And as we jump in, what our custom is when we start series is I usually have an introductory episode to sort of explain, kind of what we're doing and what people can look forward to that we will be encountering in the book. And this is no different. So I want to spend this episode on introduction. What exactly are we looking at here? What are we doing? And again, that we'll end this episode with a foreshadowing. See, I did it again. A foreshadowing of what the next episode will be. And I'll telegraph where we're actually going to really start in the first chapter. You only get a few verses into the book of Revelation, and John starts dipping into the Old Testament. So it doesn't take him long. It's not going to take us long, but that's what we're going to do today. Just what are we talking about? What's going to be our method? What kinds of things are we going to encounter? And then, where's the first jumping in point? So I want to quote a few things here. Initially, there are several really good scholarly books on this whole topic. The use of the Old Testament in Revelation, and I want to share. Initially here a quotation from the one by Steve, and I always wonder if I'm pronouncing this name correctly, but Moyse, or Moyise. Steve is an expert in the use of the Old Testament in the New, and of course he has a book called The Old Testament in the Book of Revelation. It's an edited volume as well with Stan Porter. And it's part of the Journal of the Study of the New Testament Supplement series, and it's published by Sheffield Academic Press. And Steve writes this. He says, during the early part of this century, and he's writing, 1995, the 20th century, okay? During the early part of this century, studies on the use of the Old Testament in the New Testament focused on parallels found in rabbinic works. So in the early 1900s, if you were going to get into this subject, you're looking at what the rabbis say. Okay, that's no longer true. So he continues, he says, this was of value as it showed that the New Testament authors did not operate in a vacuum, but were part of a continuous tradition of interpreting Scripture. Unfortunately, the date of these sources, several centuries after the Christian era, he's talking about the rabbinic sources, meant that no one, one could never be sure whether they were representative of how things were in the New Testament period. Let me just stop there again. So he's basically saying, look, if you're looking at you're looking at the book of Revelation, and then you're trying to find where John, his ideas, his expressions, if you're looking at rabbinic material to understand John, Dr. Moyse is saying, well, it's not really a great strategy it has some usefulness, but that material is centuries after John. What we really need something that situates what John is doing in the first century or even earlier, if possible, again, reaching back into the Old Testament itself. And again, the Second Temple Jewish period. So he continues and says, the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, however, changed all of this, changed the whole strategy. It has now become possible to make comparisons with a collection of writings that span the New Testament period and even use some of the same texts. So again, let me just stop and interject something here. What he's saying is that if you want to study the Old Testament in the New Testament, you're really doing two things. Yes, you're looking at the Old Testament. But instead of going from the Old Testament to stuff that the rabbis said about the Old Testament to try to understand what John is doing, we don't need to do that anymore. Now we can look at the Old Testament and we can look at contemporaneous Jewish writings, again, writings from the intertestamental period, the Second Temple period, and how those writers were thinking about their Old Testament. So what we're going to be encountering as we go through this book is, yes, we're going to be taking a serious look at the Old Testament in the book of Revelation, but to assist us, we're going to be looking at Second Temple Jewish literature as well, because they're looking at the Old Testament, and they lived at the same time as John, and thereabouts, and so we're sort of comparing notes here. Is John doing all of his thinking independently? Maybe John is seeing something in the Old Testament that he also sees in some other writing who saw the same thing in the Old Testament, an Old Testament passage. So, this is going to be our source material, the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, and then sources, Jewish, sources that are studying the Old Testament, like John is, and they're living at the same time. They're encountering the same things. They're from the same worldview, the same cultural, period, cultural setting. John is going to show his acquaintance with some of that material too, or at least his material is going to parallel things that other Jewish writers who were working very hard to understand the Old Testament, what they were seeing too. So we really have, it's kind of a two-pronged approach here, Old Testament and then other stuff current with John also about the Old Testament. Now, again, to summarize, what the situation is, the use of the Old Testament in Revelation specifically was somewhat neglected, Moïse, says at one point, until the 1980s. Greg Beale's study was the first to appear. That was in the 1980s, and that focused on the book of Daniel. So Beale wrote a book, 1984, called The Use of Daniel in Jewish Apocalyptic Literature and in the Revelation of St. John. So this was a major work at the time that really got people to sort of look at the Old Testament more seriously as it's used in the book of Revelation. And this is 1984, so let's just use round numbers. We'll say 30 or 35 years after the Dead Sea Scrolls. So a few decades, these things are going to be known to scholars. They're going to be published in the scholarly literature anyway. And this kind of thing prompts, a new effort, a new, line of inquiry when it comes to what John is doing, with the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. Moïse writes, the main reason for this neglect, just generally, concerns John's particular style of using the Old Testament. So we don't only have a source problem here, he's going to point out. There was another issue that sort of prevented scholars, or at least discouraged them from doing this. He says, works like the Gospels or Paul's major epistles are easily compared with, Dead Sea Scroll material and the Old Testament itself. Things like the Damascus Rule, the Habakkuk Pesher, the Florilegium, it's 4QFLOR. This is a wisdom text from Qumran. These things are easy to compare. The Gospels and Paul's major epistles are easy to compare to this kind of Dead Sea Scroll stuff because they all contain explicit Old Testament quotations. So when Paul quotes an Old Testament passage, he's saying, sometimes some of these other texts also explicitly quote the same passage. And then you can kind of see what the two writers, some Qumran document versus Paul, how they're interpreting some section of the Old Testament. You can track their writing what they're thinking to the same source. In other words, it's easy because they're both explicitly quoting the Old Testament at a given point. But Moïse continues, the book of Revelation, however, never uses introductory formula to introduce its Old Testament references. It's never going to use stuff like, as it is written, to telegraph what John's going to do. He doesn't do that. So he never uses introductory formula to introduce its Old Testament references, but weaves its words, the words of the Old Testament and phrases, into its own composition. So what it comes down to is there are few, if any, and some would say no, explicit quotations of the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. Instead, what you get is John drawing words and phrases from different parts of the Old Testament or the same section of the Old Testament and using that to create his own content. And since he's only using bits, even when the bits cluster, it's harder to know exactly where he's drawing things from because that phrase he uses might show up in 10 different Old Testament passages, or maybe only one, or maybe 3. So which one was John really thinking of? Again, it's hard to figure out what he's doing, and this discouraged scholars from spending a lot of time, in this line of inquiry. Moïse continues, he says, the index of allusions and quotations in the back of the United Bible Society's Greek New Testament reveals that Revelation contains more Old Testament allusions than any other New Testament book, but it doesn't record a single explicit quotation, at length. It just doesn't do it that way. Previous studies on John's use of the Old Testament have been aware that we are dealing with allusions rather than quotations. But they try to get around this by distinguishing between allusions and echoes. This is what scholars do to try to create categories. He goes on and says the presence of a quotation or allusion means that the clues that enable interpretation to take place are coming from two, separate sources. So what he's saying there is, look, when John does this, when he just uses bits and pieces of the Old Testament and then uses that to create his own composition, you're getting both the voice of his source text or texts, whatever they were, and his own voice. So, how do those things align? How independent is John thinking? What's his strategy here for doing it this way, as opposed to just citing line by line? And that's the difficulty. And he, Moïse uses this radio, analogy. He says, like a radio dial that is incorrectly tuned, the listener hears several quote unquote voices simultaneously and may have to choose which to concentrate on. The effect with the radio dial is usually annoyance. But if an author has consciously chosen a particular quotation or allusion, we can expect the interaction to be more productive. In other words, if you know specifically what he's using, then, you have a better understanding of what he's trying to do. Thus, the relevant question concerning the presence of Old Testament quotations or allusions in the New Testament generally is not, has the author respected the context, but in what ways do the two contexts interact? So this problem, again, that's a general issue with New Testament, but it's especially acute when you get to the book of Revelation because it doesn't have these explicit quotations. It has allusions. And I think fortunately, but some would say unfortunately, the book of Revelation does this more than any other book. It is definitely drawing its content from the Old Testament. But the problem is sometimes it's hard to know which part of the Old Testament John's doing it from. And that's the challenge. And since, this is done repeatedly, the book of Revelation it's another reason why it's more dense, than other books as well. Now, my own personal thoughts here, some of you are already thinking about, well, if we've got the Old Testament's voice and John's voice, is John, using the Old Testament properly, can we really know, or should we follow what John is doing? Like what's going on here? I would say this, this imprecision, in other words, the lack of direct citations, it is tricky because that, of course, involves the author's use of, is it the Septuagint or the Masoretic text, or is it neither? Again, like when it's an allusion, is John just taking a phrase and then kind of using it paraphrastically? He uses part of it, but then uses his own words to weave it into his own composition. So it's a little difficult to know exactly sometimes, what the source text is. Is it Septuagint, Masoretic text, a little bit of both, and then sprinkle on a little of John's own head? How do we know? So that's an issue. It raises the questions of what the author is doing and why, obviously. I could be more blunt here. Is the author being faithful to what the Masoretic text or the Septuagint actually says? Now, my own opinion here, broadly on this question, is that we need to ask whether the Masoretic text or LXX, the Septuagint, can sustain where the author lands, regardless of how precise or not the citation or the allusion is. Since the author of Revelation is living post-Jesus and consequently has the benefit of that hindsight, is his use of the Old Testament to articulate Jesus-influenced theology at least one of several possibilities of messianic interpretation that could have been obtained using only the Masoretic text or the Septuagint prior to the advent and the work of Jesus? I think that's the key question. So is what John does by his allusions to the Old Testament, he's going to interpret it in light of his experience with Jesus. That's just out of the gate, no, by default, no kidding, okay? But where he lands when he's doing that, is that sustainable in the Old Testament itself before Jesus was around? In other words, is John's interpretation still possible? Could you be looking at the Masoretic text or thinking about the Hebrew underlying the Septuagint, or looking at the Septuagint itself? Can you still discern the messianic interpretation that John lands on even before the Messiah was here? Because if you can, then that's a legitimate use of the Old Testament by John, even though he has the benefit of hindsight. He's not making anything up. Scholars disagree at points on how to answer that question. I just gave you my spin on it, or my approach. Now, I know of no passage in Revelation that makes use of the Old Testament that scholars would unanimously contend violates the Old Testament. I don't know that there is any such a thing. Some of what goes on in the book requires careful thought as to the author's strategy, for sure. And various scholars have sought to expose his train of thought by a variety of means. And that's what we're going to run into. We're going to run into what John does with the Old Testament, and it's going to raise the question, either I'll raise it or in the listener's mind as we go through this material. Well, could somebody have seen that in the Old Testament before Jesus? Like, is that a legitimate messianic way to think, or something else, related to, what John's doing? And my answer is that I don't know of any example where it's not legit. What typically happens is, you get the New Testament author cite an Old Testament. Let's just say just generally here, any place in the New Testament. And there are places you wonder, like, boy, how in the world did he get that out of that verse? And so we're tempted to think that the New Testament writer is just making stuff up. I have found, by experience, that's quite a premature interpretation, a premature conclusion to draw. Because sometimes what they're doing is so subtle, it might depend on a word or a form of a word, or this word used in conjunction with another word and not this other word over here. I mean, sometimes what they're doing is so subtle that it would never occur to us in terms of method to do what he just did, to do what we just saw him do. Okay, the standard here is not us. Okay, we're not going to sit in judgment on John and say, well, he should have taken my hermeneutics class. My hermeneutics class in seminary, we were never taught to do that with the Old Testament. So I don't know about John. He's just like freewheeling out there. He should have read this or that book that we had assigned to us in seminary. Then he'd know how to use the grammatical, historical method properly. That's nonsense. Okay? That's just nonsense. We're not going to sit in judgment on John's strategy, because John isn't going to do anything that other writers of his day aren't doing. what makes John different is that he had all this time spent with Jesus. He's living in a post-Jesus context. So he's going to see certain things a little more clearly. But what we're going to find is that the general messianic character of what John is doing, others could have done the same thing and did, even though their methods would not occur to us. Again, it's not how we're taught to do hermeneutics, the grammatical historical method. And I'm not here to poo-poo the grammatical historical method. I use it on every episode of the podcast, okay? But we have to realize that the rules that we create to help ourselves know how to approach the Bible did not exist in the first century. Our rules are not being followed by writers that lived 2,000 years ago. Okay, we are trying to understand how to do a particular task. And unfortunately, the way we teach hermeneutics, remember we just had John Hilber on, just the whole thing about relevance theory and semantics and metaphor over literal. You're not taught that in seminary either. But that is the way language works. Okay, it just is. Out of the gate by default, most of the time we're in metaphor mode as opposed to literal mode. But that is not how hermeneutics are taught, and that should change. I would like to see that change. And this is another area where I'd like to see hermeneutics, the way it's taught, change. Maybe we would benefit greatly if we, as part of a hermeneutics class, studied ancient first century approaches to the Bible. If we looked at the Old Testament in the New, I'll tell you what happens, just to be bluntly honest here. You have people go to seminary, they take their hermeneutics class and their Bible study methods class, they learn the grammatical historical method, they probably learn how to use software and look up things and count the number of this and number of that, and all these procedural steps. And then a few of those people will later trickle into Master of Theology programs or doctoral studies, and then the floodgates open. Then you're forced to take classes on the Old Testament, use by New Testament writers, and you see that the New Testament writers they didn't take our hermeneutics class. They're doing something different. They're not thinking the way about the text that we were just taught 3 years ago in our first semester seminary class on how to do this. And I've actually seen this. I've seen both things. I've seen this just explode people's minds like, this is just awesome. I finally can understand what in the world is going on in the Bible, in this particular passage. And I've also seen the opposite. The New Testament writers are just cheating. This is all contrived and made up. We didn't learn, this is not proper method. They're not using proper method. And so I can't look at the Bible positively the same way anymore. Okay, you need to. I would say you need to climb down the pole of your elitism at that point. And I think this would be less of a problem if we just taught people initially in hermeneutics classes what the New Testament writers actually do with the Old Testament and how their methods are consistent with the methodology of their day. What were their strategies? How did they look at the content? Not how do we look at the content? Those are two quite different things. And there should be overlap between those things. But that's what typically happens. You get one method of teaching hermeneutics, that you teach to everybody, and then when you get to your doctoral students, now we're going to show you what's really going on. I disagree with the methodology. I have had 3 hermeneutics classes in my experience. They were all, one was in Bible college and the other 2 were 2 different seminaries. And I can tell you right now, that is what I just described is what happens. I have seen it over and over and over again. And what we've been trying to do leading up to this class is to illustrate, demonstrate, get in your heads how Old Testament content is repurposed, the subtleties of it, the strategies of it, what the writers are doing, and that's what we're going to do in this whole series. So for those of you who are, either now or maybe at some point later, I just don't understand how in the world that I mean, that's just doesn't seem like a legitimate mode of interpretation or method. I took a hermeneutics class. I never learned to do that. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. Then maybe the problem was your hermeneutics class instead of John. Okay, maybe that's the answer, and I'm going to suggest it is. But anyway, off my little hobby horse there. Speaking of methods, Beale, he has another book. I already mentioned his book on the use of Daniel in the book of Revelation. He has another book, just more generally, on John's use of the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. And what he does there in that book is really nice. It's really handy. He categorizes the methods of the author at one point early in his book. So given what I just said, given the above description of all these issues, okay, and given the fact that the author of Revelation doesn't cite Old Testament passages completely in word-for-word precision, how does the book use the Old Testament? It's a logical question. What does he do? So scholars, again, specializing in the field, have created various categories to understand this, and Beale gives us a nice list. So I'm going to follow his list and give it to you in summary form. And so as we proceed through this book and on the podcast, you're going to detect all of these strategies at some point of linking the content of the book of Revelation back to the Old Testament in some way. So here we go. We're going to go through the list here. Number one, Beale says sometimes John, the author, uses segments of the Old Testament as literary prototype. Now, what that means is this. This method description refers to how John models his own material after patterns he sees in the Old Testament. That is, sometimes John follows a content sequence or a structure of an Old Testament passage in order to then write some portion of his own book, the book of Revelation. And in addition, sometimes John will pull clusters of allusions from specific passages in the Old Testament and use those clusters in specific sections of Revelation. He uses it for fodder, to produce his own material. So, for example, Beale refers readers to the presence of content items drawn from Daniel 2 and 7. The beast with the heads and the horns and all this stuff. Beale refers to people to look at Daniel 2 and 7. There's a lot of things that are in those two passages that John uses to create the content of Revelation 13 and Revelation 17, the beast from the sea. Okay? You don't have direct citations, but you have a lot of content drawn from those two passages in those two chapters in the book of Revelation. So that's one example of how, what John will do, using segments of the Old Testament as literary prototype. Second, number two, is the thematic use of the Old Testament. So in other words, the author of Revelation at times develops important Old Testament themes or topics. Some obvious instances here would include the divine warrior theme. Think of the return of Jesus in Revelation on the white horse and all that stuff. It's a military depiction, okay, with an army. So we have the divine warrior theme. We have earthly cataclysmic language, like earthquakes. We have frightening celestial events like eclipses and hail. These are all drawn from Old Testament Day of the Lord passages. So sometimes John will take stuff he sees in those passages and uses that, picks out some of those themes and then develops them or uses them to produce his own content. Okay. Third, there's the analogical use of the Old Testament. This is where John repurposes well-known Old Testament persons, places, and events to produce or illustrate his own content by analogy. The most prominent example of this would be the Exodus plagues. So there's a lot of Exodus plague imagery in Revelation 8, verses 6 through 12, and Revelation 16, verses 2 through 13. John's not like citing the plague passages, directly or explicitly, but he uses the imagery a lot in these sections. So there's an analogy, an analogical use of the Old Testament. Fourth, Beale has this one characterized as the universalization of Old Testament theological content. Sometimes this is the writer's strategy. This method involves the author of Revelation taking something that the Old Testament applies to Israel and recasting it as speaking of the rest of the world. In other words, the Gentiles and the nations outside Israel are looped in. For example, John applies the famous description of Israel as a kingdom of priests to the church, which includes Gentiles. He does that in Revelation 1:6 and Revelation 5:9 through 10, by way of example. So sometimes stuff that's meant for Israel will be universalized. Everybody else will be looped in to what the Old Testament is saying about Israel at a given place. Number 5, informal, direct prophetic fulfillment uses of the Old Testament. That sounds like a contradiction. Informal but direct, okay? This is how Beale has it worded. What he means by this is, while not in the form of direct quotations, Old Testament passages do get referenced in the book of Revelation in such a way as to imply that John sees fulfillment of those passages in events related to Jesus, or that will involve the return of Jesus. For example, the allusion to Zechariah 12:10, which says, "When they look on me, on him whom they have pierced." The allusion to Zechariah 12:10 in Revelation 1:7 is again, it's palpable. It's the most explicit, if I can use that word. It's the most transparent example of this, where John doesn't quote the whole thing. He doesn't cite it directly, but he alludes to this idea by saying this in Revelation 1:7. "Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him." So he takes a little phrase, on him whom they have pierced. It's not even word for word, but he takes enough of the phrase so that he's thinking about Zechariah 12:10, and he suggests that it refers to Jesus. "Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him." So sometimes Beale says, even though John doesn't explicitly cite passages in a direct manner, he will use the Old Testament, and then again, by implication, John says that this was the fulfillment of that thing over there. He'll do that. Number 6, indirect prophetic, i.e. typological fulfillment. Okay. Now, with respect to seeing the future or foreseeing the future, a prophecy, we know this, a prophecy is a verbal prediction of things to come. In a similar manner, a typology, a type is a non-verbal foreshadowing of something to come. Now, in Verkler and Ayayo's hermeneutics text, they write this. Just thought I'd throw this in so people think that this isn't my self-styled definition of a type. A type is a non-verbal prophecy, a non-verbal foreshadowing. So they write this: the Greek word tupos, to which the word type is related, has a variety of denotations in the New Testament. The basic ideas expressed by tupos and its synonyms are the concepts of resemblance, likeness, and similarity. David Baker provides a solid general definition identifying a type as, quote, "a biblical event, person, or institution, which serves as an example or pattern for other events, persons, or institutions," unquote. A typological relationship exists between an initial event that through divine inspiration foreshadows a corresponding event occurring at a later time in salvation history. So again, that's the definitional part of what we want to say here. But like other New Testament writers, New Testament writers generally do this. They use types. They use typology. The author of Revelation sees items of Old Testament stories and narratives as prefiguring something yet to come. So Beale gives us an example of this. He says in Isaiah 22:22 is an Old Testament reference which deserves serious consideration as a typological use in Revelation 3:7b, and serves as an example of how other similar Old Testament passages in Revelation could be treated. So Isaiah 22:22 has this language in it: the one having the key of David, the one who opens and no one will shut, and who shuts and no one opens. Now, if you look at Revelation 3:7, the second part of it, B, 3:7b, The second part of Christ's self-description in verse 7 is not identical to any phrases, from, earlier in the chapter where Jesus, like chapter 1, verse 18, where Jesus claims to have the keys. Okay. But whereas these keys are called the keys of death and Hades in Revelation 1:18, in Revelation 3:7, John is using Isaiah 22:22, and he uses it as a substitution for of death and Hades. He says, "The no one having the key of David, who opens and no one shuts, and who shuts and no one opens." So what he's doing is, what Beale's saying is, look, if you look at Revelation 3:7 and you have this language about the keys, okay, you might think that the same reference is the one back in chapter 1 and verse 18, but he's saying, no, what John's doing is a little different here. He takes some of the language that he used back in chapter 1, and he uses it here, but this time he loops in Isaiah 22, where it talks about the key of David, who opens and no one shuts, and who shuts and no one opens. The substitution is meant to amplify the idea of the original phrase of 1:18 by underscoring the sovereignty which Christ holds over the sphere of death and Hades. So what he's saying here is we need to compare. We need to compare 1:18 with 3:7 and realize that John is using Isaiah as a foreshadowing of this idea of the keys, over death and Hades. It has something to do with being the key of David, because the key of David is this thing that opens and no one can shut it, and shuts and no one can open. So John is actually looping in Isaiah here, and is explaining his reference in chapter 3, and also, wanting you to think about it with respect to chapter 1. So Beale says the point of the quotation, what John's doing here by linking the two together and then looping in Isaiah 20:22, is that Jesus holds the power over salvation and judgment, because salvation comes through the line of David, and so does judgment. In 1:18, the stress is on his sovereignty over death and judgment, while in 3:7, the emphasis is on his authority over those entering the kingdom. Again, Israel, and the king, okay, this whole idea of the monarchy. Again, in the Old Testament, this is yet another way station along the storyline of trying to kickstart the kingdom of God, the rule of God on earth, so that we could work our way back to Eden. All right? And so this idea of David, you can only enter this kingdom by being, again, a resident of this people and having the approval of the king who again, is in command. The king is the one, who has power over this. He makes the rules. He's the gate. He's the conduit. And there's a lot of other things that we've already talked about in the Old Testament associated with the person of David that is they're going to get accrued to Jesus. So it's a mix. There's no, if you look at Revelation 1, you look at Revelation 3, it'd be nice if John just quotes one thing from the Old Testament. Oh, okay, I got it. Here's where he's getting this idea. It's real simple. So what is John thinking now? That isn't what happens in the book of Revelation. John will start pooling resources. And in this case, he will take something like David. Again, David foreshadowed another king to come. And so it's typology. And so we have to think about, okay, in what way does Jesus, in what way does he resemble David? What might, and it's not going to be just one way. It might be 10 or 12 ways. Which one of those ways is John thinking of, and why? So he uses David as a type here to loop several passages together with their vocabulary. It's really complicated. I mean, John, again, it would be so nice if he just had a footnote. Tells you I went to this one place for this one idea. That is not what the book does. The book pools ideas. It sees types. It sees foreshadows. It takes little bits and pieces and clusters from different passages and weaves them together into a new composition. It's not easy, is the point. And I hope you're already getting a sense that, well, goodness, my prophecy teacher, not only did he not bother us with looking at the Old Testament for these ideas. I mean, he had a kind of a cool interpretation about the keys being this or that. Maybe some piece of military hardware or something. So if that's where you're coming from, you basically have my pity. Okay. But even if you have someone that's trying to teach you that John is using the Old Testament, it's really still complicated because he doesn't just go to one place and go to that place clearly. There's a lot floating around in John's head, and he feels very free to mix things. And that's part of the challenge. Number 7, the inverted use of the Old Testament. By inverted, Beale means that, quote, I'll just quote him here, there are some allusions which on the surface are distinctly contradictory to the Old Testament contextual meaning. Further study again reveals, however, the imprecise nature of such categories, unquote. So he's saying, look, we're going to be looking at some things in the book of Revelation that it's going to look like John is getting something out of that passage that is just contrary to its original meaning, its original context. But Bill's saying that's a surface observation. If you look more closely and more deeply, you're going to realize that categorization doesn't really work. That John actually is doing something that you could find in that passage. You just have to look either hard enough or approach it from a different angle. By way of an example, certain passages in Isaiah depict Gentiles bowing down before Israel in recognition of their elect status as Yahweh's chosen people, and recognize them, Gentiles bow down, to Israel, your elect, and we recognize you as God's chosen people. For instance, Isaiah 45:14, Isaiah 49:23. I'm going to look up, one of those here, just to illustrate the point. So Isaiah 45:14. Thus says the Lord, the wealth of Egypt and the merchandise of Cush and the Sabaeans, men of stature, shall come over to you. He's speaking to Israel here in Isaiah 45. They shall come over to you and be yours. They shall follow you. They shall come over in chains and bow down to you. They will plead with you, saying, surely God is in you, and there is no other, no God besides him. Isaiah 49:23, another one. 49:23. Kings shall be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. With their faces to the ground they shall bow down to you, O Israel, and lick the dust of your feet. Then you will know that I am the Lord. Those who wait for me shall not be put to shame. So you have those passages, again, very clearly, people of the nations bowing down to Israel. And then you go to Revelation 3:9. Revelation 3:9, which says this, behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not. By the way, that's an important line. This is not shooting at Jews. These say they're Jews, but they're really not. Okay? I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. Behold, I will make them come down and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. Now, this is written to a church in Asia Minor that, again, is going to be dominated because of the geography with Gentiles. So Revelation 3:9 inverts the imagery by having Jews that persecute believers in Jesus submit to the church, or those who pretend to be Jews, again, submit to the church. It's a direct inversion. And so you could look at that, well, John, he just takes this passage and makes it stand on its head. Really? Really? I got news for you. It's the same God. Okay, it's the same God in Isaiah that is in, God in flesh, incarnate in Christ. So is it really different? Well, it is, but it isn't. The point is the same. I am God and there is no other. So what Beale is saying is, look, you'll get these inversions, but when you really think about what the teaching point is in both places, not just John, not just Revelation, but back in the Old Testament, you'll see how the theology actually aligns. It's actually consistent. Lastly, number 8, stylistic use of the Old Testament, Old Testament language. Now, this is the most technical. of the method categories. And I didn't know that I should include this or not, but I thought, we're probably going to get into some of this, so I might as well. But this is the most technical of all these categories. I think I find this fascinating. And some of you in the audience who've had a little Greek, you're going to find it very interesting as well. Scholars working in the Greek text of Revelation have frequently noted, and depending on who they are, they sometimes criticize John's propensity to use poor Greek grammar in his writing. All is not what it seems. Beale again explains. Here's a quote from Beale. This use, again, this category, represents the most general, broad, category so far discussed. It has long been recognized that the Apocalypse, the book of Revelation, contains a multitude of grammatical solecisms. That's solecism, solecisms. It's a term that means mistakes, okay, in a given language, okay? Scholars have long recognized that the Apocalypse contains a multitude of grammatical mistakes, grammatical solecisms. Charles claimed it contained more grammatical irregularities than any other Greek document of the ancient world. He accounted for this with his famous dictum, quote, "While he writes in Greek, he thinks in Hebrew, and the thought has naturally affected the vehicle of expression," unquote. Beale says this is a judgment which has met with subsequent agreement, especially recently. But was this intentional on the author's part or an unconscious byproduct of his Semitic mind? And that's what Beale asks. It seems that his grammatical howlers, that's Beale's term, it seems that his grammatical howlers are deliberate attempts to express Semiticisms and Septuagintalisms in his Greek. The closest analogy being that of Septuagint translations, especially Aquila. The fact that most of the time the author does keep the rules of grammar further points to the solecisms being intentional. Now, I'm going to end it there. Now, in Beale's book, Beale has an extended discussion. He spends 5 or 6 pages in his book on, the use of Revelation, or use of the Old Testament and Revelation, going over solecisms. And he does the same thing in his massive commentary on Revelation. Basically, Beale thinks that when John makes quote-unquote mistakes intentionally in his Greek, it telegraphs something specific about the way it would be expressed in Hebrew. Because Hebrew grammar often doesn't conform in the way it would accomplish some communicative task to Greek. Like John wants you to notice something here. Because John, his Greek is fine most of the book, but the book is littered with these boo-boos. And what Beale and others are saying is that the boo-boos are there to make us look. They're there because John is trying to express something specifically, the way the Hebrew text would have it, or the way the Septuagint words things very specifically. The way it does something very specific. So occasionally, I'm sure we're going to run into these, where the answer or the interpretation, again, the meaning of the content in Revelation, is actually going to be assisted by John's intentional boo-boos. Again, this is a whole subfield of studying the book of Revelation. And Beale has actually devoted a lot of time to this and produced a lot of good content on it. But I mention that because, yes, it's overly technical. This is not a Greek class and all that kind of stuff. But there will be occasion where we're going to run into these, and I will use the word solecism and remind you that it means mistake. And something important will derive from that. So just, again, put that on the radar. Now, lastly, before we telegraph what is going to come in the next episode, I want to make a comment on the distribution of Old Testament books used in Revelation. So which books does the author of Revelation allude to most often? Unlike other New Testament writers, this is Moïse, a quote from him. Quote, "It would appear that John's primary interest was not the Torah, but the prophetic literature, along with the worship language of the Psalms," unquote. And he has a chart, in his book illustrating this. So basically, there are by his count and the count of others, there are 82 allusions to the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. There are 97 in the Psalms. There are 122 in Isaiah. There are 48 in Jeremiah, 83 in Ezekiel, 74 in Daniel, and 73 from the minor prophets. So the Torah is dwarfed in terms of John's interest in what's going on here. Again, that's just sort of a statistic, to keep in mind. But John is really tracking with the prophets, prophetic literature, and the Psalms, outside the prophetic literature. And the most prominent of all of them is Isaiah. In terms of citations, it's Isaiah first, Psalms 97, then Ezekiel with 83. Then Pentateuch, those 5 books combined are 82. But he cites Daniel 74 times, so he almost has the same number of allusions from one book, Daniel, that he does the first 5 of the Torah. So again, that's just the general point. John is a lot more interested in stuff outside the Torah than in the Torah. So where are we going to start next time? We're going to start with Revelation 1:4, the first half of the verse, and also verse 8, because there's something in verse 8 that repeats what's going on in verse 4. So I'm just going to read both verses to you. John, to the 7 churches that are in Asia, grace to you and peace from him who is, and who was, and who is to come. Okay, that's the line. That's 4a. And then verse 8, I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is, and who was, and who is to come, the Almighty. Now, you say, well, why are we starting here? With the important phrases are who is, and who was, and who is to come, and then this Alpha and Omega. There are several issues here we're going to talk about next time. But I'll just give you 3 of them. The Greek here reflects the Septuagint, not only of Exodus 3:14, that's the burning bush, incident, but also other places. And at the very least, the Septuagint rendering, remember that Septuagint is Greek and John's writing in Greek, the Septuagint rendering of those Old Testament passages might tell us something about how the meaning of the divine name was perceived by Jews during John's time. Okay, it might just do that. Number 2, less obvious, we'll discover that the threefold name, this, who is, who was, and who is to come, that is very similar to threefold designations of other gods in the Hellenistic period, the Hellenistic era, which overlaps with the Second Temple period. So might John be trying to accomplish something there? And third, in verses 4 and 5, I only read part of verse 4, Jesus is clearly distinguished from him who is and who was and who is to come. Okay, the one about whom it is said, him who is and who was and who is to come, that's God. And then Jesus is brought into the verse, into the picture. So they're distinguished. Yet in verse 8, that phrase, who is, who was, and who is to come, is paralleled by, I am the Alpha and the Omega. It's still attributed to God, but later in Revelation 22:13, the last passage, we're in the first chapter now, but in the last chapter of the book, they're kind of bookended. The Alpha and Omega is parallel to I am the first and the last, which is used to describe Jesus back in the first chapter. So you've got this first chapter, last chapter, back to first chapter thing going. And in some places, the language is used of God. In other places, it's used of Jesus, therefore identifying Jesus with him who is, who was, and who is to come, while also distinguishing them. So they're aligned, they're identified with each other, but yet they're distinct. So what's going on with that? Again, why does John do this in the whole book? Because he knows people are going to pick up on this phrase. It's an important phrase. It's not a cryptic one. Again, John is doing certain things with it. Jews are going to know it from the Septuagint. Gentiles are going to know it because it's used about other gods. And then John happens to mix it in with other phrases that refer to both God and Jesus. So what's going on with all that? So we're going to tackle those things. We're probably going to hit some other things about the divine name. next week, but that's where we're going to jump in. Revelation 1:4. So, it doesn't take long, for John to start dipping into the Old Testament. And a few verses in, and there he goes. And that's where we're going to be for a very long time, looking at what John's doing with his Bible, okay, the Old Testament. Well, let's just jump in. Our first stop in Revelation. Again, we're not doing verse by verse commentary. We're not doing end time stuff. We're going to go through the book, and we're going to look at places. Maybe not like every place, but a lot of places. Most of the places, I think, would be fair to say, where the book, the author John does something with the Old Testament, and it isn't long before we get in the book where we hit our first one. That is verse 4. So Revelation 1:4 today. And I'm just going to read the first part of verse 4 because I want to focus on one particular thing in this episode. And then we're going to have Revelation 1:4, the remainder of it, and then a few other things in the next episode. I want to try to chop it up like that because, I think it's just easier to fixate on one particular thing, especially if in the case of this episode, there's just a lot to think about and talk about with respect to the phrase that we get in verse 4, and that is, the writer says, "Grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come." So there's our phrase for the day. That's our focus for the day, not the rest of the verse, just that first part. And this is going to get repeated in verse 8, and we'll loop verse 8 in toward the end of the episode. Verse 8 says, the Revelation 1:8, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty." So a little bit tacked on to that, front and the back, but essentially that phrase, him who is and who was and who is to come. So, out of the gate, this wording may or may not bring some Old Testament things to mind for listeners, but scholars have certainly noticed it and spent a lot of time actually talking about it. So the first thing I want to comment on is that the phrase is unusual in certain respects. That's Aune. He has I think it's 3-volume commentary on the book of Revelation. So 3 separate volumes in the Word Biblical Commentary series. In volume 1, he writes this about the phrase. He says, "In Revelation, John refers to God only as my or his, that is Jesus, Father." So you have Revelation 1:6, 2:27, 3:5, so on. But here, in verse 4 of the first chapter, perhaps intentionally, he omits the designation Father from the greeting. In fact, he transforms this part of the traditional Christian salutation, grace to you and peace. That's how verse 4 begins. John transforms this part of the traditional Christian salutation by referring to God using this very elaborate set of 3 clauses, each of which functions as a divine title. Though unattested elsewhere in early Christian literature, this distinctive phrase occurs 3 times in Revelation. Here, verse 4, then verse 8 in chapter 1, and then Revelation 4:8. A shorter bipartite 2-part formula, perhaps a more traditional form that John expanded, is, and this is Greek, haon kai ha'ain, who is and who was. And that occurs twice, Revelation 11:17, Revelation 16:5. So the first thing to notice here is that John is apparently doing something deliberate, because the way he opens this book, okay, granted, it's not an epistle. It's not like a normal letter. Normally these would start, "Grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ." I mean, Paul does this over and over and over again. So John alters that formula for the book of Revelation and has this 3-fold title: him who is, who was, and who is to come. So that's the first thing that's commentators have noticed, that it's a little bit different. So there must be a reason why. Okay, choice sort of suggests intention. So the next question that scholars typically ask is, well, what is John's source text for this? Is he getting it somewhere? And there's broad agreement here. Sean McDonough, who I think I alluded to in the introductory episode, he has a whole book on this, Yahweh, YHWH at Patmos, Patmos, which is where John is at, writing the book of Revelation. So Yahweh at Patmos, Revelation 1:4 in its Hellenistic and early Jewish setting. Okay, this is a paperback from Whiffenstock. It used to be expensive because it was his published dissertation, but it's a very technical book because it was his dissertation. He actually spends a lot of time on, this whole thing, Revelation 1:4. That's the whole book. So there's a lot to consider here. We're not going to get into the weeds that deeply. But he writes toward the beginning of his book, he says, it has long been recognized that this description of God that John opens with is indebted to Jewish reflections on the name Yahweh, YHWH, the divine name, the tetragrammaton. In particular, it's a reference to reflection on the enigmatic words of Exodus 3:14, I am who I am. So if you look at John 1:4, the Greek there is haon, that's who is, him who is, kai ha'ain, and who was, and then kai ha erkomenos, and who is coming or who is to come. Exodus 3:14, you have ego eimi, I am, and you would think that the Septuagint translator would say, I am, and then have a relative pronoun, that, and then I am again. Ego eimi, and then a relative pronoun, then ego eimi. But that's not what he does. The Septuagint translator has ego eimi, I am, and then haon, I am the one who is. So, right away, scholars who are into, Greek, okay, New Testament, originally written in Greek, and then the Septuagint, when they come across this wording, this opening of John, they're thinking, John is thinking about Exodus 3:14 here. And I think that's, I'm not going to differ with anybody here. That's on track, and really, it's certainly on track. And Beale, I think, has a really good point of evidence for this. So, again, scholars have reached a broad consensus here. John is drawing on the burning bush episode, I am that I am. Exodus 3:14 in the Septuagint. And that is secured by, if you remember our previous episode, our introductory episode to the book of Revelation, I told you we would be hitting one of these. We're going to be hitting several of these, but there's actually a solecism in Revelation 1:4. Remember, a solecism is a mistake. And in John's case, it's an intentional mistake of Greek grammar. You actually have one of these in Revelation 1:4, and it's important. Beale, in his Revelation commentary, he has this massive, New International Greek textual commentary on Revelation. He writes this. He says, again, the phrase, the whole phrase, if you go back to Revelation 1 in English, grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come. So from is where this is going to start. And that's the word apa. So apa haon kai ha'ain ka ha erkomenos. Beale says that phrase is one of the characteristic solecisms in the Apocalypse, the book of Revelation. Since, this is going to sound technical, but I'll parse it in a moment. Since a genitive construction should follow apa, the preposition. He actually says there are examples in manuscripts where scribes tried to correct John's apparent mistake by adding a genitive noun, theou, from God. So from God, the one who is and who, so that you actually get manuscripts where the scribes see that this isn't good Greek, and so they actually added words to have it make better sense. So it's a solecism. This is a mistake in Greek style and Greek grammar. But again, as we said in our introductory episode, people who have studied these in the book of Revelation have realized that these are intentional, and they are deliberately there to draw our attention to something. So Beale continues and he says, it would be a blunder, though, of modern thinking to judge this as a mistake of one who did not know his Greek very well. Here, as often elsewhere, commentators generally acknowledge that the quote-unquote incorrect grammar is intentional. Haon is probably taken directly from Exodus 3:14. Where it occurs twice as an explanation of the divine name Yahweh. And John keeps it in the nominative case. Haon is a nominative participle. John keeps it in the nominative case, even though it follows a preposition that, in Greek grammar, prepositions govern which case follows them, if it's a noun. And apa calls for a particular grammatical case, the genitive. But John says, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put Exodus 3:14 in Greek right in here, and I'm going to keep the form that it occurs in Exodus 3 in the Septuagint. And I know it's bad Greek. And people who know Greek well are going to be jarred by it. And that's good, because I want them to go back and see what form it was in Exodus 3:14. And they'll know that I want them to look. I'm actually, this is like a red flag planted in the text. There's a boo-boo here, and where would we see this particular form? I mean, John knows Greek everywhere else. Why is he doing this? Where would this particular wording be found? Back in Exodus 3:14, the burning bush. So John marries two things grammatically that don't go together, but it's his way again of drawing attention back to the source, and the source is Exodus 3:14. On in his commentary comments on this as well. He says the one who is, again a substantival participle from the verb eimi, to be, was among Greek-speaking Jews a popular name for God, ultimately derived from the phrase ego eimi haon. Okay, I am the one who is, in the Septuagint translate of the Hebrew phrase Ehya asher ehya, I am who I am, in Exodus 3:14. So Beale and On and a bunch of other commentators, they see what's going on here. And they see the fact that this is a quote-unquote mistake. But they also recognize that it's deliberate. John is telling you, essentially, where to look, where he got this. Third point, if you look at it, though, and when we compared them, let me just read it again here. Revelation 1:4, you have this longer phrase, the one who is and who was and who is to come. And in the first part of that, the one who is this Greek haon. Exodus 3:14 only has haon, ego eimi haon. It doesn't have the rest of what John's phrase is. It doesn't have any reference to who was and who is to come. That doesn't come from Exodus 3:14. So it raises the question, well, why does John supplement this? Why isn't Exodus 3:14 as it is good enough? Why does he add to it? Is it some kind of commentary on his part? Does it have some significance? And McDonough's, again, in his book on Revelation 1:4, his first and third chapters, are really aimed at trying to answer this question. And the first chapter frames the context for the whole question. So what he does in this first chapter is he surveys Greek literature, just, the whole of Greek literature from its beginnings all the way up through the Hellenistic period, which is the Second Temple Jewish period. And he finds a few near parallels to Revelation 1:4's wording in Homer and Hesiod. And the latter is with respect to the deeds of the gods. So here is Hesiod's theogony, again, with his cosmogony, his cosmology in there. Lines 29 through 34, he writes, "So said the ready-voiced daughters of great Zeus, and they plucked and gave me a rod, a shoot of sturdy laurel, a marvelous thing, and breathed into me a divine voice to celebrate things that shall be and things that were aforetime. They bade me sing of the race of the blessed gods that are eternally, macharon, genos, ayin, anton, eternally there, but ever to sing of themselves both first and last." Now, in the English, you see a few phrases there in English. Things that shall be, things that were before. Then there's this reference to the gods who are eternal, and they sing of themselves first and last. Okay, I mean, some of this language you already know is in Revelation. So McDonough notes this and says, these phrases refer not only to the deeds of the gods, but really the gods themselves. And that seems, coherent. But none of this is an exact parallel to the Septuagint of Exodus 3:14 or John 1:4. But you get similar language about these other gods, the Greek gods. There's actually a closer parallel, though. A Greek writer, Pausanias, citing an oracle at Dodona, is the one that's really close. And this text is considered by scholars to be contemporaneous with the book of Revelation. So, first century when John's writing, or maybe a little bit before. And it describes Zeus. And here's the description. Zeus is described as Zeus was, Zeus is, Zeus shall be. Almighty Zeus. Zeus, of course, was considered at the time in the pagan world to be the Most High. The term hoopsistos in Greek, which means most high, is used of Zeus a lot. So the pagan world is thinking Zeus is the most high deity. And he was, and he is, and he shall be. So as soon as you run into that, you're thinking, okay, it seems like John is taking a shot at the Greco-Roman most high god, Zeus. I'm going to read a little something from DDD, Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, about the term hoopsistos. It says, this is a superlative form from the adverb hoopsi, again, which means high or highest or most high. You have the article up front, so it serves as a noun. So hoopsistos, hoopsistos, the most high. And it has the sense of most high or highest. In the Greek translations of the Hebrew Bible, again, that would be the Septuagint, Elyon, the Hebrew word Elyon, is always translated by hoopsistos, the most high. In these instances, as in the Greek literature of Judaism in the Second Temple period and in the literature of primitive Christianity, the expression hoopsistos refers to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In non-Jewish or non-Christian texts written in Greek, the expression occurs as a divine name for Zeus. Okay, so it's the end of the quote. Did the Septuagint translator, it's a good question, did the Jew, who in the Hellenistic period, the guys who did the work translating the Hebrew Bible into Greek, did the guy who got Exodus, did he render the divine name in Exodus 3:14 the way he did to challenge the status of Zeus? I mean, because he who is, ego eimi, I myself am the one who is. Okay, is that a shot? Because what John does is John takes that and then he adds it. I mean, John makes it completely transparent because he adds the other two elements that he is. I mean, it's pretty evident if you were a Greek person, if you were a Gentile especially, but if you knew Greek well, you're familiar with this title. And John is not talking about Zeus here. He's talking about the God of Israel. He gives him this titling of Zeus, which ties in back to Exodus 3:14, the burning bush. So it seems that this is what John's doing. He's sort of laying down the gauntlet. And McDonough picks up on this point, and he says here, the stage has now been set for our investigation of the use and understanding of the name Yahweh in early Judaism. Again, this is part of his first chapter. We have seen that Greek thinking would have posed a considerable challenge to a reflective Jew or Christian in the Hellenistic era. The Greeks were in control of the world. And this is the era, post-Alexander here. The Greeks were in control of the world, which might raise the question as to whether their gods were likewise in control of the world. What is more, the chief of their pantheon, Zeus, had undergone a transformation which rendered him a considerable foe for any god claiming supremacy over the universe. No longer simply the lustful tyrant of Homeric days, Homer's epics. Zeus now came as the embodiment of the Stoic designing fire, or as the one through whom all things have life. That's another title of Zeus. That actually sounds like descriptions of Jesus elsewhere in the New Testament. But this is how Zeus is described. And McDonough continues, as they sang at Dodona, Zeus was, Zeus is, and Zeus will be. The name Yahweh, we will see, was ready to enter the etymological fray as the one who is. But this in turn led back to the questions posed by Greek philosophers about the nature of being and its relationship to time and space. Yahweh's confrontation with the gods of the nations was about to take a new turn. So, again, McDonough and other commentators are thinking what John's doing here is, in fact, not just, hey, remember hey, you readers who might have some acquaintance with Judaism. I'm using this phrase now, and I'm committing a grammatical error so that you go look and find Exodus 3:14. Oh, well, okay, the same God of Exodus 3:14, the same God of the burning bush is the God that John's writing about now. Well, that's all true. John wants people to see that, but he wants more. So he supplements it. It's not only the he who is, but he who was and who was to come. And when he adds those two elements, it's a swipe at Zeus. So now he's looping the pagans in too, and anybody else in the Jewish community who might be familiar with how pagans looked at Zeus and how Zeus was set as a rival or better than Yahweh. So just this one little selection from Exodus 3:14, and then supplementing it a little bit, giving it a little more play, is actually, again, theological telegraphing. It's significant. So just to go on here, McDonough mentions Philo. So Philo actually uses this phrase as well, ha'on, the one who is. So just, I want to get into this a little bit. So one of the possible, not just the solecism, the grammatical, mistake, points back to Exodus 3:14, this fundamental text in Judaism. But Philo, a very famous, first century BC writer, he takes that from Exodus 3:14 as well, and he writes within the context of Second Temple Judaism, Hellenistic Judaism. He uses this description as Yahweh's name. Now you have to realize this has significance because this is also the era when, for Jews, they begin to be very hesitant to use the name of God. Now this notion is very familiar to people who listen to this podcast, who are Bible students, evangelicals, whatever. This notion about you couldn't pronounce the name of the Lord. Well, I hope you realize, in the Old Testament period, that wasn't actually the case. I mean, Exodus 3 actually requires people to say the name of God. I mean, let's just go back to Exodus 3, just a quick rabbit trail here. Because again, we know all about this notion that Jews didn't pronounce the name. Well, that really is something that comes from the Second Temple period. And scholars speculate on reasons for it. But in the biblical period, people were saying the divine name all the time. Now just look, I'm going back to the burning bush here. And here's what Moses says. Verse 13. Then Moses said to God, if I come to the people of Israel and say to them, hey, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask, what's his name? What shall I say to them? And God tells him what to say. Here's what you say, Moses. God said to Moses, I am who I am. Ehya, Asher, Ehya. Okay, I am who I am. Say to this people, I am, Ehya, has sent me to you. God also said to Moses, now catch this, say this to the people of Israel, the Lord. Okay, and that's Yahweh. That's the third person form. Yahweh, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. So God actually demands that Moses use his name if he gets asked this question. And then you have the priestly blessing, like in the book of Numbers. This is Numbers 6, 22 and 27. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, thus you shall bless the people of Israel. You, high priest, Aaron, you shall say to them. And this isn't like a whisper, and he's not writing it out and handing it out, and don't utter it, just read it. No, he says, you say to them, Yahweh, there's the divine name. The Lord bless you and keep you. Yahweh, make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. Yahweh, lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. So shall they put my name upon the people of Israel, and I will bless them. These are just two instances. My point is that, it's not a myth that Jews didn't want to say the name of God. That's true. But that whole hesitance, that reticence, really is something that you begin to see in the very period where John is writing the book of Revelation, and he's using what then, according to the literature we have, he's using sort of the conventional way or the literary way to use God's name verbally to people, and that is ha'on, the one who is. Okay, in Greek, because everybody speaks Greek. Philo, going back to McDonough's book here, Philo points this out McDonough points this out about Philo, that he uses this as God's quote unquote, proper name. And when when Philo also says elsewhere that God has no real name, he has no proper name, he just is. But he uses this sort of as a way to speak of God and utter his name in Greek. And everybody was, there was nothing unusual about this. Just it's okay. Philo was never labeled a blasphemer or anything like that. And of course, neither is John. Owen comments on Philo. He says, Philo often uses the phrase haon of God, sometimes in combination with theos, the word for God. For example, haon theos, the God who is, or haontos, on theos, the God who truly is. Philo will use these phrases. The phrase haon is used at least 8 times in Philo as a divine name. Then he lists the references and so on and so forth. And half of them very certainly come directly from Exodus 3:14. So, we're not going to rabbit trail as to why Jews became hesitant to use the name, but it was important that they did it in this way, at least. And John does it. John uses the name, but he does it in Greek. He does the Greek form of Exodus 3:14, haon, the one who is. And again, that there's nothing wrong with that. He wasn't blaspheming or anything, because he wants people, again, to recognize that we're talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Moses, the God of the burning bush, so on and so forth. And he thinks it's important enough to start his book this way. And the book's going to be read orally. So people are going to hear haon. And if you're Jewish, I can't listen to that because that's the name of God. Even though it's Greek, that's the name of God, and we're not allowed to hear it. No, it's not like that. Now, in terms of the Hebrew terminology, like in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you do get the divine name written in a lot of scrolls. Some of the scrolls don't write it. The scribes don't write it. They put like 4 dots in its place. Some of them write it and put dots over and under it. I mean, they do all sorts of things. Aramaic, they typically use the word mar, which means Lord. And the Septuagint does that a lot. Mostly. It'll use kurios instead of trying to transliterate the term in Greek. But some manuscripts try to transliterate. If you know the Greek alphabet, you will see the capital letter I and then a capital pi, which looks like, the I is 1 column, the pi is 2 columns, and then another capital letter I and then another one with 2 columns. It looks like 6 columns in a row in capital letter Greek. But it spells from left to right. It spells Pippi, P-I-P-I. That's actually the divine name in some Greek manuscripts, because the Greek writer is trying to use Greek capital letters to create something that looks like the YHWH in Hebrew. I mean, they do all sorts of things to either veil the divine name, or in some cases, they will use Exodus 3:14 so that they can say it. And in John's case, it's important because he not only takes that out of Exodus 3:14, or excuse me, Exodus 3:14 into Revelation 1:4, but then he supplements it again as apparently a swipe at Zeus, who was considered most high in his time, in the Greek-speaking world. So what do we have, to this point? I think, what we have as it pertains to the Old Testament is, again, the use of Exodus 3:14 to link what John is going to write about, the God of, it's not just the God of John, okay? It's the God of Christians. It's the God of, not only Israel, but the God of Christians, the God of those who follow Jesus. It's the same God. And this God is most high. But for John, he's more. It's not just that this is the God of Exodus 3 and the burning bush and so on and so forth. Because this God became a man in Jesus. Okay, the Most High became a man in Jesus and died and rose again. And this is the center of the Christian faith. And it's going to be the center of the book of Revelation. It's going to be the center of, who he's writing about. And this is why verse 8 becomes important. So if it was just verse 4, the one who is and who was and who is to come, and that's the God of Israel back at the burning bush. And John's supplemented because he wants to take a swipe at Zeus. That's good stuff. But now we get to verse 8, where God the one who is and who was and who is to come. God says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. So we have the same threefold description as in 1:4, but here it's linked to I am the Alpha and Omega, which will later be explained as, like as if we couldn't tell, as meaning I'm the first and the last. It's Revelation 21:6, Revelation 22:13. Now we may not realize it, but when John adds that, I'm the first and the last in those references, and we'll get to him down the road, but we'll say something here as well. John's dipping into the Old Testament there too. Isaiah 41:4. Okay, let's just, give you some examples here of how, John with these other phrases is also thinking about the Old Testament. He's also repurposing it. And it's going to become significant. We'll get to this why in a moment. But in Isaiah 41:4, we read, who has performed and done this, calling the generations from the beginning? I, the Lord, the first, and with the last, I am he. Isaiah 43:10, you are my witnesses, declares the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that you may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, nor shall there be any after me. Isaiah 44:6, thus says the Lord, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts, I am the first, I am the last, besides me there is no God. Isaiah 48:12, listen to me, O Jacob and Israel, whom I called. I am he, I am the first, and I am the last. I like Isaiah 43:10 is the big one. I reference these in Unseen Realm. Yes, there are plural Elohim and all that stuff, but before God, there was no other. He has to create the other ones. And after him, no one else is going to be creating them. Okay, he is the lone creator. He is the lone self-existent. He is the lone pre-existent. He is the lone eternal. Nothing else, even in the spiritual world, can claim these attributes. I mean, these are really important, powerful phrases. But the point for our purposes here is you get the first and last language looped into this. And Beale comments on this, and he says the complete threefold clause, the one who is, who was, and who is to come, is a reflection of Exodus 3:14 together with twofold and threefold temporal descriptions of God in Isaiah. So, even if we didn't have the Old Testament, with this additional stuff in verse 8, back in verse 4, it's very clear that John's taken a swipe at Zeus. And if there was any ambiguity as to which deity John prefers, the who was and who is to come, okay, the first and the last. He was the first one on the stage, and he's going to be the last one. That whole kind of thing. If you start looking for that language and you find it, you run into it in verse 8, and you go back to the Old Testament there, you're going to run into the same God, the God of Moses, the God of the burning bush, the God of Israel. So go back to Beale, he says we have these threefold temporal descriptions of God in Isaiah, which themselves may be developed reflections on the divine name in Exodus 3:14. The name in Exodus 3:14 was also expanded in twofold and threefold manners in later Jewish tradition. I am now what I always was and always will be. That's some midrash. It's some rabbinic writings there from Rabbi Akiba. I am he who is and who was, and I am he who will be. That's Deuteronomy 32:39 in a Targum. The Targum, specifically Pseudo-Jonathan, which is later. Again, this is the rabbinic period. But you can see how the Jewish community is putting Exodus 3 together with some of these other verses. Now, there's a practical point to John's strategy. Beale explains elsewhere. He says, all these expansions are used in their respective contexts to describe God, not merely as present at the beginning, the middle, and the end of history, but as the incomparable, sovereign Lord over history, who is thus able to bring prophecy to fulfillment. John's going to talk a lot about that in Revelation. He is able to bring prophecy to fulfillment and to deliver his people despite overwhelming odds, whether from Egypt, Babylon, or the nations, which would, of course, in John's day be the Greeks and the Romans. In Revelation, the last part of the threefold clause, ha erchomenos, the one who is to come, is to be understood eschatologically and as referring to God's sovereign consummation of history in the future. End of quote. So in other words, John wants readers to know that the God of Moses, the God of Israel, who is and was and is coming, the first and the last, will deliver believers under persecution, because that's who he's writing to. These churches are in a difficult spot. It's toward the end of the first century, or in the middle of the first century, and the church is under persecution from the Jewish community mostly, but later it's going to ramp up with the Romans. John wants them to know that he will deliver believers under persecution. God is capable of doing this as he delivered the remnant of Israel in the past. So that, again, there's the connection point. And more than that, for John, this God became a man in Jesus Christ. And John will specifically link his description of God in Revelation 1:4a, the first part of verse 4, and verse 8. He actually links these descriptions. Okay, think about it. The one who is, who was, and who is to come, the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega. As you're reading Revelation 1, verse 4, oh, that's God. Verse 8, oh, that's God. Verse 17, that ain't God. Okay. Revelation 1:17 says this. Now let's go back up to verse 12. Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me. And on turning, I saw 7 golden lampstands, and in the midst of the lampstands, one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe and with golden sash around his chest. The hairs of his head were white, like white wool, like snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze. I mean, these are descriptions you can find in the old. We're going to hit more of this, but just generally now, you can find this imagery used of the God of Israel in the Old Testament. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined in a furnace. And his voice was like the roar of many waters. In his right hand he held 7 stars, and from his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword. And his face was like the sun shining in full strength. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet, though dead. But he laid his right hand on me, saying, "Fear not. I am the first and the last." Now, if it stopped there, verse 17, you'd think, oh yeah, that's the God back in verse 4 and back in verse 8. But it continues in verse 18. So I am the first and the last and the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore. And I have the keys of death and Hades. See, now we're not talking about God the Father here. This is Jesus. And the language overlaps with verse 4 and verse 8. And it'll overlap later too. So, I mean, John, again, wants to make certain claims. And with this, we'll wrap up today. He's telling them, look, the same God who delivered the Israelites from Egypt, who delivered them from Babylon. Okay, this same God, the burning bush. He's still God. He's still our God. He's not just the God of Israel. He's the God of all believers, all those who believe in his Messiah, Jesus. And not only that, but this God, again, is also Jesus. Okay, he became a man, he died, and he rose again. Okay, I was dead, I died. Okay, I'm the first and the last. Just like the first and the last back in verse 8. Who is the Almighty? Who is the one who is and who was and who is to come? John is mixing the language here and applying it to both the Father and the Son. Okay, so, and by the way, for those of you who, God forbid, do internet theology, this is another one of those things that nobody's going to say Revelation was written like way late. It's at the end of the first century at the latest. Here's your Christology. Okay, it doesn't have to wait to Nicaea, is the point. Okay, this is Christology long before the Council of Nicaea. It is describing Jesus the way you would describe God, and you do it to both in the same chapter in the span of like 10 verses. Okay? So John wants people to know this about, God is able to deliver them. It's the same God who became a man, who's Christ, and so on and so forth. And he is the Most High. So right out of the gate, John is making a theological statement. And he wants his readers, his hearers, to know that this same God, even though they're under persecution, this is the God who has the keys to life and death. Okay? To death and Hades, so on and so forth. Everlasting life or everlasting death. And this one is on their side, the side of the believer. So again, John does what he does through, I don't want to call it clever, but maybe not completely transparent ways that he marries Exodus 3:14 to some passages in Isaiah and uses them to take a swipe at Greco-Roman religion. I mean, John has a reason for doing with the Old Testament what he's doing here, to communicate all of these theological thoughts and to encourage people he knows that are going to be listening to the book or reading the book in their situation. And away we go, because the rest of the book, he's going to pick up speed and start talking about the end of days, the final resolution of all things. And he wants them to know who's on their side. Yep, we find ourselves still in Revelation 1, as Trey just said, and we're still in verse 4. At least we will be a little bit. We covered a lot in verse 4 last time, specifically the phrase "who is and who was and who is to come." There's some things still in verse 4 that I want to say something about, and then move into verses 5 and 6. So that's where we're going to camp out today, really, Revelation 1, 4 through 6. And I'm just going to read verse 4 to get us started here. It says that John is writing to the 7 churches that are in Asia. Grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne. So to launch here, we want to talk about the 7 churches and the 7 spirits. It's transparently obvious John is writing to 7 churches, and then he throws in this line about the 7 spirits who are before his throne, okay, God's throne. So if you just looked at this verse, it doesn't connect these spirits, even though, they're both 7 churches, 7 spirits. So you sort of intuitively, connect them mentally anyway. The verse doesn't actually do that. So it raises the question, well, who are the 7 spirits before the throne of God? Later in the chapter, we're going to get a little more information. That's where connections are made, and we're going to get there, because we're not going to stay in verses 4 through 6. We're going to have to, jump out a little bit into verses 12 through 16 to help us understand, what's in 4 through 6, specifically. But we'll get to that in a moment. If you keep reading into the book of Revelation, you run into some things that contribute to what we did just read in verse 4, this whole thing about the 7 churches and the 7 spirits. So if you keep reading, when you hit verse 12, you're going to run into another 7, okay? 7 golden lampstands, Revelation 1:12. So as we'll see, these are actually better understood as menorah branches. Like if you can think of a menorah, lamp in your head, these would be the branches actually. So these are actually 7 menorah branches, not like 7 separate lamp posts, to use sort of a modern description. And in verse 16, we run into 7 again. This time it's 7 stars in the right hand of the glorified Son of Man. So, we've got these 7s. Now, in verse 16, the 7 stars are identified as angels of the 7 churches. So the 7 stars are actually 7 angels, and they are connected here. In verse 16 it starts, but when you get to verse 20, it's even more specific. So really from verse 12, verse 16, and verse 20, you put all those together, read and go back and read verse 4, and this is where you start to get the connection. So we've got 7 stars identified as angels of the 7 churches in verses 16 and 20. The 7 lampstands are identified as the 7 churches, also in verse 20. And if you keep reading again, in Revelation 3:1, he who has the 7 stars in his hand, that's the glorified Son of Man from Revelation 1:16, is also said to have the 7 spirits. That's language from Revelation 1:4. And that implies that the 7 spirits of 1:4 are in fact these stars who are angels of the 7 churches. So all of these things are connected, and there's actually a good deal to support John making these connections, using these images together collectively and intertwining them. There's actually a good deal of precedent for that in Second Temple Jewish literature. I'll just give you one example from Beale's commentary here. He writes, a similar phenomenon, again, all these elements, is traceable in 1 Enoch 90, verses 20 through 25, where the 7 white ones who are in that passage identified as angels and are also mentioned with 70 stars. again, also identified with angels. So 1 Enoch 90 does this, and it's based on the context of things that, the writer of 1 Enoch found in the book of Daniel. You have imagery in Daniel 7, verse 10, Daniel 9, 2 and 24, and Daniel 12. I mean, this star language, this celestial language. Also in 1 Enoch 21, 3, Beale says, there are 7 stars that are equivalent to 7 angels. He writes, this evidence suggests that these stars here in Revelation are heavenly angelic beings. And then he references a few other passages in 1 Enoch. 1 Enoch 86, 1 through 3 and 88, 1, where stars also symbolize angels. So, again, there's precedent for this. And just by way of a quick summary, we've got in verse 4, 7 churches that are in Asia. We have 7 spirits who are before God's throne. And then if we keep reading verses 12, 16, and 20, these 7 stars are identified as angels. The 7 lampstands are the 7 churches. Okay, and the stars are also the 7 spirits. So they're also angels. I mean, and John is drawing this, as Beale noted of 1 Enoch, from a number of passages. I mean, John knows all this stuff in Daniel. He knows about the star language in Daniel and elsewhere where you have angels identified as stars. And but now he's looping in lampstands and all this other stuff. So it's already feeling a bit convoluted. Like can't John just cite an Old Testament verse like close to its entirety and just talk about it and move on? And the answer is no. No, he just doesn't do that. And we talked about this in the introduction. I'm going to keep bringing this up at least for the first few episodes we do in this series, that this is not what John does. John has thoughts, running through his head, or in putting him in the context of the vision. He sees things, and his mind is so filled with lots of the Old Testament that he just starts picking things off the shelf to describe for his reader what it is that he's seeing and also what it means, telegraphing what the imagery is pointing to. And it is not as easy as a verse by verse citation. He just throws it all into the blender. Okay. So to this point, we've got 7 spirits who are stars, who are angels, identified with 7 churches, also called lampstands. We also have, let's not forget Jesus in all this. Jesus, the glorified Son of Man, is, quote, in their midst. Okay. And that is the wording of Revelation 1:13. Now, again, the Son of Man language is easy to see, and we're gonna hit it now, and we're gonna hit it in the next episode as well. And you should all know, at least most of the listeners in this audience are going to know it comes from Daniel 7, where the Son of Man gets the deity epithet, the one who rides on the clouds and comes with the clouds. Daniel 7 as well features the Ancient of Days, hair and clothing white as snow, pure wool with a throne of fire. Now I'm going to go back just before we get, a little, too far into this, much more anyway. I'm going to read you just so that it's in your head. I mean, a lot of it already is, and I know that because, we're familiar with our audience here. But I'm going to read, in case we have, new listeners who aren't as, tuned into Daniel 7 as most of you are. I'm going to read Revelation 1, 12 through 16. So we got verse 4. You got the 7 spirits and the 7 churches, all right? Then we hit verse 12. Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me. And on turning, I saw 7 golden lampstands. So there's that. And in the midst of the lampstands, okay, in their midst, one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe and with a golden sash around his chest. And you already know that isn't from Daniel 7. And again, we'll get to all these details either in this or the subsequent episode. In verse 14, the hairs of his head were white, like white wool, like snow, his eyes like a flame of fire. That's verse 14. And you know that, well, in Daniel 7, that's the language about the Ancient of Days, not the Son of Man. You're correct. Why is John mixing the two? Again, just hold on. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined in a furnace, and his voice was like the roar of many waters. If you think, that sounds a little bit like Ezekiel, about chapter 1, chapter 43. Yeah, it does. Again, John is throwing it all into the blender. Verse 16, in his right hand he held 7 stars. From his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength. Okay, and then when you get down to verse 20, as for the mystery of the 7 stars that you saw in my right hand and the 7 golden lampstands, the 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 lampstands are the 7 churches. So this is what's in the hopper, okay? And it's going to take more than just one episode to get through this. You can already see that John is not merely alluding to passages like Daniel 7. He's including material from other passages, again, throwing into the blender is my metaphor. And he's applying the language in ways that the original passage didn't. Okay, if you go back to Daniel 7, you have the Ancient of Days. Well, that's God. You have the Son of Man who comes with or on the clouds. Again, most of this audience is going to know that's a deity epithet. So the Son of Man is also deity. They're also going to know that this cloud riding motif thing gets applied to Yahweh, the God of Israel, 4 times in the Old Testament. This is the 5th occurrence, and this time it's not applied to Yahweh. It's applied to the Son of Man instead. But, John takes the language about the Ancient of Days, at least part of his description, and applies it to the Son of Man, which Daniel 7 doesn't do. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. John throws lots of stuff in the blender, and what comes out doesn't necessarily conform to the way you found it or how you found it in the source texts. Now, conceptually, theologically, John, in this case especially, A, is allowed to do that because the theology is consistent. And B, John is feels very free to exalt Jesus to the level of Yahweh of Israel. And so that's also why you get some of this mixing. I mean, John's gospel, it does this all the time. This is what it's known for, high Christology. So this is John's method, if you can call it a method. I like this passage, this passage, this passage. This has something to do with what's going on in my head or in front of my eyes. And we're going to throw it all into the blender and watch what comes out. Again, it's not just easy citations. Now, on the surface, if you're reading in Revelation 1 and, so you see all these 7s, and then you run into the exalted Son of Man who is Jesus, and even though he's described like the Ancient of Days, well, that makes sense because Jesus is God anyway. Okay, all of this is set up. All of this is context. What follows in chapters 2 and 3. That's where you get the letters to the 7 churches in Asia Minor. So we know it's context, okay? It's all leading somewhere. And initially where it leads are these letters. And honestly, you could hear that much in church because it's so obvious. But there's so much more that's going on here. It's hard really to know what to take first, and you'll soon sort of discern why. Because John, again, doesn't cite things just neatly and in order. He's not like tracking on a passage in order. And just throw out the word orderly. Okay, when you're thinking of John's method here, what he does in the book of Revelation with the Old Testament. What John does is messy. Okay, and what's happening here in Revelation 1 is sort of a classic illustration of how John alludes not only to, in this case, Zechariah 4. We're going to go there in a moment. But that passage, when he lands there and he pulls something out of that passage alludes to other passages. Zechariah 1, Zechariah 3. I mean, it's just this like follow the bouncing ball, kind of thing. And also Daniel 7. So, John is just throwing all this together. John ultimately draws upon, 3 or 4 Old Testament passages instead of simply citing an Old Testament reference and then leaving it at that. He just doesn't do that. He alludes to material in several passages and combines what he uses. And then he more or less leaves it to the reader to figure out why he's doing it. Now, I'm going to leave, for the sake of this episode, I'm going to leave the Son of Man material specifically for the next episode or a future episode. So we're not going to spend much time in Daniel 7 in this episode at all. Instead, we're going to be spending a lot of time in the Zechariah passages. So as a way to get there, let's start with the 7 spirits and the 7 stars and the 7 lampstands and the 7 churches. So despite what seems like a simple symmetry, okay, the angels are the spirits and the churches are the lampstands, okay? Seems simple enough. Despite the symmetry of that and the fact that John is writing to 7 historical churches, these are churches that actually existed, many scholars, and it might be fair to say most, would consider these letters not to have been written merely, that's an important word, merely, to those 7 historical churches, but all churches, all bodies of believers, everywhere, for all time. And that second thought, this universalizing of the language here, doesn't seem to make too much sense. It doesn't seem logical, since we know that these churches existed and there's all the 7 symmetry. It must be obvious John is isolating what he's saying to these 7. Well, not really, because there are other things that he's doing that make it a little more apparent that he's casting a wider net. And the thinking in that regard that scholars have, that what we really have is a wider net being cast here. They're led to think that because of where John goes in the Old Testament. So we just looked at Revelation 1:12-16, where you get the lampstand imagery. And that gets, takes us to verse 20. Okay, we just did that. Ultimately, though, this is going to take us back into the Old Testament, and specifically Zechariah 4. So if we ask what we've read to this point, hey, what's up with these 7 lampstands that I run into in verse 12? I got the Spirit and the spirits and the churches and the stars and the angels, and what's up with the lampstands? So if we start there, and again, I'm just being a bit arbitrary. I'm looking for entry points here because it is messy. If we ask that question first, they are, it turns out, an allusion to Zechariah 4:1 and 2. And so I'm going to read Zechariah 4, those first 2 verses here, to get us into it. We read in Zechariah 4:1 and 2, "And the angel who talked with me," this is Zechariah writing or speaking, "the angel who talked with me came again and woke me, like a man who is awakened out of his sleep. And he said to me, 'What do you see?' And I said, 'I see, and behold, a lampstand all of gold, with a bowl on the top of it, and 7 lamps on it, with 7 lips on each of the lamps that are on top of it.'" I'm going to stop there, because that's where the lampstand imagery comes from. If I kept reading, though, well, let's just loop this in. Again, it's messy, so we're just sort of playing it by ear a little bit here. If you keep going to verse 10, it says, the angel, and boy, do we need to talk about that. And a lot of that we're going to save for next episode as well. Like what's up? What is this, a special angel? Is it, which angel is this? Okay, that's a whole different question. So the angel's trying to explain this to Zechariah, and he says, "For whoever," this is verse 10, "for whoever has despised the day of small things shall rejoice, and shall see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel. These 7," he's referring back to the lamp, the branches of the menorah here. "These 7 are the eyes of the Lord, which range through the whole earth." Okay, that's kind of cryptic. Thanks for that. What are we supposed to do with that? So we've got 7. We got a lampstand with 7 branches. Again, this is where John, gets this language back in Revelation, and those 7 menorah lamps are the eyes of the Lord, which range through the whole earth. Okay. Now we have to think about this description a little bit. Eyes of the Lord, which range through the whole earth. Now, typically scholars have understood this, and I think it's coherent for a number of reasons, but we're just looking for an entry point here. Typically they've understood these branches in light of this metaphor, the eyes of the Lord, as representing God's omniscience and knowledge. And it makes sense because the metaphor is one where you have light, it's a lamp. These are branches of a lamp. So light penetrates or removes darkness, so that what is hidden is revealed. I mean, it makes sense, So if these are the eyes of the Lord, it refers to the fact that God sees beyond the darkness. It doesn't obscure his vision. It doesn't hinder his knowledge, of everything that's going on. More to the point for us, though, is the whole earth language. These are the eyes of the Lord, which range through the whole earth. So if if this language that John is using in Zechariah 4 really expands to the whole earth, that's why interpreters of Revelation presume that the 7 spirits, stars, lampstands, angels are also to be universalized. That is, what's going on in Revelation 1 through 3 should not be restricted to those 7 churches, but churches in general. I mean, this message is for every church everywhere. The language is representative of believers and churches everywhere. This is why scholars go this direction. Now, let's we're not done talking about the lampstands or the branches here. They go throughout the whole earth. John has these branches, though, as the churches whose angels are spirits or spirits are in view. Another reason why, again, this identification sort of makes sense. Again, I'm trying to make sense of John's logic here, and really, Zechariah's logic as well. It's obvious that human beings can't see what's going on in the whole outer world, but spiritual beings can. So the eyes are more properly the spirits who are associated with the churches. Okay, did you follow that logic? Because in Revelation 1, the 7 spirits who are before the throne of God are linked to the churches. You say, well, how can that be universalized? Because churches are made up of people, and people can't see things everywhere. And if they're God's agents, they're still people, and they can't see things everywhere. Aha, you're correct. But that's why we have the spirits connected with the churches, because spiritual beings can see beyond human sight. And since these are the eyes of the Lord that go throughout the whole earth, we should not be reading Revelation 1 through 3 restrictively. Yes, individual churches are the localized manifestations of not only the people of God, but also God's presence. Let's not forget that churches also have something to do with God's presence. So it would make sense for God's presence to also be accompanied by spirits, i.e. angels. Okay, if you're starting to think, this is kind of sounding divine counsel-ish here, you're correct. Okay, you're correct. In New Testament theology, churches and believers are God's temple, God's house, where God lives. And where God lives, so does his spiritual entourage reside. Okay, if you're thinking already, that, like, wow, out of this language and John's use of Zechariah 4, we've got sort of a divine counsel family where that spiritual counsel family is blended with humans. We've got that sort of imagery going on here. We've got actually divine counsel-ish imagery going on here. And guess what? If you loop the Son of Man into it, isn't that logical too? Because Daniel 7 is a divine council meeting. The court sat and the books were opened, Daniel 7. If you're thinking and suspecting all of that, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. In other words, the pieces disassembled look kind of crazy. They look like they don't belong together. But when you start to think of them theologically, the pieces actually paint or come together as a coherent picture. Isn't that marvelous? It's like John knows what he's doing. It's like he knows how to build a mosaic that telegraphs the idea of God's presence in his house with his spiritual family and his spiritual agents being united to, married to, associated with his human agents, and humans are his sacred space. It's where he dwells now. It's like John knows all this stuff, and he's putting it together, and he's going to do something with it. Again, if you're suspecting that, you're correct. You are on to something. Now, I want to spend a little bit more time on eyes of the Lord, eyes of Yahweh, just to show that this isn't Mike sucking this out of the passage because Mike wrote Unseen Realm. Okay, as I have said on hundreds of occasions, nothing in Unseen Realm is unique to Mike. Okay, yeah, I am a sifter and a dot connector. That's what I do. And I don't have to make up the dots. The dots are there in the text. And I look to other scholars to help me see dots so I can make connections. And other scholars make connections too. So let's camp a little bit on Zechariah 4. Okay, and Zechariah 4, 1 and 2, and verse 10 as well, this whole eyes of the Lord thing. So I'm going to read it again because Zechariah is not like a passage anybody has memorized. The angel of the Lord who talked with me came again and woke me, like a man who was awakened out of his sleep. And he said to me, "What do you see?" I said, "I see, and behold, a lampstand all of gold, with a bowl on the top of it, and 7 lamps on it with 7 lips on each of the lamps that are on top of it." And it's a menorah. And then you go down to verse 10, where the angel informs Zechariah, these 7 branches here, these lamps, these 7 are the eyes of the Lord, which range through the whole earth. Okay. Now, Eric and Carol Myers, they wrote they've actually got a 2-volume commentary in the Anchor Bible series on Zechariah 1 through 8. It also includes Haggai. But in their first volume, when they are commenting on this passage, they write this: the eyes of the Yahweh. This expression is analogous to the 7 eyes of God, as reflected in Zechariah 3:9. Zechariah 3:9. Let's just go there quickly. Zechariah 3:9. For behold, on the stone that I have set before Joshua the high priest, and that is a divine council scene. Again, we're not going to drift over into that one yet. Behold, on the stone that I have set before Joshua, on a single stone with 7 eyes, I will engrave its inscription, declares the Lord, and I will remove the iniquity of this land in a single day. So we've got a stone with 7 eyes. These 7 eyes are eyes that God puts there, okay? So the Myers, Eric and Carol Myers, say this expression, eyes of the Lord, is analogous to the 7 eyes of God, because he's the one who puts them there, as reflected in Zechariah 3:9, where it is a metaphoric expression in an oracular context for God's omniscience and omnipresence. Now, that's interesting, but we like more detail here. So I have an article called The Eyes of the Lord, which is obviously an appropriate topic. It was written in 1968 by A. Leo Oppenheim in the Journal of the American Oriental Society. It's volume 88. He spends 7 or 8 pages on this, The Eyes of the Lord. Now, I want you to listen to what he writes here, because this is basically a study of the phrase in its ancient Near Eastern context. He writes, "We know of these eyes of the Lord from a passage in 2 Chronicles 16:9, which is quite explicit about their working and their purpose. Quote, for the eyes of the Lord run to and fro throughout the whole earth, to show himself strong in the behalf of those whose heart is perfect towards him." Unquote. The eyes have, as the seer Hanani points out here to Asa, king of Judah, the eyes have discovered the king's wrongdoing, and now God is to punish him on the basis of the information the eyes have relayed to him. Let me just stop there. You can already see, obviously, that eyes of the Lord is a metaphor for God knowing things. Okay, God's omniscience. Oppenheim continues, but the prophet's imagination, here in Zechariah, seems to have been sparked by several heterogeneous concepts and images. He uses the following words, quote, I saw by night. He's going to quote Zechariah 1 here. I saw by night, and behold, a man riding on a red horse. And he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bottom, and behind him were the red horses speckled in white. That's Zechariah 1:8. And then later the mysterious writer explains, quote, these are they who the Lord has sent to walk to and fro through the earth. That's Zechariah 1:10. Sounds like Zechariah 4:10, but it's actually a different verse. Oppenheim continues, the next verse tells us quite explicitly what these mysterious night-riding spies of the Lord are supposed to report. Quote, we have walked to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sitteth still and is at rest. That's verse 11. In another vision, Zechariah sees these men not on horseback, but on chariots, and elaborates on their activities and appearances in a clearly mythological vein. 4 such chariots are coming out, quote, between the 2 mountains of brass, unquote, in which we have to see the entrance to the heaven, and the same cosmic locality characterized by 2 mountains between which, in Mesopotamian and related cosmologic representations, the sun god comes forth and enters heaven every day. So he cites a Mesopotamian parallel idea. Then he quotes Zechariah 6:5, quote, these are the 4 spirits of the heavens, which should go forth from standing before the Lord, unquote. An order is given to them, quote, get hence, walk to and fro through the earth. That's Zechariah 6:7, so 2 verses later. Oppenheim continues, this they do on their chariots drawn by horses of different colors, each toward one point of the compass. It seems that these riders and charioteers start their rounds at night and are to roam the earth until morning, when they report on what they have seen, standing again before the Lord. We have tried to trace the recurring allusions to the restlessness of these ever-observant demonic, he has, basically he's using it as a spiritual, like daimonic here. Observant demonic or celestial beings, the eyes of the Lord. Daimon, again, spiritual being. This search is bound to bring to one's mind the familiar passage from the prologue to the book of Job, when the sons of God come before the Lord, and when Satan is asked, whence comest thou? And he answers, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. That's Job 1:7, Job 2:2. This particular Satan, does in the service of the Lord and for explicit purpose of watching over people. In fact, he is supposed to know them by name. I'm going to just end the quote there. So again, you've heard me both in Unseen Realm and just various things on the podcast talk about Satan, that he's basically doing his job. And God asked him, "Hey, where have you been?" "Oh, I've been going to and fro throughout." He's one of these guys. He's a spiritual being assigned to go see who's obeying God or not. What's going on. So I'm going to try to simplify here. Oppenheim does a nice job of giving us the context of a phrase like the eyes of the Lord with supernatural beings who are watching people. Okay? This is an expression of God's omniscience, but the extension of that omniscience seems to be that the eyes of the Lord are God's heavenly agents who watch and keep watch. They do both. They watch and keep watch over people. The eyes are the spirits of God's presence. They report right back to God. It's no wonder that John associates with the menorah light branches. Again, light gets rid of darkness. It enables sight, all right, for us. It's no wonder that John associates with the menorah light branches this idea, which John in turn associates with the angels or the spirits and the churches. So the members, again, of the heavenly host are God's eyes. Now you might be thinking, this is kind of like our expression, like when we appoint, maybe we have a business and we appoint, somebody to be a supervisor, and the boss would say to the guy that's appointed to be the shift leader, "You're my eyes and ears." That's our expression, and that's the idea. Interestingly enough, ancient Near Eastern material does include the ears. It has this kind of thing for spies, and Oppenheim points this out in his article. It's a really interesting article, but it includes the ears too. Eyes and ears, of the gods. All right. The Old Testament though only uses the eyes part. It doesn't use the ears. But again, that's just a bit of a sidebar. I thought you're probably thinking you've heard expressions like this even in our own language, and we have. We talk like this, and it's the same in Scripture. It's just it's a way of expressing that the one whom you are an extension of, this is how that person's going to know. This is gaining of knowledge. And in this case, God knows, God sees, because He has these agents, with Him who are watching and recording. And again, this gets you into the whole heavenly books motif, which we spent a whole episode on. Again, we're not going to rabbit trail back into that, but again, this is what you're dealing with in this passage. Now, as I said, just a few minutes ago, the metaphor of the eyes of the Lord being connected to God's knowledge works because light penetrates or removes darkness, so that what is hidden is revealed. And the menorah branches, the lights, the eyes of the Lord go through the whole earth. But John has these light branches, which ESV translates as lampstands, which isn't great, but we'll go with it. John has the light branches as churches whose angels or spirits are in view. And again, since human beings can't see what's going on in the whole world, but spiritual beings can, this reflects this universalized language. This is another reason why it has to be universalized, because this language is true of every church, of every group of believers. Okay, because God's presence is with every believing church and every individual believer. Believers are God's temple. We are God's house. So we get all these temple house metaphors that are in the New Testament for believers as sacred space. And we are accompanied by, okay, dare I say, the cloud of witnesses, or Hebrews chapter 1, the angels, who are sent to assist us. And now we've got the eyes of the Lord with us as churches, as believers, as groups of believers. This is New Testament theology. It's just that John is expressing it in a very metaphorical, symbolic way. But he's drawing these metaphors and these symbols from, you guessed it, the Old Testament. Okay? And it really takes us down this road of believers, again, being the reconstituted council already, but not yet. We have a role to play now. There's sort of the passive side of this, where we're being watched, we're being assisted. This whole light metaphor, that God is sending out the eyes of the Lord, his lights, his menorah branches, whatever. God is sending them out so that he can see what's going on, and that we have sort of a passive expectation there that God sees what's going on with our lives, again, especially as believers, and these agents are here to help us and assist. That all that's correct. There's actually an active side of it, though, because again, these are council members in the spiritual world, and they're doing active things. They're being light to the world, aren't they? They are, by their presence, exposing darkness. They're, the New Testament talks about believers this way too. Okay, we have a role to play now as lights to the world. We are present to and fro throughout the whole earth, are we not? The church is sprinkled, has penetrated everywhere on the planet. Okay, we are, just as these spiritual beings are, we are also his agents to go and minister and watch others. Okay, again, in a positive sense, you're the light of the world. Jesus uses this language. This should not be unfamiliar. Now, Brian Tabb is an author who has a really a nice book. This is part of the New Studies in Biblical Theology series, which is really a good series. It's put out by IVP Academic, and his volume is All Things New, subtitle Revelation as Canonical Capstone, which I really like the title. All Things New, Revelation as Canonical Capstone. And he writes this of this lampstand passage. Now just listen to this. The apocalypse's use, again, apocalypse is the book of Revelation. The apocalypse's use of lampstands as a major symbol for the churches is significant for several reasons. First, this symbol highlights the basic contrast between the church and the world, between light and darkness. Second, the lampstand imagery signals that God's people must bear the light of God's presence and truth in the world through faithful living and speaking in the Spirit's power. And then he cites Revelation 11:3 and Revelation 12:11. In Matthew 5:16, Jesus calls believers the light of the world and summons them to, quote, let their light shine before others, unquote. As lampstands, God's people do not produce light intrinsically themselves, but hold up the illuminating, life-giving presence of God as they speak the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. Both of those phrases are right out of the book of Revelation. Revelation 1:2, 1:9, 20 verse 4, 12:11. Christian readers of the Apocalypse, Tabb continues, should embrace their identity as lampstands and live accordingly, eschewing worldly compromise and cowardice and anticipating the future day when the light of God's glorious presence will eradicate all of the darkness, unquote. Again, we are the reconstituted council already, but not yet. Let's ask another question. So we asked, what's up with the lampstands? Okay, that's the answer. Another question is, what do the eyes of the Lord see in Zechariah? And does John do anything with that? Okay, let's go back to Zechariah 3, 6 and 9. We've already alluded to one of the verses here. But here's Zechariah 3, 6 and 9. Now we have the angel of the Lord in the passage in Zechariah 3 again. But this is we're going to start in verse 6. We're not going to get distracted with the Satan, vision in Zechariah 3, the first part. Verse 6 we'll start. And the angel of the Lord solemnly assured Joshua, this is Joshua the high priest, And this is set in the exilic or post-exilic period, coming out of exile, at least for Judah and Benjamin, at least for a few people. The angel of the Lord solemnly assured Joshua, "Thus says the Lord of hosts, if you will walk in my ways and keep my charge, then you shall rule my house and have charge of my courts. And I will give you the right of access among those who are standing here. Hear now, O Joshua the high priest, you and your friends who sit before you, for they are men who are a sign. Behold, I will bring my servant, the branch. For behold, on the stone that I have set before Joshua, on a single stone with 7 eyes, I will engrave its inscription, declares the Lord of hosts, and I will remove the iniquity of this land in a single day. In that day, declares the Lord of hosts, every one of you will invite his neighbor to come under his vine and under his fig tree." I looped in verse 10. Now, isn't it interesting that this reversal is associated with the branch? It's not associated with the return of a few thousand Jews from Babylon, from 2 tribes. It's associated with the Messiah. And you all know, we've done plenty of material on the exile and how Israel's still in exile when Jesus shows up, because all the promises about returning from exile concern all the tribes and the Messiah. Again, we're not going to rehearse all that again. But here you have it again in Zechariah 3. It's associated with Jesus. But this is what he sees. He sees this stone, with a single stone with 7 eyes, I will engrave its inscription. Let's go back to the Myers commentary, Eric and Carol Myers. They write of Zechariah 3:9. Again, the stone associated with the eyes here. The attempt to identify this stone and understand its meaning in this verse has elicited an enormous scholarly discussion, which is summarized extensively by, and then they cite a writer, in the context of, this person they're quoting, his analysis of verses 8 and 10. The problems in dealing with the stone are related to the difficulties surrounding the placement of verses 8 through 10, and the complexities of its connection to verses 6 and 10 of chapter 4. Again, we were just in chapter 4. Zerubbabel is mentioned explicitly with respect to temple restoration, and in the process, quote unquote, stone, the word stone, appears twice. Furthermore, the stone of 3:9 is said to have 7 eyes, a phrase very similar to the one describing the 7 eyes of Yahweh that appear in the interpreting angel's explanation, immediately following the Zerubbabel passage, the insertion, she calls it, or they call it, of chapter 4, verses 6 through 10, about the 7 lamps of the menorah. To those for whom the present attachment of this oracle to the preceding Joshua vision is of paramount importance, the stone set before Joshua, is a reference to the component of the high priest garb. So let me just stop there. So some scholars, they think that stone refers to one of the gems on the high priest garb. Okay? And then they go into a little bit of an explanation about, hey, if you go back to Exodus 28, we have ornamental stones that are engraved. They have little inscriptions on them with the words "Holy to the Lord" on the turban and all this stuff. But then they go on and say this. The single inscribed stone here contrasts with the sets of inscribed stones in the high priest's ephod shoulder pieces. 2 stones, each of which signifies by means of an engraved inscription 6 tribes. It also contrasts with the one on the stones on the breastplate, 12 stones, each engraved with the name of a tribe. At the same time, it may refer to the dedicatory stelae, or stones introduced to some temple precincts and inscribed with the names of the dynasty responsible for the sacred edifice, who built it. In either case, they write, the singularity of the stone set before Joshua is being emphasized. In other words, it's one stone. And maybe it's there to symbolize the unity of the community of which Joshua is the high priest. Since, however, this stone can likewise be related to the building stone in chapter 4, when Zerubbabel is mentioned. The focus on one stone here would be analogous to the role of a single fragment of the ruined pre-exilic temple, which would have been ceremonially brought forward and laid into the renewed structure, symbolically conveying the continuity between the two. Now, let me just stop there. What they're saying is that, look, this is one stone. It's not a bunch. We're not told what's inscribed on it. And they're saying, we don't think it has anything to do with the high priest and the turban and the ephod and all this stuff. They think that the stone here, with the seven eyes associated with it in this inscription, has to do with the practice, the expectation of using a stone of the destroyed temple in the foundation of the new one. Because the vision, or in this language, is given to Joshua the high priest. He is now the leader of the community. There is no king. Okay, yeah, you got Zerubbabel, he's a governor and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, Zerubbabel is soon going to disappear from the picture. But historically, both in the books, you don't have a Davidic descendant leading the people. You've got Ezra and Nehemiah, in the post-exilic age. The line of David essentially just goes into the background. It fades into oblivion, almost. Okay, you're going to get it, obviously. There's still a messianic expectation. You're going to get it with Jesus. But in the biblical story, the leader of the community is the high priest, and that high priesthood is going to get passed on. So what they're saying is, we think that this is really about a new temple being raised up. So if you go back to, elsewhere, the Myers will, have some other things to say about this language. They would say, look, the 7 pairs of eyes, we need to deal with that. Perhaps the usage of the eyes in Zechariah 3:9 has been affected by the chapter 4 language. They're definitely connected, is what they're saying. Chapter 4, the eyes. Chapter 3 here, the whole Zerubbabel thing with Joshua the high priest. They really think it's about the return of the people to the land and again, a new temple. A new temple. So the notion of God's eyes, they write, 7 of them, reflecting his full or complete divine vision, is a metaphoric expression for God's omniscience as well as his omnipresence. A stone, either with 7 facets or design of 7 eyes or pairs of eyes, it's grammatically dual, would signify God's involvement with and approval of the construction of his earthly dwelling. A temple building typology includes the notion that divine favor and assent must be associated with such an enterprise. Several other biblical passages likewise attest to the metaphoric usage of God's eyes to indicate divine presence, specifically in the temple. You get Psalm 11:4, Psalm 5, 6 through 8. Of course, there are many additional instances, notably in the Psalms, like Psalm 34:16, Psalm 66:7, in which the presence of Yahweh everywhere is represented by his eyes. One passage outside the Psalter in Deuteronomy 11:12 is interesting. They say God's eyes are said to be upon the land, and so assuring its fertility, a situation akin to that of the restoration of peacefulness and fruitfulness that accompanies in temple building typologies, the building or restoration of a divine dwelling. I mean, they're all over this. They think that all this language is about the new temple, and God's saying, I am with you. My presence is going to be with you. I approve of the building of the new temple, all this kind of stuff. So let's ask the obvious here. Let's just, again, assume for the sake of the discussion. Let's say that the Myers are right here. They're tracking on, Zechariah 3 and 4 with the stone language and in the eyes of the Lord language and the presence of the Lord imagery that's about. And the context of Zechariah 3 and 4, that the nation's going to be cleansed. Joshua the high priest, his garments are cleaned up. The nation's forgiven. Zerubbabel is going to lead them back, and Joshua the high priest is their leader. He's coming back, and God is restoring the people at least to the land, at least again to whatever limited degree this matters or this means. Let's just say that the Myers are tracking this correctly, and that John is in agreement here. That like John would read Zechariah 3 and 4 and think of the same thing. This, sort of a beginning of the return from exile and having something to do with the building of the temple. So let's ask kind of the obvious question. What does this have to do in relation to 7 spirits and stars that are associated with 7 churches, but really the whole church? Because the eyes of the Lord go throughout the whole earth. What does this have to do with each other and to John? It's as if John is thinking that the churches and the divine presence and maybe even the presence of God himself, okay, because the angel of the Lord is a possibility here, as we'll learn next time in the next episode. This whole, in Revelation, it's the Son of Man, the embodied Yahweh from Daniel 7. And in Zechariah 4, going back to Zechariah 3, going back to Zechariah 1, there is one particular angel there that might be the embodied Yahweh, the angel of the Lord. So it's as if John is thinking of all this stuff together: churches, divine presence, Jesus, the embodied Yahweh, God embodied as a man, in the Son of Man language. It's like John's thinking that all of that has something to do with temple and God's presence, in whose presence the divine council, the seven spirits before God's throne, seven angels, serve. Why, if John's thinking that would mean identifying the church with or as the temple, and then marrying all that stuff to the church and believers. If you're thinking, well, this sounds suspiciously like New Testament temple talk, you'd be correct. And guess where that starts in the New Testament? John chapter 2. Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. That's where New Testament temple talk starts. John. And of course, it sounds like Paul, his idea that believers in the church, believers in the local churches and the corporate church are the temple of God, because, silly Paul, well, it's the body of Christ, isn't it? It's as though John's thinking that God is building his temple anew in the form of the church, which already exists, of course, when John is writing, because it is the body of Christ already, but not yet. And you know what? When John winds up his book, there won't be a temple in the New Eden either. Instead, you have the entire New Jerusalem, which also had to be rebuilt, by the way. You have the New Jerusalem. That is the place where God's presence is found in Revelation 22. I might as well read it. Revelation 22, verse 22. I saw no temple in the city, for its temple is the Lord God, the Almighty, and the Lamb. And the city has no need of sun or moon to shine on it, for the glory of God gives it light, and its lamp is the Lamb. Again, this is John. You have the Gospel of John. You have Revelation. All of these, this is New Testament theology. Again, what John's doing here is, when you essentially take all the pieces and you put them in a pile, or you try to sort out the pieces of the puzzle, and you start seeing how they might be connected, something forms out of that. Something forms. And what forms, again, is this notion of believers as the reconstituted council, because we're the eyes of the Lord too, and this eyes of the Lord language, that's the seven spirits and stars and angels connected with the churches, and the churches are really us. That we serve in the presence of God now, and we, are commissioned to do some of these same things, and the presence of God is here and with us, but, keeping us, together, but also commissioning us. And I mean, there's just a lot of, again, these already but not yet, this family and partner in the reconstituted council idea. All of this is sort of smashed together in these metaphors: angels, spirits, lampstands, or these menorah lights, the eyes of the Lord, and now the stone, the temple. I mean, Peter uses this language too of the builders have rejected, the one particular stone, the cornerstone, and all this. I mean, it's as though, again, John is doing New Testament theology in a very metaphorical, symbolic way. And basically, I think, that's exactly what he's doing. That's what's going on here. He's telegraphing these ideas by pulling this symbolic, metaphorical language from 3 or 4 different places. And I'll grant, he makes some assumptions when he does it. He assumes that his readers are going to be able to pick up on this, because he assumes, again, that his readers are going to have this kind of knowledge of the Old Testament. They're going to know where these things come from. They're going to see that he's transferring their meaning to Christians, to the church, to Jesus, which of course isn't happening in the original Old Testament passages, but his application of these things are theologically consistent. The New Testament theology he's building is consistent with the Old Testament theology from which he draws the data and the metaphors and the symbols. Honestly, if you don't look at it this way, John's a crazy man. Okay. I mean, let's just look at what he's writing here. Grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and is to come, from the seven spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn from the dead, the rulers of the kings on the earth. We'll get to that, in a bit in verse 5, in some other episode. But I mean, you to him who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom. I mean, he actually tells you in verses 5 and 6. Verses 5 and 6 are really proof of the angle that I'm building here. That it's really about the church and believers and being the reconstituted council. I'll just stop and go back. Just listen to verses 5 and 6. We've got all this spirit and lampstand and church and stone and temple talk, and I'm trying to say, look, John is just doing New Testament theology where we're the body of Christ. We are the reconstituted council, already but not yet. All this stuff, and then John just gives it to you in verses 5 and 6. From Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn of the dead and the ruler of the kings on earth. He's the king. To him who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom, priests to his God and Father, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. So amid all that spirits and angels and lampstands and churches talk and the stone, and John refers to believers as a kingdom and priests. That ought to sound real familiar. It's Exodus 19. Okay, again, let me just read the verse to you. Exodus 19, specifically in verse 6. You shall be to me, again, God through Moses speaking to the Israelites, you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Kingdom of priests. When you look at it, it should be clear as to what he's doing. I mean, he takes all these pieces and, again, throws them into the blender, but this is what he's angling for. So amid all of that, we get this talk. We're, again, church, kingdom, priests, all this stuff. Now, there's a nice summary of this. Again, I'm going to go back to Tabb's book, the book All Things New, Revelation as Canonical Capstone. He writes this. The opening doxology in Revelation 1, 5, and 6 extols Jesus Christ, quote, who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom, priests to his God and Father, unquote. The combination of kingdom, basileon in Greek, and priests, hieres, likely alludes to Exodus 19:6, where Yahweh calls Israel a kingdom of priests. Okay? In Hebrew, it's mamlechet kohanim, or priestly kingdom. In the Septuagint, it's basileon hiratuma. Further, Tabb writes, the reference to Christ's love and redemptive work conceptually parallel Exodus 19:4 and 5, the preceding two verses, where Yahweh reminds Israel that he has rescued them from Egypt and brought them to himself as his, quote, treasured possession among all peoples, unquote. All the earth belongs to Yahweh as the supreme creator, but he insists that he has chosen and delivered Israel and entrusts them with his covenant. The expression kingdom of priests aptly summarizes Israel's God-given vocation as priestly mediators of Yahweh's presence, blessing, and revelation to all peoples. It's the end of the quote. So yeah, John is throwing a lot in the blender because all these ideas intertwine. He's certainly not separating the temple from the church or Israel from the church. Again, if he was, he just made a huge mess of things. And again, I'm not a replacement guy. The church is a new Israel. It's not the new Israel. It's an important distinction. But John is definitely looking at one as the rightful outcome of the other. This sort of thing. So again, I realize this is messy. I'm going to stop here because we want to go back into the Son of Man imagery and all that stuff. That's for the next episode. But I'm hoping this episode gives you an idea of what's in store, because John is he's literally like the kid in the candy shop. I want some of that Old Testament passage, and that one, and that one. And now let's eat them all in one sitting. He can't simply bring himself to cite one verse and then talk about it. He can't bring up one aspect of Jesus or the kingdom or his body, the church, heaven returning to earth. Again, the divine council stuff. He can't just do that. He can't just leave it go at one thing. Let's talk about one thing at a time. He ain't doing that. Okay, he can't bring up just one aspect and settle it there. And eventually it's going to turn to, final judgment and vindication and all this sort of stuff. Everything's going to get looped in here. But this is just what he does. He wants to talk about it all. And no one aspect of all this operates in isolation from the other aspects. And John doesn't care. He doesn't care if it gets messy. So this is what it's going to be like in this series. It's going to be sort of an Old Testament smorgasbord, because that is how John operates. 7 through 20 this time. And I think what I'm going to do just to start off here is basically just read Revelation 1, because even the material we've had to this point, we've skipped around a little bit in the chapter, and we are going to skip at least one thing in the chapter today, because we can pick it up in a different chapter as we keep going. And I'll telegraph what that is in a moment. But let's just read Revelation 1 so we sort of have this in our heads again. And we're going to really kind of, park in two parts of this passage. So the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show to his servants the things that must soon take place. He made it known by sending his angel to his servant John, who bore witness to the word of God and to the testimony of Jesus Christ, even to all that he saw. Blessed is the one who reads aloud the words of this prophecy, and blessed are those who hear and who keep what is written in it, for the time is near. John, to the 7 churches that are in Asia. Grace to you and peace from him who is, and who was, and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn of the dead, and the ruler of kings on earth. To him who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood, and made us a kingdom, priests to his God and Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Even so, amen. I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is, and who was, and who is to come, the Almighty. I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom and the patient endurance that are in Jesus, was on the island called Patmos, on account of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, Write what you see in a book, and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, and to Smyrna, and to Pergamum, and to Thyatira, and to Sardis, and Philadelphia, and to Laodicea. Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me. And on turning I saw 7 golden lampstands, and in the midst of the lampstands one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe, and with a golden sash around his chest. The hairs of his head were white like white wool, like snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined in a furnace, and his voice was like the roar of many waters. In his right hand he held 7 stars. From his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength. When I saw him, I fell at his feet as though dead, but he laid his right hand on me, saying, Fear not. I am the first and the last, and the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore. And I have the keys of death and Hades. Write therefore the things that you have seen, those that are and those that are to take place after this. As for the mystery of the 7 stars that you saw in my right hand and the 7 golden lampstands, the 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 lampstands are the 7 churches. That's the end of chapter 1. And obviously, if you've been following the series, even these first few episodes in, you could pick up on some of the things that we've talked about before. We will be sort of tapping into a little bit of that as we settle on the passages within chapter 1 that we're going to hit on today. Our focus today is going to be John's combination of the earthly servant, son of David, and the divine Son of Man. So that's going to derive, or that discussion is going to come from really 2 parts of chapter 1. There's Revelation 1:7. I'll just read that again real quickly. 7th verse. Revelation 1:7. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Even so, amen. So Revelation 1:7 And that's going to get sort of married to or combined in our discussion with verses 12 through 15, which again are, "Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me, and on turning I saw 7 golden lampstands, and in the midst of the lampstands one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe and with a golden sash around his chest. The hairs of his head were white like white wool, like snow, and his eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined in a furnace, and his voice was like the roar of many waters. In his right hand he held the 7 stars, and from his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength." Now, there are several things in that description. And prior verse 7, the reference to coming with the clouds. Here in verses 12 to 15, you've got the hair, his head was white, like wool, like snow, eyes like a flame of fire, feet like burnished bronze. Even the voice being like the roar of many waters is going to be, going to orient us to some extent in the book of Daniel. Now, most of this stuff is going to be from Daniel 7, and John's going to loop in a few other passages, but you can already tell that we're going to spend some time in Daniel today, because this is what John is angling for. But that is by no means everything. The second area of of our episode that we're going to focus on is verse 16. So I just read verses 7 and then 12 through 15, but the next verse, the verse that follows, 16. Again, I actually already read this too. "In his right hand he held 7 stars. From his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength." That doesn't come from Daniel, either chapter 7 or somewhere else. It comes from other passages. So I want to focus today on, again, really verse 7 and then 12 through 16. But doing so, we're going to sort of, in one part, we're going to be talking a lot about Daniel 7. And another part, we're going to go off into some other passages. I'm specifically going to skip for today's episode, even though we read the whole chapter and we've labeled the episode, Revelation 1, 7 through 20. I'm going to hold off on verse 18, the keys of death and Hades, because that's easy to pick up when we hit Revelation 3, 7, and even Revelation 9, because those things are referenced there. So for the sake of time and the space of this episode, we're not going to deal with that this time, but we'll hit it. We'll hit it because there's, again, some interesting Old Testament stuff going on there. So let's jump into Revelation 1, 7, and then 12 through 15, and of course Daniel 7. It's just, the connections there are obvious. So Daniel 7, again, for those who have read Unseen Realm, this ought to be like second nature. Daniel 7 is a divine council meeting. If you've not read Unseen Realm, and you pick that book up to read it, this is going to be pages 249 and 250. I'm just going to read a little bit from those pages, but I spent a good bit of time in the book talking about Daniel 7. And I wrote this: "The scene begins," is Daniel 7, 1 through 8, "with an odd vision. Daniel sees 4 beasts coming up out of the sea. The 4th beast is the most terrifying and imposing. We learn that the 4 beasts represent 4 empires, as had been the case with Nebuchadnezzar's dream in Daniel 2. What's described next is the significant part. And this is verses 9 through 10. I'm not going to read them again. Well, you know what? I guess I should. I'll do it one more time. This is Daniel 7, 9 through 10, even though this should be really familiar. But in case we have listeners to whom this is not familiar, here we go. Here's the divine council meeting in Daniel 7, a meeting of God and his heavenly host. Daniel says, "I continued watching until thrones," note the plural there, "thrones were placed, and an Ancient of Days sat." Again, this is obviously God. "So the Ancient of Days sat. His clothing was like white snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool, and his throne was a flame of fire, and its wheels were burning fire. A stream of fire issued forth and flowed from his presence. Thousands upon thousands served him, and 10,000 upon 10,000 stood before him. The judge sat, and the books were opened." Now, this translation, again, this is from Unseen Realm, so I believe they use the LEB here. It has the judge. The word is actually the word for court or council. So the court sat. ESV, I think, has court, or the council. So everybody has a seat. The books were opened, and here we go. So they're meeting to actually judge the beasts, of the first 8 verses. What's going to be their destiny. So some things jump out at us right away. And I wrote here, first, we know that the Ancient of Days is the God of Israel because of the description of his throne, as fiery and having wheels, which matches the description of the throne in Ezekiel 1. I mean, there's really no ambiguity here. Ezekiel's vision also included a human figure on the throne of God, like in Ezekiel 1, 26 and 27. The scholars refer to the figure in Ezekiel 1 as the divine man. You don't see all of him, but you see, again, from the waist down and so on and so forth, seated on a throne. And the throne here is the same description that you get in, Daniel 7. The only real difference is the cherubim part in Ezekiel 1. So that much is clear. We also know that from the passage that there's more than one throne in heaven, not just, it's not a single throne. There's thrones. The thrones, plural, were set up. And these thrones mark the presence of the divine council. It's like a courtroom scene. So they are going to sit and open the books. Again, we did a whole episode in the Naked Bible podcast on heavenly books. These are the basis, for judgment and so on and so forth. So this is another one of those passages. We're not going to go back into that material. But there's a meeting here to decide the fate of these beasts. And then you read verses 9 and 10, the meeting starts. Then eventually you hit verses 13 and 14, where we're introduced to a different character. This character is not God. It's not the Ancient of Days. The Ancient of Days is seated along with the council. And here we get a new character. Daniel says, I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, there came one like a son of man. And he came to the Ancient of Days, and was presented before him. And to him, to this human one, the Son of Man, to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples and nations and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed. So as Daniel 7 continues, readers are introduced a little bit more to this Son of Man character, who is distinct from the Ancient of Days. And of course, these two characters are well defined in Daniel 7. Again, for those who have read Unseen Realm, you know that the description here is a big deal because we have a deity epithet that is ubiquitous in the ancient world because it's associated with Baal, the one who comes with the clouds or on the clouds, or the cloud rider, the one who rides the chariot through the clouds, something to do with riding through the clouds. This is stock description of a deity. And it's used, some variation of this theme, these words, these phrases, are used 5 times in the Hebrew Bible. Okay. 4 of them are used to describe the God of Israel. And those references are Deuteronomy 33:26, Psalm 68, 32 and 33, Psalm 104, 1 through 4, and Isaiah 19:1. The 5th one is this passage, Daniel 7. And what's interesting about it and noteworthy about it is this time the phrase is not used of the seated God of Israel. It's used of the Son of Man. So this is part of the 2 Yahweh figures. That's part of Old Testament theology. The transcendent, Yahweh, God, the Father, so to speak. I think that's a good way to put it. It'll be more familiar to Christians listening. And then we have a second person, a second Yahweh figure. And in the Old Testament, for the most part, you have a transcendent Yahweh figure, and when God interacts with people in a number of events, and some of them are really key events, he comes to a person like, whether it's Abraham or Moses or Samuel, he comes to them as a man, God as man in the Old Testament. And so, Son of Man, that carries a deity description, deity epithet with him, is not unusual in the Hebrew Bible. And it's especially noteworthy here because the 2 figures are clearly distinguished. And anyone familiar with the titles about riding on the clouds or coming with the clouds knows that this is language you use of Yahweh, except for here. So we've got, again, this 2 deity figure. And for those, again, who have not read Unseen Realm, I highly recommend that because this 2 Yahwehs idea was originally part of Jewish theology up until the 2nd century AD. It was called the 2 powers in heaven. And Daniel 7 was a huge passage that Jewish rabbinic thinking was oriented around. I mean, they understood what I just described to you very clearly. And there's a lot of discussion about it in between the 2 testaments, in between the Old and the New Testament, the Second Temple period or the intertestamental period. You can get whole books written by scholars, publish their dissertations basically on the discussion within Judaism as to who the second Yahweh figure was. How do we identify this second figure? Who is that? So this is part of Judaism, part of Jewish theology until after Jesus shows up and dies, and then you have the resurrection, the ascension. Then it became something to forbid discussion over for obvious reasons, because it just smacked too much of Christology, high Christology. So orienting back here to John, John's writing 1st century, probably late 1st century. The date is indeterminate, the date of the book of Revelation, no one knows for sure, but sometime in the 1st century at the very least. And he has this imagery, and clearly, again, applied to Jesus. In the context of Revelation 1:7, again, if you read verses 5 and 6, before you even get to Revelation 1:7, this is abundantly clear. So going back to Revelation 1, verse 5, let's just go back to a little bit of verse 4. Grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn of the dead, the ruler of the kings on the earth. He's a ruler of kings. To him who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom, priest to his God and Father, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Behold, he, Jesus, is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him. And all the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. So it's very clearly linked to Jesus here. But if you look at verses 12 through 15, you get something odd. The Ancient of Days imagery, if you go back to Daniel 7, the seated God, the God of Israel, seated on the throne, it's his hair who's white, like wool and snow. And, you get this description. But for John takes the description of the Ancient of Days and applies that to Jesus as well. Which is really odd. It's odd in one sense, because if you go read Daniel 7, it's very clear that there are 2 characters. But John not only identifies Jesus as the Son of Man of Daniel 7, he also takes descriptions of the Ancient of Days and applies those to Jesus as well. Again, this is part of John's theology. The Ancient of Days imagery, again, gets applied to the Son of Man in Revelation 1:14 specifically. The hairs of his head were white like white wool. And if you go back to Daniel 7, that's not the Son of Man. That's the Ancient of Days. But John says no. He feels very free to apply more deity description to Jesus. He blurs the distinction between them. Now, prior to verses 12, or this description, prior to verse 14, when you get the Ancient of Days language applied to the Son of Man, we get this cryptic language about 7 golden lampstands. That's verse 12. So we'll hit that in a moment, but it's like, what's up with that? Because that's not in Daniel 7. We don't read about lampstands there. And then you got verse 13. In the midst of the lampstands, one like a son of man. Okay, that's from Daniel 7. I got that. But then it's clothed with a long robe with a golden sash around his chest. Well, that's not part of Daniel 7. What in the world is John doing? As I said in the last episode that we had, in this series, it's like, look, wouldn't it be nice if John just quoted the Old Testament straightforwardly, completely, so that you knew the one place he was thinking about, and then you could go back there and think about why he's using it. He just doesn't do that. It's messy. He draws stuff from all over the place and just sort of throws it all into the blender. And look at what he's doing here. So part of it, very clearly, Son of Man imagery from Daniel 7 applied to Jesus, got it. That's easy. Even Jesus does that when he's on trial in front of Caiaphas. He references Daniel 7, identifies himself as the Son of Man. That's easy. But if you keep looking at what John is doing here, John's net is drawing in not only things from Daniel 7 that aren't said about the Son of Man and then applying it to the Son of Man, but John's net is wider than Daniel 7. He's drawn other stuff in. So we've got this golden lampstand stuff. We've got a man clothed with a long robe with a golden sash around his chest. Then when you get to verse 16, what in the world's this 7 stars, mouth with a sharp two-edged sword. I mean, that's face shining like a sun. That's not in Daniel 7 either. What is he doing? Why is he doing it? So it's just messy. Now that language, let's just pick the stuff in verse 13. This description of the long robe and the golden sash. That does come from somewhere, and it comes from the book of Daniel, but it's not chapter 7. It's actually Daniel 5 and Daniel 16. Let me read those verses to you. So Daniel 10:5 is the one reference. We read this. Again, Daniel's speaking, and this is part of his vision of a quote-unquote man, all right? So in verse 5, it says, I lifted up my eyes. He's standing on the bank of the river, the Tigris River in verse 4. Then in verse 5, I lifted up my eyes and looked. And behold, a man clothed in linen, with a belt of fine gold from Uphaz around his waist. Okay, that's Daniel 10:5. And if we go down to verse 16, behold, one in the likeness of the children of men touched my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spake. I said to him who stood before me, my Lord, by reason of the vision, pains have come upon me. I retain no strength. So he's clearly talking to a human figure. Between Daniel 10:5 and Daniel 10:16, we have this whole Michael chief, one of the chief princes, the Prince of Persia, Prince of Greece stuff, that we're all really familiar with. Those of us who are into, angel stuff. That's all in between. But sandwiching that is this figure who is speaking to Daniel, and then he gets into the Michael stuff, and then comes back, and then this same figure, touches him, and Daniel's all freaked out and whatnot. So this figure isn't Michael. Okay, this figure isn't Michael. Michael's part of the chapter, but this figure himself is not Michael. Apparently, we have a figure who is above Michael. Now, I just want to take you through this, because to sort of see the significance of the description of this particular figure, the way he's described, it will begin to make sense as to why John took this description and brought it into Revelation 1 along with the deity Son of Man stuff from Daniel 7, and he feels free to put this stuff in the same bucket. Because this is ultimately going to point to a figure who is superior to Michael. And so that fits. That merits throwing the stuff into Revelation 1. So if you think about the book of Daniel, just a little sidebar here. Daniel 8 opens with the prophet's vision of the ram and the goat. Okay? First 14 verses of Daniel 8. After conquering the ram, the goat's great horn was broken, and out of that horn sprouted 4 horns. So this is one of Daniel's weird visions. And from one of those horns came a little horn that grew high and exalted to the heavens, where it cast down some of the heavenly hosts to the ground. Then in verse 11, we read the little horn became great, even as great as the prince of the host. So this isn't a prince of princes. There's a reference here to the prince of the host, the whole host, prince of the heavenly host. Now that phrase in Daniel is identical to the phrase, in the same vocabulary, as Joshua 5:14, which typically gets translated the captain of the Lord's host, the captain of the host of Yahweh, prince of the host, captain of the host, commander of the army. So there's actually a connection between Daniel 8's prince of the host and the second Yahweh figure from Joshua 5. And we know from Joshua 5 that this is, again, God as man, because he tells Joshua, take your shoes off from from your feet, for where you stand is holy ground. It's the same language that happens at the burning bush, where we have God, but we also have an angel in the burning bush. So we're already being taken into the two Yahwehs thing. So the suspicion should be in your head already. Well, this figure who's not really identified, this prince of the host guy, prince of the whole host, which of course means he's above Michael, who's just one of the chief princes. Maybe that is the second Yahweh figure. Maybe that's the angel of the Lord. Okay, so just store that away. You keep reading in Daniel 8, this man comes to assist Daniel in understanding the vision. Okay. The description of this assistance, is our focus here. Its wording will prompt us to return to the phrase Prince of the Host. So let's just recap here a little bit, because I don't want to conflate two things. In Daniel 8, we have the vision of the horns and the little horn. Again, he's the Antichrist figure. Again, most of you will know that because of what the book of Revelation does with this passage. And we'll get to that stuff as well. But there's this phrase in Daniel 8 that refers to the Prince of the Host. That's item 1. You keep reading in Daniel 8, Daniel encounters a man, okay, a specific man. The description of this man who encounters Daniel to assist him will ultimately take us back to this wording, this mystery figure of the Prince of the Host. The man Daniel sees turns out in chapter 8 to be Gabriel. But Gabriel is commanded to speak to Daniel by the voice of another man that emanates from beyond the banks of the Ulai River, where Daniel, has been overcome by the vision and so on and so forth. The unseen man commands Gabriel, so he's superior to him. Gabriel again appears to Daniel to interpret a vision in Daniel 9. So Gabriel's part of this, but he's not this other man. This other man, in fact, instructs Gabriel. When you get to Daniel 10, the prophet again sees a vision involving a glorious man clothed in linen. This is the sash and so on and so forth. That man is not identified as Gabriel, and he's also not identified as Michael, because this unidentified man is opposed by the Prince of Persia and the Prince of Greece. So whoever this is distinct from Gabriel. He's not Gabriel. He's not Michael. He's being opposed by these other supernatural princes. Now, Michael assists this unidentified figure, again, specifically against the Prince of Persia. And the unidentified figure later touches Daniel in Daniel chapter 10 to strengthen him. And he informs him in the first person. He says, I will return to fight against the Prince of Persia, adding that he expects the Prince of Greece is also going to be part of the battle. Now, we don't know who this is yet. We just know that he's not Gabriel. He's not Michael. He gives orders to Gabriel, and Michael assists him. Okay? So we've got this subordinate kind of context. We don't know who this figure is. But again, early in the chapter, in Daniel chapter 8, there was some reference to the Prince of the Host, the whole host. But we don't have anything directly to put them together yet, except that the Prince of the Host is the same line, the same vocabulary as we find in Joshua 5 for the Yahweh as a man figure, the captain of the Lord's army. Now, we don't meet this man again until Daniel 12, which, interestingly enough, in Daniel 12, there's a scene that takes place above the waters of the stream, which takes us back to the man clothed in linen in the initial appearance to the mysterious figure. With that, he was on the other side of the banks of the river Ulai. Okay, so who is this guy? Who is this guy? Now, I would argue, on the basis of Joshua 5 and the similarity, really basically identical to the Prince of the Host here, I would argue that this is the angel of the Lord. Okay, this figure is the angel of the Lord. He is the Prince of the Host. He is the captain of the Lord's army. He is the angel. Michael is subordinate to him. Gabriel is subordinate to him. Michael is just one of the chief princes. So he can't be the Prince of Princes, which is a title used in Daniel 8:25, and he can't be the Prince of the Host, also again found in Daniel 8. So this superior, to me, can only really be one person, and that is the angel of the Lord. Now, if you put all this together, and again, people can get my Angels book, and I have it laid out there. You put all this together, and what John does, if this is coherent, what John does in Revelation 1:7 and 12 to 15 should not be confusing. What John isn't doing, let's put it this way, John isn't describing Jesus as the Son of Man, the deity figure, and then comparing Jesus to a lesser angel. It's not what he's doing. When John picks the description about the man being clothed in linen, having the golden sash, he is referring to this figure, not specifically identified in Daniel 8 and in Daniel 10 and in Daniel 12, but who is nevertheless the prince of the host, the commander of the Lord's army, the prince of all princes. Okay, this is the angel of the Lord, who is God as man in the Old Testament, who gets identified with Jesus in the New Testament. So what John is doing here should make sense. He assumes that you sort of kind of know the data points, and that you would know why he's marrying this description to the Son of Man in Daniel 7. Because they're both deity, God level, God as man in the Old Testament. They're both that. They are not just, a mere angel like Gabriel or Michael, even Michael being an archangel. Michael is one of a class. He's one of the chief princes, which means there are other chief princes. He has equals. Okay, this figure does not. There's nothing to suggest he has equals. Now, the outlier here, if you go to verse 14 in Revelation 1, let's go back to Revelation 1 here, because there's one other thing here. The hairs of his head were white, the white wool like snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. Okay, that isn't all entirely in Ezekiel 1, but, it basically mostly is. The eyes like a flame of fire are a bit of an outlier. But elsewhere, you're going to see these kinds of descriptions used of God. So if you're willing to sort of find all of the little pieces of the description, you'll see that what John is doing is fusing Yahweh descriptions that come from different locations into Revelation 1 and describing Jesus this way. So it's not just Daniel 7, it's other pieces that identify Jesus with God. So you get, again, it would be nice if John was neat about it, but he's not. This is John's theology. Jesus is Yahweh embodied. He is Yahweh incarnate. And to get that point across, he's not going to restrict himself to just one passage. He's going to go different places. Let's go on another trajectory. Let's look at the lampstands again. And believe it or not, this actually contributes to what we're trying to do here. Again, trying to show that the little points of John's description come from different places, but they're consistent. They all, they work together. They all sort of produce the same conclusion. So Zechariah 4, you might recall, is the place where John gets this lampstand imagery. So let's go to Zechariah 4. Zechariah 4, verse 1. And I'll read the first few verses here. The angel of the Lord who talked with me came again and woke me like a man who is wakened out of his sleep. And he said to me, "What do you see?" I said, "I see, and behold, a lampstand all of gold, with a bowl on the top of it, and 7 lamps on it, with 7 lips on each of the lamps that are on the top of it. And there were 2 olive trees by it, one on the right of the bowl, the other on its left." And then he starts, talking to this angel. So we have this reference to the lampstand with these menorah branches. Now, here's the question. Is the angel who is talking to Zechariah? I'll read verse 1 again. The angel who talked with me came again and woke me. Well, who is this figure? To answer that, we have to go back to Zechariah chapter 1. Zechariah chapter 1. I'm going to read from verse 7. On the 24th day of the 11th month, which is the month of Shabbat, in the second year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, son of Iddo, saying, I saw in the night, and behold, a man riding on a red horse. He was standing among the myrtle trees in the glen, and behind him were red, sorrel, and white horses. Then I said, What are these, my Lord? The angel who talked with me said to me, I will show you what they are. So the man who was standing among the myrtle trees answered, These are they whom the Lord has sent to patrol the earth. And they answered the angel of the Lord who was standing among the myrtle trees and said, We have patrolled the earth, and behold, all the earth remains at rest. Then the angel of the Lord said, O Lord of hosts, how long will you have no mercy on Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, against which you have been angry these 70 years? I'm going to stop there for a moment and just draw your attention to a few things. That's Zechariah 1. There is no reference in the first 6 verses, okay, to an angel, coming up to, Zechariah. The first, occurrence of the angel that we get is in these verses that I just read in the book. The angel who talked with me said to me. So, where did he come from? Because prior to that, we get this description, a man riding on a red horse. He was standing among the myrtle trees. Well, is there a man riding a red horse and a second man standing among the myrtle trees? Or are they the same? That's going to be, you say, how can they be the same? But as you're going to see, this is actually a relevant question. It's confusing. So who does Zechariah say, what are these, my Lord? Well, it's some angel who talked with me and said, I'll show you what they are. So the man who was standing among the myrtle trees, okay, now we get reference to this man. The man who was standing among the myrtle trees answered, these are they whom the Lord has sent to patrol the earth. And they answered, they, who's they? Well, it must be either the myrtle trees or somebody on the horses, or maybe the horses don't even have riders. I mean, again, there's a lot of confusing things here, but they answered the angel of the Lord who was standing among the myrtle trees. Now we get a reference to the angel of the Lord. He's apparently the man standing among the myrtle trees. Okay, so we have the angel of the Lord in this vision. But the real question is there a difference between the angel of the Lord and the angel who's talking to Zechariah? Are they different or the same? And it's actually going to matter to some extent, or at least be a possibility, when you get to chapter 4, that the angel who is talking with Zechariah is the angel of the Lord. It's not certain, but it's a possibility. You say, well, why even mention it? Again, it's a confusing passage because you have switches from the third person to the first person. You have an issue of how many men are there? Do the horses have riders? Does it matter? Can you have one angel standing among the myrtle trees, but also be the one talking to the prophet? It's a very confusing passage, and scholars have been quite frustrated about it. I'll give you an example. Eric and Carol Myers in their Anchor Bible volume comment on this passage. They say, the sequence between verse 7 and the first person account of the vision in verse 8 and following is problematic. Probably because verse 7, it could be part of the editorial framework that introduces the visions. Because if you go back to the first 8 verses, there's a switch between the first person and the third person. Again, if you're familiar with my illustration, I have this lecture about, that proof that there's editorial activity going on in the Bible. I always take people to Ezekiel 1 through 3, where Ezekiel is described both in the third person, and you also get the first person speaker, who is supposedly the prophet. So can't the prophet make up his mind to say, I did this, I saw that, I'm this person? And if it is, why does he refer to himself in the third person? It doesn't make any sense unless you have someone who has taken Ezekiel's sermons, his content, and fashioned it into a book, someone who isn't Ezekiel, in other words, an editor. You have the same thing going on here. You have these weird switches of a person, and it creates confusion. So without being able to unravel that, because honestly you can't. I mean, people try text critically to make sense of this without worrying about all that. Let's zero in on verse 8. Who is the so-called man riding on a red horse? And what is his relationship to the other characters or character? I mean, again, how many are there? In Zechariah 1:1-7. Here's what the Myers say, and it's kind of interesting. The identity of this individual on horseback is a matter of some confusion. Subsequent figures in this vision, the interpreting angel, this is Zechariah 1 of verses 9 and 13 and 14, and the angel of Yahweh, specifically mentioned in verses 11 and 12, perhaps can be identified with each other, at least in the present stage of the text, which perhaps represents a conflation of visionary materials. The man on the horseback, who is surely also an angelic being, would then be a distinct actor in this vision, yet in verse 11 he appears to be the same as the angel of the Lord. The problem is further complicated by the sudden appearance of the interpreting angel as the object of the prophet's query in verse 9. Zechariah does not introduce the angelic actors, nor does he give them proper names. We just saw that. I mean, they just pop into the scene. They pop into the text. There's no lead up to them. They don't have proper names, although the angels he depicts may emerge in later literature, such as the book of Daniel and some intertestamental writings. And then they give some possibilities: Michael, Gabriel, or some unidentified angel, which is where I'm leaning. The lack of specificity in Zechariah's use of angel figures perhaps befits their character as divine beings, which must remain beyond full ken or full knowledge. Now, again, I think that's fair. I mean, there's really no way to tell. If we ask the question, is the angel in 4:1 who again talks to Zechariah the angel of Yahweh, and is he Yahweh embodied or is it some other angel? The answer is uncertain, but the question is interesting because for this reason. I'm going through all this for this one reason. John does allude to Zechariah 4. Let's go back to Revelation 1. John takes his readers to Zechariah 4 with this line: I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me, and on turning, I saw 7 golden lampstands. Now catch this. And in the midst of the lampstands, one like a son of man. Well, if you go back to Zechariah, the figure there associated with the lampstands, and of course also these myrtle trees earlier, could very possibly be the angel of the Lord. And what that means, and apparently John thinks it is the angel of the Lord, that means what John is doing here is identifying Jesus with the angel of the Lord. It's a very convoluted path because Zechariah is just messy. Again, because of the editorial hand, the switches between first and third person, the fact that the angels don't get introduced or identified or distinguished. But it's very possible that you could have the angel of the Lord present in Zechariah 1 and Zechariah 4, and John draws that figure into Revelation 1 and identifies him with Jesus. And if he does that, that makes very good sense, because the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament is God as man in the Old Testament, just like the Word, just like the name, just like the one who rides in the clouds. Again, if you've read Unseen Realm, all of this should be familiar to you. John is putting his theological cards on the table. He's actually being kind of redundant, to be honest with you. He could just lay down Son of Man from Daniel 7. Oh, okay, Jesus is the human one that inherits the kingdom, the human one who rides in the clouds, which is a deity description. So John, you believe Jesus was God. Yep. He could just end it there, but he actually loops in more passages. He keeps piling on. So given the clustering, again, of other factors that link Jesus to the Son of Man, to the glorified angel, in Daniel, the Prince of the Host in Daniel 8, the Prince of Princes, again, if this is the angel, and John is using descriptions of that guy and applying it to Jesus, he's piling on. He's trying to argue that Jesus is the divine man of the Old Testament, is Yahweh as a man in the Old Testament. He uses Daniel 7, he uses Daniel 10, he uses Zechariah 1, he uses Zechariah 4. Again, he could have just picked one and been done with it, but he doesn't. He just keeps piling on. And it's confusing to us because, at least in the Zechariah part, that's just confusing stuff because of the way it's written. But it's confusing to us because he doesn't actually just tell you this is why he's doing it. He just does it. And he leaves it to you, the reader, to just figure it out. Again, this is the same thing. I said it in the last episode. This is what we're dealing with here in this whole series. John is like the kid in the candy store, or, negatively, he's like the crazy man. I like all these things that I see in front of my eyes, all these bright, shiny objects. I want them all. I want to play with them all. I'm just going to grab handfuls of them and lump them all together to make my point. And if you can't figure it out, well, that's just too bad. You should be able to figure it out. So this is how it's going to be. This is what he does. This is why it's messy. And let me add this. This is why, if you're reading a commentary on Revelation that A, doesn't discuss the Old Testament, or B, only picks one item from the pile and then builds a theological conclusion on it. Sometimes you can land in the right place there, but other times people are going to take one thing out of a passage and construct a theology, and they're going to ignore other things in the passage that really don't allow you to draw XYZ conclusion. You need to be wary of it, is what I'm trying to say. You need to, when you're studying Revelation, you need to try to trace, I don't even know if I can call them threads, try to trace John's threads, because in many cases they're just words, phrases, little pieces. I don't even know if I can call them a whole thread. This is just how he does it. It's frustrating at times, but the end result of it is, if you can see it, again, John's saying, well, I don't have just one argument from the Old Testament that Jesus is God. Here's 4 of them. Again, he piles on, which is, in the end, that's great stuff, but it's just hard to ferret it out. Let's take a little turn and go to Revelation 1:16 for what's left of our episode here. And this is, again, a single verse. I'm going to focus on a single phrase here. In his right hand, in this figure, the one golden sash, long robe, Ancient of Days imagery, also the Son of Man, okay? In his right hand he held 7 stars, and from his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength. So that's Revelation 1:16. Now, I'm not going to focus on the star element. We spent enough time on that, earlier episodes. Beale actually argues in his Revelation commentary that Revelation 1 follows Daniel 10. We just spent a few minutes talking about Daniel 10. He actually thinks Revelation 1 follows Daniel 10 in a number of elements, a number of respects. He calls it, he says John has a Daniel 10 outline in places. But again, we've hit on a couple of those. We're not going to go back and pick up the star imagery and all that. I'm after the other elements. From his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength. Those 2 things. So let me go back to Beale, and here's what Beale says, and this is from Beale's commentary, his commentary in the Greek text, in the International Greek Text Commentary series on the book of Revelation. He writes, the sharp 2-edged sword proceeding from Jesus' mouth is based on the prophecies of Isaiah 11 and 49, or 11:4 and 49:2, which adds further to his depiction as an eschatological judge and as the one beginning to fulfill this messianic expectation. That this is the primary meaning is clear from the use of the same metaphor in Revelation 2:16 and Revelation 19:15. In particular, 19:15 shows that Isaiah 11:4 is uppermost in mind here, since there we read, in order that he should strike the nations. That phrase, since that phrase from Isaiah 11:4 is added directly following the one that says, and from his mouth proceeds a sharp sword. The use of Isaiah 11:2 and 3 earlier in the chapter in Revelation 1:4 and later in Revelation 5 confirms this. So let me try to put that in a more comprehensible way. I mean, Beale is saying, look, Isaiah 11 is in John's head a lot, both in this chapter and elsewhere. So let me read Isaiah 11:4, just so that you can get a feel for it and see what Beale is latching on to. Let's see. I'll back up to verse 3. His delight shall be in the fear of the Lord. He shall not judge by what his eyes see. And the he here is the stump of Jesse, the Messiah from verse 1. So the Messiah, his delight shall be in the fear of the Lord. He shall not judge by what his eyes see or decide disputes by what his ears hear. But with righteousness he shall judge the poor and decide with equity for the meek of the earth. He shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall kill the wicked. That's Isaiah 11:4, and I might as well read Isaiah 49:2, since that's also part of this. This is the servant of the Lord, which is a messianic figure when it's an individual. The servant says, listen to me, O coastlands. This is Isaiah 49:1. We'll start at the beginning of the chapter. Listen to me, O coastlands, and give attention, you peoples from afar. The Lord called me from the womb. From the body of my mother he named my name. He made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand he hid me. He made me a polished arrow, and in his quiver he hid me away. So there you have the sharp sword imagery associated with the mouth. So Beale is saying, look, this notion of striking the nations and from his mouth proceeds a sharp sword, it's very evident that John is referencing Isaiah, two passages, 11:4 and 49:2, in what he's saying. Now, Steve Moyes, again, we've cited his book on the use of the Old Testament revelation. He has similar thoughts. Let me read what he says. The combination of the sharp two-edged sword and the sword of my mouth has suggested to many commentators that John is combining two important texts from Isaiah. The first is Isaiah 11:4b, which reads, "He shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall kill the wicked." The Septuagint speaks of the word of his mouth rather than the rod of his mouth, which is interesting. And the word of his mouth is in the Septuagint. That's what the Septuagint actually has. And, again, if you're looking back at Revelation chapter 1 here in verse 16, again, from his mouth came a sharp two-edged sword. It's a sword, it's not a rod. So, again, this is a good case where John is picking up on the Septuagint. So the Septuagint, back to Moyes, the Septuagint speaks of the word of his mouth rather than the rod of his mouth. And the second passage is Isaiah 49:2, which reads, "He made my mouth like a sharp sword." The two are combined in this inaugural vision, this vision of chapter 1, into, quote, "and from his mouth came a sharp two-edged sword," Revelation 1:16. They also occur in the parousia vision, which is the vision of the second coming. Parousia is an academic word that refers to the second coming. So they also occur, the same combination, Moyes says, show up later in Revelation 19:15 and 19:21. And there they are combined with some other scriptural allusions. He writes as well, the image is almost a topos in Jewish writings. I guess a rough definition of that academic term is sort of a pattern, a familiar thematic pattern. And he cites a bunch of passages, Psalms of Solomon, he cites a Dead Sea Scroll, he cites 2 Thessalonians 2, 4th Ezra, and 1 Enoch 62:2. So basically he's saying other Second Temple Jewish writers, that are contemporary or a little earlier than John and Revelation, they do the same thing to describe the Messiah. So this is not an unfamiliar description. It is certainly a description of conquest, but it's also, since it has to do with the word of his mouth, yes, there's a conquest element. Yes, it's going to get repurposed in Revelation 19 when the Lord comes back and destroys the wicked. But, there could be other things here too, as far as, speaking the truth and whatnot. The other element, the shining face, is also of interest here. And we'll talk about kind of what these things mean when we loop this one in. Matthew 17:2 is where you see this image as well, the shining face. Matthew 17:2 portrays Christ's face in the same way at the Transfiguration. Beale takes Matthew 17:2, the Transfiguration vision there, as anticipating the glory of Christ's heavenly reign. Okay, so this is sort of at the Transfiguration, the disciples that are there get a glimpse of what Jesus is going to be like, when he's reigning in his glory. And Beale writes, this anticipates Christ's heavenly reign, quote, part of which is depicted in Revelation 1:12 through 18. So he thinks, again, this has to do with, royal, ruling, reigning imagery, which would make sense because John has just talked about the Son of Man, who inherits the kingdom and rules the earth. Okay, that makes sense. Now, Moyes has some similar thoughts here. He writes this: the vision of Revelation 1:16 would not, therefore, have been read in a vacuum, but would have been interpreted in the light of present knowledge. For example, the shining face and the bright clothes might have been read in the light of the Transfiguration tradition, in which Jesus was transfigured, and his face shone like the sun, and his clothes became dazzling white. That's Matthew 17:2. So, again, what they're saying is that, look, if you have a first century reader, and Revelation, again, is one of the later books, when people read this, they're going to be thinking of Matthew's gospel, okay, or the description earlier. They're just not going to be able to dissociate, those two things. They're going to put those things together. Beale moves beyond this, though. He thinks that there's more going on than the reference to the Transfiguration. He actually connects it back to Daniel 10, which, again, he thinks Daniel 10 is a big deal in this passage, and it is, for reasons we've already stated. And again, I don't want to get into all the weeds he gets into. But he connects it back to Daniel 10, and he adds an interesting sidebar from the book of Judges, believe it or not. Beale writes this: the last description of the Son of Man as having a face like the sun shining in its strength still follows the Daniel 10 outline, but the actual wording, he says, is derived from Judges 5:31 in the Septuagint, specifically the Vaticanus manuscript. The link with which may lie in the descriptions there of the bright appearance of the victorious Israelite warrior. In Daniel 10 of the Son of Man, and here of Jesus as a warrior, it may be significant that the warrior of Judges 5:31 is associated with the stars that fought from heaven in Judges 5:20. Now, let me stop there. Let's go back to what Beale is citing here. Let's go back to Judges, and I'm going to specifically, I don't know which manuscript the Septuagint that I have here is going to be using, but let's just see what we find here. Judges 5:31. Okay. Thus may all your enemies be destroyed, O Lord. Now this is the song of Deborah. Okay, Judges 5. There's this line. Thus may all your enemies be destroyed, O Lord, and those loving him as the going out of the sun in his might. So it compares to the Lord, the divine warrior who has given them victory. And Beale references verse 20 in the same chapter, talking about the victory, the victory that Deborah and Barak, have just experienced. They say, from heaven the stars arrayed themselves, from their tracks, or a lot of English translations have, from their courses they arrayed themselves against Sisera. This is divine warrior imagery, where the Lord of hosts, what are the hosts? You say, oh, they're angels, or they're heavenly beings. Yes, they are. But Lord of hosts as a phrase also refers to the stars. So this is a reference to the heavenly warrior, God as the warrior, with his heavenly army being arrayed against Sisera and giving his people, led by Deborah and Barak, victory. And verse 31 compares the leader, the Lord, and those with him, but specifically the Lord. May all your enemies be destroyed, O Lord, and those loving him as the going out of the sun in his might. The advance of God, the warrior God, is like the sun coming out and shining. All right, the sun sort of booming over the horizon, just coming out that way. It's light imagery. Well, Beale is saying he suspects this is where this idea of the face shining like the sun comes from, the reference to the sun. And he thinks that what, basically the end game here is Beale considers this language not just to refer to the transfiguration, Jesus' future rule and reign, but because he links it back to this Judges passage about, God being like the sun, okay? He thinks it's also divine warrior imagery. He says here, it is possible that Judges 5:31 has been applied to Christ because it is seen as typological of the ideal messianic warrior, and because John associated the Son of Man with stars in verses 16a and 20b. See, the one we're talking about, the face shining like the sun, he has stars in his hand. They are under his command. So you get the idea. Again, Beale thinks this is also divine warrior imagery. He says Judges 5:31 is a description of the victorious warrior, and this finds an escalated meaning here in Christ. Now, again, you might think, I don't know about that. The connections might be a little loose, but I think they're worth considering. Beale actually takes this passage as being about spiritual warfare, spiritual victory. Beale summarizes the theological point of the imagery this way. I'll just quote from him again. The Christians in Asia, again, these churches in Asia Minor, are to understand that Jesus will do battle in this manner, not only against the evil nations later on in Revelation 19, but also against all those among the churches who compromise their faith. Basically, any enemy of the gospel, the warrior, the risen Christ, the Son of Man, the one whose face shines like the sun, the transfigured warrior, the transfigured, victor, all these things combined, basically Beale is saying, this is the warrior element of the Son of Man should not be forgotten. It's one thing to think about the Son of Man coming and offering spiritual salvation. But he's suggesting, and I think he's onto something here, that when believers read this, again, they're expecting the Lord to return and to deliver them from evil and to deliver them from their oppression, and they're under persecution and all this. He thinks, look, we have to realize that this imagery is not just sort of a kind of a soft form of encouragement that, when life catches up to and you're going to die, you're going to be with the Lord because you're on the Lord's side, and all that's true. But he's saying, look, this is warfare imagery. And when the Lord returns, he's not coming back, as I like to say, blowing kisses. He's coming back and he's going to clean house. And so John is using warfare imagery, drawing it from the Old Testament, to remind people that the Lord's coming will not just be for the salvation of the faithful, it will be for the judgment of the wicked, and everything, everywhere, everyone everywhere who opposes him will, to put it succinctly, get what's coming to them, whether it's spiritual forces or human forces, and no matter where those human agents are. They could be within the church, they could be outside the church. But if you are not on the Lord's side, the side of the Lord of hosts, the captain of the Lord's army, again, think about all this imagery that weaves together. The commander of the host, the one, dressed in the white robe and the golden sash, who happens to be the one commanding Gabriel and Michael, and the Son of Man from, Daniel, again, who's going to rule the nations. Out of his mouth, we either have a rod or the sword. All of this is warfare imagery. So John is not just writing words of encouragement to sort of cheer people up that, when push comes to shove and the end comes, you're going to be with the Lord. That's all true. But he's reminding people that the return of the Lord for the wicked, for those who oppose him, is going to be a terrible thing. It's going to be a terrible thing. And all this fits well again with the whole Son of Man idea. And the use of the Old Testament here again is putting forth Jesus as the true king, not just in terms of rulership and favor toward those who are on his side, but he's against something too. This is why, look at verses 17 and 18 that follow this description. Fear not. I am the first and the last and the living one. I died, behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades. And you could add a footnote there, and I know who I'm putting in there. I mean, it's just, I'm coming back to fill the realm of the dead and Hades as well. Again, this is warfare imagery. So, we need to keep these things in mind. Again, John is not always going to, portray Jesus as something comfortable. He certainly doesn't do it here. We who are on the Lord's side, we look at the positive side of all this. But John is saying, there's another side to this coin, and it's not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be pleasant. And so part of his description in chapter 1 isn't just to say, hey, Jesus is God. Don't forget that. He's also saying, hey, one of God's roles was to be a warrior, to destroy the evil and wickedness. So if Jesus is that, well, he's that too. And he wants to present, just a full picture of the whole thing. It is time. This is all set up to Revelation 2 and 3 when he addresses the churches. It's all set up for the churches. And, the Lord's going to have some uncomfortable things to say to the churches. It's time, to quote Peter here, it's like he's saying it's time for judgment to begin at the house of God first. So you're going to get some encouragement, but you're also going to get some reckoning. And, John wants people to what? To keep believing, stay on the Lord's side. Don't switch sides. I mean, don't do that. Don't do that, because this is what's coming. I'm glad we're back, and we are jumping into Revelation 2. There's one item reader or listeners may recall. We skipped the death in Hades part of Revelation 1, and we're going to pick that up when we hit that phrase again later, which I, of course, when we were going through Revelation 1, I mentioned that, but just to mention it here again. So we're moving right into chapter 2, and we'll wait to pick up the whole death in Hades thing, which I think people are going to find real interesting. But for today, it's really the first 7 verses. I don't know. I think next time we'll probably just finish the whole chapter, but for right now, the first 7 verses, which I'm going to read, and then we'll jump into it. Again, our point here is, how does the Old Testament get repurposed? How does the Old Testament contribute to what we're reading, understanding what we're reading? So this is the letter to the church in Ephesus. It's the first 7 verses, and I'm reading ESV. It says, "To the angel of the church in Ephesus write, the words of him who holds the 7 stars in his right hand, who walks among the 7 golden lampstands. I know your works, your toil, and your patient endurance, and how you cannot bear with those who are evil, but have tested those who call themselves apostles, and are not, and found them to be false. I know you are enduring patiently and bearing up for my name's sake, and you have not grown weary. But I have this against you, that you have abandoned the love you had at first. Remember, therefore, from where you have fallen, repent, and do the works you did at first. If not, I will come to you and remove your lampstand from its place, unless you repent. Yet this you have, you hate the works of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will grant to eat of the tree of life, which is in the paradise of God." So, there are lots of things we could sort of point out here. There's the reference to my name's sake, which ties in with the name theology. Again, we've spent a good bit of time on name theology in the podcast, so I'm not going to dig in there at all. We could. It's very obvious, the words of him who holds the 7 stars in his right hand. Again, this is ostensibly the source, the origin point of the message, and this is Jesus, who we've seen in prior lessons here, prior episodes, is identified with God. And then at the very end here in verse 7, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. So now the Spirit is the one giving the message. Well, is it the Spirit? Is it Jesus who is God, or God? And the answer is, yep. Again, this is you get another one of these indications where, this is the sort of thing where Trinitarian thought comes from, this co-identification. And again, we've spent a lot of time on that in other books and, different ways. So I want to focus on some different things here that actually have some sort of specific root in the Old Testament that we haven't, spent so much time with, in earlier episodes or other episodes of the podcast or even my books. So before we do that, though, I think it's probably reasonable, since we've had several interviews in between here, to kind of review where we've been. To this point in the series, we've discussed Revelation 1 except for verse 18. That's the keys of death and Hades reference, and we'll get to that later when we get into chapter 3. We've looked at 7 spirits or stars or angels identified with 7 churches. This is all Revelation 1. And the term lampstands is looped into that. The 7 churches are identified as these lampstands per Revelation 1:20. We've seen Jesus, the glorified Son of Man, is in their midst. That's Revelation 1:13. And we looked at how the exalted Son of Man figure comes from Daniel 7, familiar passage to this audience, where the Son of Man gets the deity epithet, the one who rides on the clouds or comes with the clouds. And that chapter, again, Daniel 7, has the Ancient of Days with the hair and clothing white as snow and pure wool, with a throne of fire. But Revelation 1, attributes that imagery also to the Son of Man, where Daniel 7 doesn't do that. Daniel 7 has these 2 characters, Ancient of Days, Son of Man. Revelation 1, John merges them. And we talked about why John does that, and again, to identify Jesus and God and so on and so forth. So Jesus, we have in Revelation 1, God is man in the midst of the 7 spirits and the stars, the 7, angels identified with the 7 churches. Now, the lampstands, again, point to churches, but we've also seen in earlier episodes that the 7 lamps, 7 lampstands, really lamps, menorah branches, are an allusion to Zechariah 4, 1 and 2, where we have one standing lamp with 7 branches. Again, the classic menorah figure. These 7 lights, these 7 lamps in Zechariah, are further identified in Zechariah 4, verse 10 as, quote, the eyes of the Lord, which range through the whole earth. And we've seen in earlier episodes that these are divine beings. This is divine council imagery, members of the heavenly host. We looked at Eric and Carol Myers, their commentary on Haggai and Zechariah 1-8 for that, where they talk about the eyes of Yahweh being language that's used of God's omniscience and omnipresence. And that's true, but there's more to it, because how is God described as doing that, keeping tabs on everything? Well, that's through the agency, the members of the heavenly host, which gets you into the heavenly books idea that God has agents that travel to and fro throughout the whole earth as the eyes of the Lord, keeping tabs, keeping track of everything that's going on. And we looked at A. Leo Oppenheim's article on that very subject, The Eyes of the Lord, from the Journal of the American Oriental Society back in 1968. This is all episode 355. So these are the paths that we've gone through or down. And so to try to simplify here, the eyes of the Lord, again, yes, it's an expression of God's omniscience, but the extension of that omniscience seems to be that the eyes of the Lord are his heavenly agents. And the churches, the angels, the lampstands, again, all this language is bound together. You can't really talk about one of these things, the churches, the angels, or the lampstands, without talking about the others. They are different yet inextricably linked, by the language. Now, all of that's necessary in terms of review because of a line we're going to encounter later in Revelation 2, the message for the church at Ephesus. So, again, let's jump back into Revelation 2 and the first line, to the angel of the church in Ephesus write. So, ostensibly, John is instructed to write to this angel, whatever that is. Now, the language here is why some interpreters think the angels are the pastors or the human leaders of these churches. John's writing a letter to that guy, or whoever. Now, that might sound right, but it's actually problematic. And you probably have already sensed that because of the identification of the angels and the lampstands and the churches and the stars. Can you really neatly separate the people in the church from the church collectively, from the eyes of the Lord? I mean, how do you parcel these things out? And the answer is you can't really do it neatly. They're inextricably linked, even though they're different things. You can't really talk about one without talking about the others. So that's the general problem. To this point, when writing about churches up until chapter 2, there's been no mention by John of specific human leadership, only supernatural guardians or supervision. Again, the eyes of the Lord. Recall again that John associates the menorah light branches, the lampstands, with the angels, spirits, and the churches. And that association, plus the supernatural nature, the eyes of the Lord, strongly suggests that the angels of the churches are not human leaders. That's the other side. Now, in his Revelation commentary, Owen writes this. He says, the term angelos, angel messenger, occurs 77 times in Revelation in both singular and plural forms. Only 8 of these references are problematic, those that refer to, quote, the angels of the 7 churches. That's Revelation 1:20. And the 7 occurrences of the singular term angelos as the particular addressee of each of the 7 proclamations to the churches. The first one we've run into here is Revelation 2:1, but there's others, throughout these 2 chapters. Since most of the 69 occurrences, that are left of the term angelos or angeloi, that's the plural, refer to benevolent supernatural beings who serve as mediators and messengers between God and his creation, Owen notes, most scholars therefore presume the 8 problematic references must also refer to beneficent supernatural beings. Again, to shorten that up, you got 77 occurrences, 69 of them are not ambiguous. They're supernatural beings. The only ones that aren't are when the term is linked to the churches here. So on saying, well, look, odds are pretty good that maybe we're better off, looking at the angel of the church in, fill in the blank is also a supernatural being. Now, in my angels book, I also note that the notion of supernatural agents assigned to or watching over churches is quite possibly a New Testament adaptation of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Now, I have to stop here and say, if you're listening to the podcast, maybe you just started listening to the podcast and you have no idea what the Deuteronomy 32 worldview is, I can't go through it here. On the front page of the podcast, there's a tab or a button at the top that says Start Here, and there's a video explaining what the Deuteronomy 32 worldview is. So again, back to the angels book. In that book, I discuss the angels to the churches issue, and one of the suggestions is that we may have a New Testament adaptation of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Specifically, within that worldview, you have the nations other than Israel assigned to lesser sons of God, lesser Elohim, and they become corrupt and so on and so forth. Again, if you've read Unseen Realm, this is all old news to you. And so all the nations besides Israel that God disinherits at Babel are under dominion of some other supernatural beings. And this is where, the Old Testament, the Old Testament explains why there are other gods of the nations and where we get pantheons and all this kind of stuff for these nations. Israel, though, prior to the book of Daniel, Israel is Yahweh's property. This is his domain. It's his inheritance, all right? It's his possession. It's the nation he takes, according to Deuteronomy 4:19 through 20, for his own. Now, in the book of Daniel, we read, and there are scholars speculate on why this is. I'm not going to go down this bunny trail too far. But in the book of Daniel, we learn that Michael, again, one specific angel, who is one of the chief princes. Michael is the guardian, if you will, of Israel. And some people think that this is because God is sort of distanced here because of the exile and all this kind of stuff. And this is why, Israel now has a placeholder like all the other nations, and it's not directly with God because it's another way to communicate Israel in exile. Again, I'm not going to go down that bunny trail too far, but this is the situation you get in Daniel. And so the idea of a supernatural being assigned a guardianship or a supervisory role of the people of God is a biblical one. When you get into the New Testament, what you have is you don't have the people of God associated with one geographical place or entity, a national Israel. You have the people of God scattered everywhere in little groups called churches. And so the notion that you would have a church playing some sort of guardianship role or, again, supervisory role, it very well could be a New Testament adaptation of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. And I think in this case, because elsewhere angel is clearly a supernatural being, and also because the angels of the churches are tied in with the lampstand imagery, which are the eyes of the Lord, which are clearly supernatural beings, I think this is probably the best way to go. So that I'm sort of fronting where I'm going to go with all this, so that you kind of are able to track with me early on. Now, I also noted in the angels book that the answer, again, to this question, are the angels human leaders or supernatural agents, is ultimately answered. I think, this is a big element to bring alongside the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, that it's ultimately answered by the grammar of Revelation 1 through 3 in the immediate context of each letter. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's use Revelation 2 and Ephesus as an example. This will be a little more detailed than what you might find in the angels book. So again, just heads up. So we have here Revelation 2:1. To the angel of the church in Ephesus write, the words of him who holds the 7 stars in his hand, who walks among the 7 golden lampstands. Now, if you notice, the angel is addressed. The Lord tells John to tell the angel, whoever or whatever that is, that the message is coming from God, or Jesus, the one with the stars in his hand, who walks among the 7 golden lampstands. Again, this is divine council, heavenly throne room imagery. None of that means anything to a human leader. If a human leader is being addressed, it makes less sense to sort of loop the human into that picture or that imagery or remind them of that imagery, as opposed to if we have a supernatural being that this is the headquarters place, okay? This is where you were tasked. If the addressee is an angel, in other words, one of these lampstands, there's 7 lampstands, remember? The 7 churches. Ephesus is the first one. So Jesus walks among these lampstands, who again are the eyes of the Lord, which is, again, divine council members and so on and so forth. It just doesn't seem to fit a human being. But if this is a supernatural being, all the imagery makes sense. The language makes sense. You know, if the addressee is an angel, one of the 7 lampstands, or one of the stars that are with the lampstands, so on and so forth, that would be in concert with the Zechariah material, okay, Zechariah 4. I would also say we don't have to think of the semantic of the phrase "to the angel," right, to the angel, as speaking of a literal recipient. It's not like John's writing a letter and he's going to go hand it to an angel. Okay, that's an over literalism that doesn't make any sense on one hand and isn't necessary on the other. You could read the phrase as this. You could read it this way. The Lord tells John to write concerning the angel of the church in Ephesus, or in regard to, or with respect to the angel of the church in Ephesus. Okay, those are semantic options that don't require John literally handing off a letter to a supernatural being. Okay? The wording loops in the angel, though, with what follows. And I think that's important. And what follows are comments about the state of the church in Ephesus, the group of human believers that the angel is overseeing, or at least watching, keeping tabs on. So verse 2, I know your works, your toil, and your patient endurance, and how you cannot bear with those who are evil, but have tested those who call themselves apostles and are not, and found them to be false. I know you are enduring patiently and bearing up for my name's sake, and you have not grown weary. Now, all of these things are what you'd expect Jesus to say to human believers who are struggling to remain loyal to Jesus. The pronouns used here, your works, your toil, your patient endurance, and then verbs, you have tested, you are enduring, all this stuff. They're all grammatically singular. So you would ask, well, doesn't that mean that we have to opt for John writing to a human leader of the church at Ephesus because the verbs here are singular? The answer is no. Singular Greek grammatical forms are used of collective entities, in this case, churches. I'm suggesting here that the Lord instructs John to write things in his book in regard to the believing community, which is overseen by a supernatural agent, akin to the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, where Michael was God's agent in spiritual warfare over his people. At that time, it was one community called Israel. Now it's churches. So you see, if you look at it that way, it blends the supernatural aspect, okay, a supernatural being overseeing this congregation, and it also loops in the church collectively. And by the way, it doesn't make it really any sense to have one individual, one leader, one pastor as the subject of your works, your toil, your patient endurance. It's not just one guy that's being commended. It's a whole church. It's a collective entity. And likewise, when churches get blamed for things, it's not just one person. It's them collectively. So how do we merge the collective sense, this evaluation? Because all these letters are going to be evaluatory of these churches. How do we, loop the collective sense of what is being said to these churches, the entity, the body, the congregation, with this angel? And again, I think the best way, I'll just say it again, I think the best way to merge them together is that God is instructing John to write things in Revelation in regard to the whole church, the believing community, which is overseen by a supernatural agent, an angel, akin to the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. I think that's the easiest way to marry these two things together and make sense of the language. Let's go to verse 4. But I have this against you, and that you have abandoned the love you had at first. Remember, therefore, from where you have fallen, repent and do the works you did at first. Well, I think verses 4 and 5 make the perspective I just sketched out pretty clear. These are all singulars again, against you. You have abandoned the love. You have fallen. Repent, a singular command. To me, it defies credibility to think that the point of this language is for one is for, either one supernatural agent assigned to the church that they're getting blamed, or one human pastor. Rather, it's one group that is getting evaluated here, the church, which is at, Ephesus. Okay. I think Revelation 2 begins very clearly. I mean, who does it say that the letter is actually and ultimately to? It's to the angel of the church in Ephesus, right? Okay, so we've got the angel, the supernatural guardian, and the church collectively. So how do we marry those two things together? To me, it just makes little sense to say that one human being is being isolated out as the recipient of this letter and getting the credit or the blame. And it just doesn't make very, very good sense for me. To me, on the other hand, it makes good sense for the singulars to be pointing to the body of believers at Ephesus, the whole church, that they need to, here's what you're doing well, here's what you're not doing well. Now we get to this line. Okay, he says, repent, do the works you did at first. If not, I will come to you and remove your lampstand from its place, unless you repent. So what is the threat? There's a twofold aspect to this. Since the lampstand and its star, or its angel, are inextricably linked, again, because of the lampstand imagery in Revelation applying to the church, but in the Old Testament being used of supernatural beings. Again, these things are merged. You have to look at this in two ways. There's a twofold aspect to this. The lampstand, the star are linked. Okay, the church and its angel are inextricably linked. The church and its supernatural guardian, you can't really distinguish them neatly and separate them. Basically, if the church at Ephesus doesn't get its act together, the Lord is going to recall its lampstand, its supernatural agent, its guardianship. That's the threat. We're going to call this guy home, which means the church's effective presence in the world. I mean, if the angel here is supposed to be a helper or a guardian or an overseer, I mean, all these things, angels do lots of things. Okay, the threat to say, well, I guess your work is done here, come on back. That would be, to me, it's the New Testament church. It's the Revelation 2 equivalent of Judges chapter 2, where the angel of the Lord, in that case, shows up, and says, hey, you failed at the conquest. I'm leaving. You're on your own. I'm out of here. So it has that kind of a flavoring. It's a judgment. For God to remove the guardianship or the angel who is there to assist in some way or observe or whatever the angel is going to do at any given point, is to treat his people at Ephesus as though they are not his. Their job is over. It's a chastening. And by the way, the connection to Israel there should be apparent. I mean, God does do this to his people. He withdraws, his presence. I mean, the glory leaves Israel before the exile. I mean, we're familiar with these passages. And the angel of the Lord in Judges 2 says, I'm out of here. I'm no longer going to lead you. So again, mapping these ideas over to each other, the concepts are not foreign. The concepts are present in the Old Testament. The lampstand, being removed from its place, that is, this supernatural agent will cease to play a role in you people being a kingdom of priests and a priestly witness at Ephesus. I mean, because that's your job. That's your job. And if you think about, again, parallels to Israel again, here we go. Again, it's the Deuteronomy 32 worldview seeping into the New Testament context, okay? When the angel of the Lord leaves, then you get the period of the judges, which is a disaster. And God, he doesn't forget them. He intervenes in a number of places, raises up judges and so on and so forth. But the whole point is that this is going to be even more of a struggle. It's going to be even worse. Okay, so you need to, go back to, quote unquote, your first love. And I think the interpretation of that phrase derives from this discussion. The ESV has, you have abandoned the love that you had at first. Now, this first love imagery certainly has Old Testament echoes. It seems to come from passages like Jeremiah 2. Let me just read that real quickly. Jeremiah 2:2. The word of the Lord came to me, saying, Go and proclaim in the hearing of Jerusalem. Thus says the Lord, I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the wilderness, in a land not sown. Okay, so this first love, this bride, God's bride in the Old Testament. But again, in Judges chapter 2, God, in the form of the angel, says, I'm leaving. You obviously are not, you're not showing allegiance. You're not showing loyalty to me. And again, in the conquest situation, going back to the book of Judges, and that doesn't work well. So they have ceased to, there's a question mark there about are you getting the job done or not? And in Israel's case, no, you're not. Ezekiel 16:8 is another one of these where you get this, love language, this bride language for Israel. When I passed by you again and saw you, behold, you were at the age for love, and I spread the corner of my garment over you and covered your nakedness. I made my vow to you and entered into a covenant with you, declares the Lord God, and you became mine. And it's this marital marriage imagery used of Israel. So a number of scholars think that the first love idea has some attachment to these passages. Beale, in his Revelation commentary, he writes this, and I think appropriately. He notes that the quote-unquote loss of love should not be understood as generally a lack of love for Jesus. Okay, verses 2 and 3 really defy that. Let me read verses 2 and 3, and this is how you'll often hear the passage preached, unfortunately. But verses 2 and 3 pretty much deny it. I know your works, your toil, and your patient endurance, and how you cannot bear with those who are evil. I mean, they haven't switched sides. But you have tested those who call themselves apostles and are not. Okay, they're not swayed by false teaching. You have found them to be false. I know you are enduring patiently and bearing up for my name's sake, and you have not grown weary. I mean, they're believing. They haven't buckled under the threat or the specter of unbelief. That is not what's going on here. Okay, that is not what's going on here. I think Beale is right to point this out. Again, to summarize him, he says the issue isn't that the Ephesian believers are falling away or rethinking their loyalty to Jesus. Again, I'm just summarizing Beale's thoughts. Jeremiah 2:2, Ezekiel 16:8, both have the covenant relationship between God and his bride in view. So if verses 2 and 3 have the Ephesian believers hanging on to their faith, they're not severing from it. They're not going after somebody else. They're not, committing spiritual adultery or anything like this. They're not succumbing to unbelief. So what's the problem? In what respect are they failing? And Beale, what he does is he directs people to his readers to Matthew 24:12-14. He's, given the apocalyptic context of Revelation, Beale brings this passage up, and here's what it says. And because lawlessness will be increased, the love of many will grow cold. But the one who endures to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be proclaimed throughout the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. The lawlessness referred to in that Matthew passage, again, summarizing Beale's thoughts here, is not the worldliness of believers. Okay, they haven't become worldly, they haven't given up. Rather, the context is the persecution of believers and the deception of believers with false teaching back in Matthew. It is, in a word, opposition from unbelievers. But more importantly, back in Matthew, verse 14 links the love of many tapering off. It links that idea, not with succumbing to heresy or false teaching or worldliness. I mean, they're enduring under that, just like in Revelation 2. Rather, it links the love of many tapering off to God's desire that the gospel be proclaimed throughout the whole world. That's both the reason the church is opposed, but it's also the mission. I mean, Beale suggests that the waning love of the Ephesians is not their own believing loyalty. That's secure, but their lack of witness to the people of Ephesus, to the nations. And if you look at the wording of Revelation 2:4, the antidote to abandoning the love they had at first is to, quote, do the works they did at first. And Beale comments, quote, this explains the loss of love as unfaithfulness to the covenantal task, not the covenantal theology, the belief system, who the true God is. That's not in question. It explains the loss of love as unfaithfulness to the covenantal task of enduring in preaching the gospel for a witness. So I think that to me, that makes sense. It makes sense out of the Matthew passage. It makes sense out of what the church in Ephesus is commended for, but they still lack. Again, you have to take off the table the things that they are certainly not being blamed for. It's not, they don't have a problem with unbelief. They don't have a problem with being duped by false teachers. Yes, they see all that stuff. Yes, they're under persecution, but they're holding up. Okay, they're suffering for the Lord's name's sake and all this kind of stuff. They're holding up. Nevertheless, I have something against you. You've left your, this first love idea. And again, if you go back to the Matthew passage, this idea is linked to taking the gospel to all the nations. And so Beale wants to tie that knot here. And I think that makes sense. I think that's consistent thinking. By way of a modern analogy, let's talk about current events here in the current context. By way of a modern analogy, when our political culture begins to persecute the church in the years to come, and it will come, will your impulse be to bring them to the Lord, to bring your enemies to the Lord, or to get revenge? Is it, well, you're headed for hell, the Lord's going to judge, and he's going to take care of you anyway? That could very possibly, especially in Ephesus. I mean, consider in the book of Acts what happened in Ephesus with Paul and the riots and all this stuff. That could very well be the context of the early church in Ephesus to whom John is writing. They were targets. And Jesus wasn't of the mind to let an attitude that wasn't about winning them over to his family go unchallenged or unchastised. You're here to expand the kingdom, not win an argument, and not be comfortable. The church, again, around the world, we're going to need this message in the years to come. I just know we will. The church around the world is growing. It's growing under persecution. And the church in America needs to follow suit. We're not an exception. And the mandate of the Great Commission, Jesus, is not going to change. So when you're put in situations like the people of the Church of Ephesus, when life just becomes either hard or irritating or, whatever level of severity, is your first impulse going to be, we need to win these people to the Lord because this is why we're here. This is why we're here on earth. This is what God wants us to do. This is the mandate Jesus, gave us before he left, before he ascended. Or is it, we're going to get revenge. We're going to show you, it's just something we're all going to have to think about. And if we go back to Ephesus, they are in a difficult situation. Again, they are trying to, we've got the civil authorities, the Roman world. Again, Christians get targeted time and again. Some of the persecution gets really bad in pockets, historical pockets. But Christianity, again, newsflash, Christianity is not legalized in the Roman Empire until the late 300s AD. That's over 200 years later. Okay, this is not an officially politically recognized belief system or sect. They are viewed with suspicion for any number of reasons. And we probably all, heard, background information, about the situation, with the early church, how the Romans thought the early Christians were atheists because they wouldn't, offer sacrifices to the gods. It was a goofy thought, but you could see how they would get there. That you had Christians that either resisted going into the military in the early church, or if they were there, they had divided loyalties because of their allegiance to Jesus as opposed to, their commanders in certain situations. So that put them in a bad, reputation. There were just any number of reasons why, if you were an early believer, and this is post Nero, Okay. Nero's, again, in the 60s. So regardless of your view of the authorship of Revelation, you're in a post-Nero context. Why bring that up? Because Nero villainized the Christians. All over the Roman world, there's nobody that's embracing these people. So they're in a tough spot. And yet, the letter, here addressed to the Ephesians doesn't say that they're fainting and failing or succumbing to unbelief. They're not. None of the above. But apparently, again, if we loop this passage back to the one in Matthew that Beale brings up, apparently they've let the mission slide. Their love for the people they are left to win is disappearing. It's waning. They're losing enthusiasm for doing ministry among these people. And again, before we beat them up too harshly, it was a serious thing to reveal to someone that you were a Christian and to talk about Jesus, and to, you don't, do I want to let them know that there's a church here in town? This is very much, there's an underground flavor to a lot of these situations. There could be any number of reasons why the early church is just, again, losing enthusiasm for what they're supposed to be doing. And this is what the Lord's concerned with, because this is why you're here. Now, we could go to passage in the Gospels where, any passage in the Gospels that talks about, hey, don't be amazed if people hate you. Jesus says, they hated me. You're not going to be better off. I mean, this whole sense of co-suffering. I mean, Peter's letters are full of this. This is the context for the early church. And again, to me, it makes sense that in view of what they're not failing at, that this particular thing makes sense, again, to sort of target or zero in on, as far as the Lord having a problem with what's going on, in the church of Ephesus. Again, to me, it makes good sense of all the options. Now, before hitting the Nicolaitans, that's verse 6, I want to jump to verse 7. So in Revelation 2:5, you have the removal of the lampstand. Again, that's sort of like a negative motivation to remember you're supposed to be the New Testament version of a kingdom of priests here. Again, tying it back to Israel, because we're tying it back to the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Again, and Revelation uses this language of the churches. You're supposed to be a kingdom of priests and so on and so forth. And we've seen that language in other episodes. So the negative motivation is, I'm going to remove your lampstand. I'm just going to call your angel back. You're going to be on your own. As positive motivation, though, for returning to one's first love, John is instructed to write in verse 7, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will grant to eat of the tree of life, which is in the paradise of God. Now, it's really obvious in this verse, the Old Testament antecedents are very transparent. This is about the future destiny of the believer, the new earth, modeled after the pre-fall Eden. Since the Great Commission is linked by Paul in Romans 9 to the Gentiles being brought in, the people that the Ephesian Christians are supposed to be witnessing to, and that in turn is linked to the Lord's return, the awakening of Israel, and the healing of the nations, and the new Eden. The warning here given to the Ephesians actually matters. In other words, if you don't be about the Lord's business, you are contributing to the forestalling of all that's yet to come. And all that's yet to come is just lots of good stuff. Okay, the Lord's going to get his way. We're going to have a new earth, a new Eden. The Lord will return. I mean, if you don't do the job, then that contributes to this getting stretched out. And so we have a negative and a positive, impetus, to get with the program again and remember the program. Now to verse 6 and the whole issue with the Nicolaitans. Now, I have to be honest, I wouldn't really spend any time on this except for the fact that it has a peripheral, or at least a theoretical, Old Testament connection. Let me just read the verse before we jump into this. Verse 6 says, yet this you have, as a commendation, you hate the works of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate, the Lord says. So who are these people? Now, Owen in his Revelation commentary writes this. He says the Nicolaitans are mentioned explicitly only in Revelation 2:6, in the proclamation to Ephesus, And in 2:15, which is the proclamation to the church at Pergamon, in 2:6, it is simply said that the Ephesian Christians hate the works, i.e. the behavior of the Nicolaitans. In Revelation 2:14 and 15, the, quote, teaching of Balaam, unquote, is apparently identical with the teaching of the Nicolaitans and consists of eating meat previously sacrificed to pagan deities and the practice of fornication. So let me read Revelation 2:14 and 15. It says, "But I have a few things against you." This is to the church in Pergamon. "I have a few things against you. You have some there who hold the teaching of Balaam, who taught Balak to put a stumbling block before the sons of Israel so that they might eat food sacrificed to idols and practice sexual immorality. So also you have some who hold the teaching of the Nicolaitans." So either those two things are different, or, On suggests, his opinion is that it's two ways of pointing to the same problem. Okay, he wants to merge these things. So On goes on to wonder if Revelation 2:20 and 21, which refers to that woman Jezebel, another Old Testament allusion, might also be linked to the Nicolaitans, because both that description, the woman Jezebel, and then back here with the Nicolaitans in verses 14 and 15, are described in relation to eating meat sacrificed to idols and sexual immorality. These are common threads between both these passages. There is also speculation, and On believes it's really not coherent, that the Nicolaitans are to be linked to the Jews and the so-called synagogue of Satan, also in Revelation 2. That would be verse 13. I would agree with him. I think that's utterly incoherent. Since the synagogue of Satan idea doesn't have an Old Testament context in view, or that phrase isn't used in the Old Testament, I'm not going to land on it specifically in a future episode, but this isn't a verse-by-verse series. You have to remember that. But for our purposes here, though, the Jews can be safely ruled out with respect to the Nicolaitan problem in Revelation 2:6 or 20 through 21. Why? Well, the reasons are pretty straightforward. The crimes, the concerns are idolatry and eating meat sacrificed to idols and sexual immorality. Okay, when you're talking especially about idolatry and meat sacrificed to idols, these are not Jews. Okay, that ought to be really obvious. We're not talking about Jews here. So this synagogue of Satan idea is not the Nicolaitan problem. So let's go back to the Nicolaitan stuff. The sin of Balaam is clear enough. Okay, Revelation 2:14 and 15. Israel was led to worship idols and commit sexual immorality as a result of his influence and counsel. We can read about that in Numbers 22, verse 5, all the way through Numbers 25, verse 3, a whole section of the book of Numbers there. It also gets picked up in Numbers 31:8 and 31:16. And Beale writes of this whole Nicolaitan thing, this issue, this problem of identification. He writes this: Balaam was a pagan prophet hired by Balak, king of Moab, to pronounce a curse upon the invading Israelites. God prevented Balaam from doing so and caused him to issue a blessing on them instead. It's Numbers 22:5 through 24:25. However, Balaam subsequently devised a plan in continued disobedience to God, whereby some of the Moabite women would entice the Israelite men to, quote, defect from the Lord, unquote. That's Numbers 31:16. By fornicating with them and joining with them in the worship of their pagan gods. That's Numbers 25, first few verses. This plan was successful, and God punished the Israelites for their idolatrous involvement. And Beale continues, Balaam became proverbial for the false teacher who, for money, influences believers to enter into relationships of compromising unfaithfulness, and who is warned by God to stop, and who is finally punished for continuing to disobey. And biblically, we see that in Numbers 22:7, Deuteronomy 23:4, Nehemiah 13:2, 2 Peter 2:14 through 16, and Jude 5 through 12. But Philo talks about this in some of his books, and Beale, gives you the citations there. So this is what Balaam's known for. He became proverbial for the false teacher who, for money, influences believers to do all this stuff. Beale continues, the episode from Numbers is applied to a group of false teachers in the church of Pergamum because a principle of theological continuity was discerned between the two situations. Now, let me read that again. The episode from Numbers, all the Balaam stuff, is applied to a group of false teachers in the church of Pergamum because a principle of theological continuity was discerned between the two situations. The false teachers were arguing that believers could have closer relationships with pagan culture, institutions, and religion than John thought proper. This is the significance of the expression, quote, to eat things sacrificed to idols and to fornicate, unquote, which applies here not only to the Numbers account, but also to the problem in Pergamum, as is evident from the application of the identical phrase to the situation later on in Thyatira, Revelation 2:20. Although some contend that eidolathuton can refer to meat which has been dedicated to an idol and then sold in the marketplace, look at what Paul says about that in 1 Corinthians 8, 1 Corinthians 10, 23 through 30. Even though some contend that that's how we should take what's going on here. It's meat which was dedicated to an idol and then sold in the marketplace. The focus here, Beale says, is not that. It's on eating such food in the context of idolatrous worship, which was also a problem in Corinth. We learned that from 1 Corinthians 10, the first 22 verses. This is clear, Beale says, from the parallels drawn with Balaam and later with Jezebel in Revelation 2:20, both of which concern blatant idolatry. Now, as a sidebar here, Beale, in a footnote, draws attention to something that Ben Witherington III has written. And he notes this. B. Witherington has now shown that all uses of eidolathuton in the New Testament, including 1 Corinthians, refer to, quote, meat sacrificed to and eaten in the presence of an idol or in the temple precincts, unquote. And that citation is from an article by Witherington entitled Not So Idle, IDLE, Thoughts. Not So Idle Thoughts. That Ben loves puns. Okay, those of you who caught, our interview with him, way back here on the podcast know that. So he does it again here in an article titled Not So Idle Thoughts. And basically, the point is that, look, we don't have a contradiction here between what John is saying in Revelation 2 and what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 10. Because in 1 Corinthians 10, Paul says, look, don't eat meat sacrificed to idols because you're going to enter into fellowship with demons. Okay, that's 1 Corinthians 10, 21, 22. So back in chapter 8, 1 Corinthians 8, Paul says, hey, look, we're believers. We know that an idol is nothing. For us, there's only one God, and so on and so forth. And then you get to verse 10, and he's freaked out, like, don't do this. You're going to be in a fellowship with demons, okay? And what he's talking about is eating the meat in participation with a ritual or on unholy ground, so to speak. And in 1 Corinthians 10, a few verses after he warns them about fellowshipping with demons, he says, look, if the meat, if you find it at the marketplace, okay, yeah, it was sacrificed to an idol, but now, you find it at the marketplace, that's not so much of a problem. That's okay. It's permissible. Actually, he said, in 1 Corinthians 10, he's talking about issues of conscience, okay? 1 Corinthians 8 through 10. So there's a difference there. And what Beale is saying, and what Witherington is saying is, look, what John is concerned with is not a contradiction of Paul's allowance to eat the meat that had been sold in the marketplace. That's not the case. The people who take that trajectory are wrong. And Beale is citing Witherington's work saying everywhere that this term is used, you can connect it to the non-sacred, the sacred space of a foreign god, again, pagan turf, so to speak, or again, some ritualistic involvement. That is the sin of Balaam. Okay, that's participation in and with idolatry. So that's what John's after. That's what Paul was after. And Paul's allowance in 1 Corinthians 10 about eating meat that was sold in the marketplace, it's not the same thing. So to mop up, does this really help us identify the Nicolaitans? What's in a name? Now, On notes that the Nicolaitans do get discussed by a number of church fathers. Most of them, if not all of those references, seem to be based on Revelation 2:6, Revelation 2:14 and 15, the verses we're talking about. But it gets combined with a specific name, Nicolaus, who was one of the 7 deacons, according to Acts 6:5, and a heavy, so the church fathers are looking at this name. They're looking at, the Revelation 2 Nicolaitans, and basically says what the church fathers are doing is taking the references in Revelation, taking this name in Acts 6, and then basically I'll use his wording, using a heavy admixture of legend and imagination. Basically, he says they just make up stuff to come up with an identity for the Nicolaitans that has no basis in either the New Testament or any other early writing as far as the identification of the Nicolaitans. It has not. You can't trace them back to this deacon in Acts 6. Okay, is his point. And who are the church fathers who do this? He owned, references Irenaeus and Hippolytus and Clement of Alexandria, Tertullian. Some famous church fathers, but he's like, they're just making it up. There's no basis to this. Now, On makes that observation, and Beale follows him as well. Beale is of the same mind. They think that the name has nothing to do with Nicolaus in Acts, but it's symbolic. And this explanation, I think, seems to have something to it. This isn't a specific actual group, but the name itself is symbolic. It's using etymology to create an association of the idolatry problem with Balaam. So again, another way of saying that is the terms, the names, both of Balaam and the problem of idolatry. You can break that name up etymologically, and then that was used to sort of, create the linkage to what's going on in Ephesus that John is writing about. Let me just quote Beale's explanation. It's a lot more succinct and coherent. Some suggest, Beale writes, that Nicolaitans could be merely another name for the Balaam sect, since their teaching is emphatically equated with that of the other group. In the same manner, you have also some holding the teaching of the Nicolaitans in the same way, later on at Pergamum. The two teachings are identified further by the similarity of the etymology of their names. So here we go. Nika Laon means he overcomes the people. And in rabbinic literature, Balaam or Bil'am was etymologized to Balaam or Balaam, which means he who consumes the people. That's rabbinic. That's from rabbinic writings. Or it could be construed as Ba'al-am, he who rules over the people. So you have part of the Nicolaitan name and the Balaam name, depending on how you divide the syllables and the etymology you use. They can mean kind of the same thing. Okay, this devouring of the people, overcoming of the people. The actual participation in idolatrous situations, Beale feels, sort of reflects that idea, that when the people are participating in idolatry, it overcomes them. The church at Pergamum get, pardon the pun, swallowed up. Okay, they get consumed by their idolatry. That's not so much true, obviously, of the church at Ephesus, which is our focus for this episode, because they're not going down this rabbit trail. They oppose the Nicolaitans. Okay, but there's a greater concern later on at Pergamum, for the effect that this idolatry and the immorality is having on the church. And we'll get to that in the next episode as well, a little bit more. So Beale and On and other scholars are saying the name is probably chosen in Greek, going back to the quote, Nika Laon, he who overcomes the people, who conquers the people. So whoever's teaching them to do this is starting, to conquer believers. And since the term Balaam could be etymologized the same way, that's why John creates the connection. He wants his readers to understand that what's happening here in Ephesus and Pergamum and these churches, this is akin to what went on in the days of Balaam. So it's not that you actually have a sect that takes a name Nicolaitans, they hang a shingle outside, the Nicolaitan, First Church of the Nicolaitans here. It's not an actual sect or people group. Rather, it's a label to put on those who are seducing believers into idolatry and immorality. And the connection with Balaam is done through the word meanings, the etymology. I think, again, that's better. I mean, I don't know that that's certain, but it's better than saying, oh, it's probably some followers of this guy Nicolaus in Acts chapters. Well, again, it'd be different if you had a textual record of that. But the church fathers don't have specific references textually to that. They just sort of glom onto the idea. As again, going back to On's quote, it's an admixture of legend and imagination. I don't really have anything to hang the hat on, but it sounded good. It was a way of explaining it. Whereas, again, if they had gotten into the Hebrew etymology, which is asking a lot for early church fathers who didn't know Hebrew, if you're going to do that, then you can kind of see how the two things would fit together. So, again, that's an Old Testament relationship. Is it really repurposing the Old Testament? Well, a little bit, kind of, sort of. I mean, if this is what's going on, John seems to be aware of it and wants his audience, again, to think about the situation they're in. And he's going to ask the church at Pergamum to do the same thing. Consider what's happening here. This ought to take your mind right back to Balaam and what a disaster that was. Both in terms of what was happening, boots on the ground, and God's response to it. You do not want to go down this road. So that's what we're doing as we're tracking through Revelation. And last time we took the first 7 verses, the letter to the Ephesian church, and in this case we're going to pick up a few more churches in verses 8 through 29, which is toward the end of the chapter. But we're going to have to do a little review from the last episode, because in this chapter, we hit, for instance, the Nicolaitans, which we need to say something about in this episode, but we already commented on it in the last episode. And we actually ended last time with a reference to the Nicolaitans. Again, that was verse 6 at the time, but we're going to run into the Nicolaitans again in Revelation 2, 14, and 15. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but if you recall, last time I quoted from On's commentary on Revelation, his Word Biblical Commentary. And by the way, his name is spelled Aune. And he wrote, the Nicolaitans are mentioned explicitly only in Revelation 2:6, in the proclamation to Ephesus, and 2:15 in the proclamation to Pergamon. In 2:6, it is simply said the Ephesian Christians hate the works, i.e. the behavior of the Nicolaitans. And in verses 14 and 15, the, quote, teaching of Balaam, unquote, is apparently identical with the, quote, teaching of the Nicolaitans, unquote. And that behavior, that teaching, consists of eating meat previously sacrificed to pagan deities and the practice of fornication. On goes on in his commentary to wonder if Revelation 2, 20, and 21, with its reference to, quote, that woman Jezebel, unquote, might be linked to the Nicolaitans, because both are described in relation to eating meat sacrificed to idols and sexual immorality. And the answer to that is going to be, yeah, because what this is really angling for is these aberrant practices. There's a reason why John is referencing 2 prominent examples of idolatry and immorality that he wants to warn the church about. There's a reason he picks 2 prominent examples of just that, Balaam, Jezebel, okay, because he wants to create this very negative association. And the sin of Balaam is clear enough. We noted this last time. Israel was led to worship idols and commit sexual immorality as a result of his influence and counsel. It's Numbers 22 through 25, those 3 chapters. And this is one, again, of 2 necessary points. Again, these connections to Balaam specifically, and then Jezebel is looped in. You have to sort of understand what the reference are to understand the consensus of scholars about the Nicolaitans, that they weren't actually a literal sect. Rather, the term is pejorative. Nicolaitan is a pejorative term designed by etymology, you may recall this from last time, to link idolatry and immorality in general with Balaam of the Old Testament. You say, well, how does that work? Well, both terms, if you divide up Nicolaitan, you get Nikalaon, which means he or it overcomes the people. And in rabbinic literature, the rabbis, took the name Balaam, and you could divide that into syllables too. Again, doing etymology, Bilam or Balaam or Balaam. Those derivatives mean, again, this essentially the same thing, he or it who consumes the people. You could also go Baal-am. He lords over people, or here it rules over the people. So there are certain etymologies that sound suspiciously like Nikalaon, he or it overcomes the people. And so therefore, these terms, when they're broken down into constituent parts, mean essentially the same thing, and it's for that reason. And, we should add, the specific absence of a historical sect that corresponds to John's era. It's for those two reasons that scholars think the term Nicolaitans is just a functional pejorative. So we covered that last time. We're not going to stop at verses 14 and 15 here to go over it again. So if you're listening here for the first time, you didn't listen to the previous episode, you'll wonder, well, why are you skipping the Balaam stuff? Well, it's because we've already covered it, and now we've reviewed it. So on to the rest of chapter 2. And there isn't a whole lot of specific is the operative word, use of the Old Testament here. There are some rabbit trails, though, that we need to take. And, there'll be some stopping points, some signposts along the way through the rest of chapter 2. Let's go to verse 9, where there's a reference to the synagogue of Satan, the synagogue of Satan. Let me just read the reference, get a little context here for you all. So Revelation 2:9. I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you are rich, and the slander of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan. Okay, so there's this reference to this thing. John continues in verse 10. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, that you may be tested, and for 10 days you will have tribulation. Be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. He who has an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. The one who conquers will not be hurt by the second death. Okay, so that's the essentially the guts of the letter to the church at Smyrna. That's Revelation 2:8 through 11. And we get this reference to the synagogue of Satan in verse 9. We're going to see the same, or similar reference later in 3:9. So the question is, what is that? Now, some, say just because we have the word synagogue here, synagogue, that has led some to say that the phrase synagogue of Satan is inherently, again, that's a key word, inherently anti-Semitic. And that, I'm here to say, is nonsense. Okay, yes, John is angry at a very specific Jewish opposition, which leads to followers of Jesus being persecuted. Well, duh. Like, who wouldn't be angry? If you, let's say you're a bunch of Italians or Germans or Swedes or whatever, and you're betraying essentially your countrymen, of course you're going to be angry. You just shouldn't do that. But again, a Jew, and please recall, John is a Jew. Okay, the writer is a Jew. But a Jew being angry at a fellow Jew for persecuting fellow Jews for embracing Jesus as Messiah isn't anti-Semitism, this whole cloth kind of thing. So I would say if you think that, you need to check your definition of anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is focused on ethnicity. Okay, you're just that class of person. You're a Jew. Okay, you're a Jew, therefore I hate you because you're a Jew. Again, the writer's a Jew. I mean, saying that John is anti-Semitic is like being angry at a criminal who has harmed you and then being accused of being anti-human. Well, the criminals are humans, so you don't like that criminal, so you must be anti-human. It's just ridiculous. Okay, my point is that people can be angry at people for wicked things they do and not have that mean they are angry at all people in that particular villain's subculture. So John thinks they're liars and false Jews because Jews, at least according to the Torah, remember the Torah? Okay. According to the Torah, Jews were supposed to treat their brethren, their fellow Jews, with justice. Anyone who thinks clearly ought to see that out of the gate. I mean, just if you know the Torah, this is Torah. This is the law. This is how you treat your fellow countrymen. And obviously, these Jews in this context were not doing that. Now you could say, well, okay, these Christian Jews, they're violating the Torah. They're holding beliefs that aren't correct about the Messiah. Well, sure, but why don't you just expunge them from synagogues? Like we're not welcome here anymore. Why do you have to turn them over to the Romans for execution or torture or whatever? Okay, it's violating the Torah. Okay, these are not principles of justice. It's not just designed to protect the community. It's designed to punish and kill. Okay? So that they are violating the Torah and persecuting brethren means that these offenders, okay, are aligned with evil. And of course, John would add that they are aligned with evil because they also reject the Messiah. I mean, John obviously believes Jesus is the Messiah, so we have a problem there. But again, this is a doctrinal disagreement. And we're not dealing with a theocracy here because the Jews aren't in charge of anything. What they're doing is they're turning their fellow brethren that they have this theological disagreement over to persecution and death. And yeah, that's something to be angry at if you're John. But that doesn't mean you think all Jews are like this. You don't put these offenders, you don't let the offenders color the whole category because he is one of them. Okay, and their mission is to, win them over to believing in Jesus as the Messiah. They can't just turn their back and go away because that would be disobeying their Messiah. I mean, this is part of why, Jesus came. So, this is an overblown but very easy to make accusation when it comes to the synagogue of Satan language. It has a context. The context is very specific. It's very understandable. So let's just sort of have a grasp on the obvious here when we look at this phrase. Now, you also have throne of Satan that's going to show up. And we need to understand synagogue of Satan. They're of the synagogue of Satan with the throne of Satan. And the throne of Satan is not Jewish. It's not a synagogue. It is a place specifically in Pergamon or Pergamum. Okay, you see it pronounced either way and spelled either way. In verse 13. So we're going to find out that the clearest reference to that is the pagan authority. So that alone should tell you that we are not dealing with anti-Semitism. We are dealing with a subsect of the Jewish community in league with pagan ruling authorities to persecute and kill their own brethren. That's the context. So let's check our anti-Semitism definition and have it make more sense. And if you look at the context, it's very evident that this is what John is angling for. Verses 10 and 11, I'll read them again. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. He tells, the members of the church at Smyrna who are being, persecuted by the, quote, synagogue of Satan. Don't fear what you're about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, that you may be tested. And for 10 days you will have tribulation. Be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. Later in chapter 3, when we get the synagogue of Satan reference again, and, again, we're going to loop throne of Satan in here in a moment. We read this in chapter 3. This is verses 9 through 11. Behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. Behold, I will make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. Because you have kept my word about patient endurance, I will keep you from the hour of trial that is coming on the whole world, to try those who dwell on the earth. I am coming soon. In other words, what does John suggest should be the response of those persecuted toward their Jewish brethren? Does he say, get revenge, retaliate? No, he says, deal with the suffering. Do not fear that you're about to suffer. To use an Old Testament phrase, John opts for vengeance belongs to God. Let God handle it. Okay, he does not recommend retaliation. Vengeance is the Lord's, that's not for you to decide. So again, John's the writer here. It would be kind of weird if he was really anti-Semitic for him to recommend a suffering response. So like I said, let's check our definitions here so that they make sense before we start blathering on about it. Continuing, Satan's throne comes up in 2:13. Let me just read that verse. This is to the church at Pergamum. I know where you dwell, where Satan's throne is. You hold fast my name, and you do not deny my faith, even in the days of Antipas, my faithful witness, who was killed among you where Satan dwells. So there we have a very obvious reference to persecution again, but we have this Satan's throne. Now, there's no specific Old Testament touch point for this. Indirectly, though, in Revelation, Satan is connected to the dragon. There's the dragon figure in several passages. Revelation 12 is one of those, but there's at least one other. And the dragon, of course, is a clear chaos image. Now, this imagery prompts Owen to write this. This is again from his commentary. The fact that thronos, throne, is articulate, has the definite article, suggests that the author is alluding to a specific throne, either literally or figuratively, which he expects the readers to recognize. The throne of Satan, i.e., the throne of the dragon, is mentioned again in Revelation 13, verse 2, where the dragon, previously identified by such aliases as the devil and Satan in 12:9, the dragon gives it to the beast from the sea, which clearly suggests the association of the throne with the imperial cult. The throne of the beast is again mentioned in 16:10, when the fifth bowl angel plunges his kingdom in darkness by pouring out the bowl of plagues on his throne. In neither 13:2 nor 16:10, however, is the throne localized, while in Revelation 2:13 it is placed in Pergamon. So basically, again, to decipher all that, Owen is arguing that, again, that this throne of Satan, or throne of the dragon, is connected with the beast of the sea. Again, a very obvious chaos imagery here. He's going to say, look, this is going to be associated with the kingdom, a kingdom, an authority, a power that represents chaos. And what's the term that John is going to use in Revelation for this kingdom? Babylon. Okay? So and who's the power of the day? Well, it's Rome. It's very obvious. So you're dealing with a reference, this throne of Satan, in this case in Pergamon, and then others it's not as specific. You're dealing with imperial authority. And here we go again. You have certain Jews that are turning their comrades, their brethren, even that they have this theological disagreement with. They're turning them over to the secular authorities for torture and death. Okay, this is the problem. So what about the throne of Satan, though? I'll throw this in, even though there's no clear Old Testament referent other than chaos imagery, which goes back to Babylon, which again is a term that John's going to use in the book. So it should be, put those data points together, connect those dots. It should be sort of obvious as, that this is an imperial power that is opposed to the kingdom of God. But Owen lists several options for interpreting the throne in the history of scholarship. And I thought I'd throw this in because some of you out there might find this interesting as to where, is there a place in Pergamon that we would associate with this? Like if we could go back in time and we were in Pergamon and we walk up to somebody on the street and say, hey, where's the where's the throne of the dragon? Or probably better, because that sounds pejorative to a pagan, living in Pergamon. Hey, where's the seat of authority? Where would I go? Like where all the power is held. What spot in the city would that be? So that's what Owen is trying to get at here. What you could use certain phrases, and if you were talking to a citizen, it's this place or that place. There are certain candidates, okay, as to how this question could be answered. And here's his list. I'm not going to go through all his notes here, but this comes from his commentary. Number 1, the Temple of Augustus is a candidate, perhaps originally built at the foot of the Acropolis of Pergamon by permission of Augustus in 29 BC. So this is going to be around when John is writing. The specific site, though, for us, for moderns, though, has never been located. It no longer exists. And Owen comments, this view coheres well with the view expressed in the Testament of Job. Again, this is a Second Temple Jewish text. Testament of Job 3:5 and 4:4, where a pagan temple is called Ha-Topos to Satana, the place of Satan. So that's a candidate. Temple of Augustus, place of Satan, according to the Testament of Job. Okay, let's put that on the list. That might be it. Number 2, the great altar of Zeus Soter. That's Zeus the Savior. Okay. This elaborate column structure was constructed during the reign of Eumenes II, 197 to 59 BC, to commemorate a Pergamene victory of the Gauls in 190 BC. It was decorated with elaborate bas-reliefs depicting the Gigantomachy, that is the battle between the Olympian gods and the giants. And, like the Temple of Augustus in Roma, was located on the Acropolis. Reportedly, this Acropolis could be seen from all sides at a great distance. Further, the equation of the altar and the throne is an ancient one. Now, I've actually put a link here on the episode page so you can go look at a reconstruction of the great altar of Zeus Soter with the gigantomachy, the battle between the Olympian gods and giants, the sculptures that how it would have looked, because there are pieces of this that remain, and there are actually several projects. And when I was in when I was in Vienna for an International Society of Biblical Literature meeting, boy, this was years ago. They had part of this on loan, I think, from the museum at Berlin, which is where you could go see it. And it's pretty spectacular, the recreation, but it's obviously associated with the wars between the gods and the giants. And so this becomes a candidate for Satan's throne. Again, nobody's sure, but it's kind of an interesting possibility. Third, the judge's bench or tribunal, where the proconsul sat to judge, could be referred to here as the throne of Satan. The Roman proconsul, again, it's imperial authority. This is where the imperial, figure who's going to decide cases, where he sits. The Roman proconsul resided at Pergamon, and it was to Pergamon that Christians in the surrounding area were brought after being denounced by informers, even at a later date. Fourth, the temple of Asclepios. Asclepios was linked in special ways with the symbol of the serpent, which Christians associated with Satan. Okay, Revelation 12, 2 Corinthians 11. So this becomes a possibility too. Number 5, Pergamon as a center of persecution. In other words, really the city itself. The throne of Satan, the dominion of Satan, again, just as Pergamon generally, which caused the oppression of Christians. Okay, so that there's a possibility there. And, on cites verse 13 here about Antipas being slain, again, a martyr, so on and so forth, where Satan dwells. So maybe it's just a reference to the city or the town. It's certainly not a Jewish group. It's the locus of authority. Number 6, he offers Pergamon as a major center of the imperial cult. Maybe, again, it's the city for that reason. Maybe number 7, Pergamon is to be thought of as the seat of, or the throne of Satan, because it was a center for Greco-Roman pagan religion generally. The city was filled with idols. Maybe that's why. And lastly, he suggests the shape. It might refer to the shape of a hill on which the city was built, having some sort of serpentine feature. But honestly, who knows? There are some good candidates there. I kind of favor the great altar of Zeus. But again, I'm not basing that on anything other than just the nature of the altar and the fact that, Zeus claimed to be the Most High. We've talked about this in the first or second episode of this series, how Zeus was referred to as Hoopsistos, the Most High. And that's, what the episode we talked about the name. If that's the case, it could have been associated by Christians with the desire for another deity to be called Most High, which would take their minds back to Isaiah 14, and so on and so forth. Rebellion in the council. And again, I like the great altar of Zeus because it's about rebellion in the council and these wars, and who knows? The honest answer is who knows, but I kind of prefer that one just because it has more than just one sort of connection to it. Now, all of that is sort of backdrop and kind of incidental or indirect references. Let's get to some specific Old Testament references. If we keep going in chapter 2, and we're still in the letter to Pergamon, we get verse 17. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will give some of the hidden manna, and I will give him a white stone, with a new name written on the stone that no one knows except the one who receives it. Now, there are 3 metaphors essentially here for eternal life in Revelation 2:17, and they all have Old Testament antecedents. So let's just break verse 17 down. The first one, the hidden manna. Of course, manna was the food of angels. There's a reference to that effect in Psalm 78:25, and the Septuagint at 77:25. Why is it called the food of angels? Well, because it's food from heaven, and heaven is where the angels are. The food, that they eat. This must be what angels eat because the food's dropping from heaven. It's Exodus 16, the story of the manna. You can also find references to manna because it's food from heaven, that this is the food that will be served at the ultimate meal with God, the marriage supper of the Lamb, which is the gathering, that the event, the gathering toward which all the previous biblical meals with God move, or that they are related to. There are lots of meals with God, in the Old Testament. Genesis 18 is sort of an obvious one, but you've got, Exodus 24, Moses and Nadab and Abihu and Aaron, they go up set with the elders, they see the God of Israel, and they have a meal. Okay. There are a number of these kinds of events that foreshadow the ultimate meal with the Lord, which is the marriage supper of the Lamb, the day of the Lord meal, when everything is consummated. And as I've mentioned before, where Leviathan is served, for dinner, Leviathan is consumed, chaos is consumed, it is no more. So there's a lot of imagery here. John 6, 31 through 35. Let's just read that because I think there's a tie in here with manna, obviously. This is the bread of life passage. Our fathers ate the manna in the wilderness, as it is written, he gave them bread from heaven to eat. Jesus said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, it was not Moses who gave you the bread from heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is he who comes down from heaven. That would be me, Jesus, and gives life to the world. They said to him, Sir, give us this bread always. And then Jesus in verse 35, I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me shall not hunger, and whoever believes in me shall never thirst. And then so on and so forth. So the bread of life passage, again, food from heaven, this whole idea, and of course associated with Jesus. And that association in turn makes us think of the marriage supper of the Lamb. All these ideas are related. They're all connected. And so this reference to hidden manna, he who has an ear, Revelation 2:17, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, the one who overcomes, I will give some of the hidden manna. In other words, you're going to be at the table. You're going to be at the table. Now, Beale writes this of this passage in his massive New International Greek Text commentary on Revelation. He writes, the promise of hidden manna is a metaphorical portrayal of end-time fellowship and identification with Christ, which will be consummated at the marriage supper of the Lamb, in which those refusing to participate in pagan feasts, remember the idolatry problem? Those refusing to participate in pagan feasts, they will be rewarded with that fellowship, with that supper. Beale continues, manna was also a portrayal of eschatological expectation in Jewish writings. Then he cites a bunch of rabbinic texts. This was a promise sometimes addressed to those not worshiping idols. Again, if you refuse what's going on with idolatry, and you'll get hidden manna. Again, it was a familiar thought, again, in the Second Temple period. We're not going to eat the food served to idols. We're not going to participate in these rituals because we want to have a seat at the table of the Lord, the Messiah at the last day. Some have proposed, Beale continues, that the hiddenness is linked to the Jewish tradition that Jeremiah hid the manna in the ark before the temple was destroyed, and that it would be revealed again when the Messiah came. That's 2 Maccabees 2:4-7. We've done an episode a long time ago, it seems now, on the Ark of the Covenant, what happened. We get into some of these Jeremiah, legends and whatnot. I did an episode of this on the Fringe Pop too. But again, Beale comments that, there were some that thought, well, Jeremiah hid it, it's going to come out, when the Messiah, returns, so on and so forth. Beale adds another thought. This is not incompatible, this whole set of ideas. It's not incompatible with the understanding of the hiddenness described above. So, maybe the ark, the presence of God, it sort of goes, these ideas sort of go together. The manna given to Israel in the wilderness, he says, was also said to have been hidden in the high heavens from the beginning of creation. You ask, well, where is that? That's actually the Targum. One of the, Targum is an Aramaic translation. So an Aramaic translation of the Old Testament, specifically Exodus 16:4-15. Targum Pseudo-Jonathan actually says this about the manna. Manna given to Israel in the wilderness was also said to have been hidden in the high heavens from the beginning of creation, and was ultimately to prosper Israel at the end of days. It's Targum Neophiti for Exodus 8:16. Now, again, these are late text. I thought I'd throw that in there because they're kind of interesting. It tells you that There's certain ideas in the Jewish community about manna, but these texts are much later than John's era. But nevertheless, they're interesting. Next part of the verse, 2:17b. What is up with the white stone? Let me just read it again, the verse again. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will give some of the hidden manna, and I will give him a white stone with a new name written on the stone that no one knows except the one who receives it. Like, what's up with the white stone? The Greek here is psephon leukein. And Owen writes this, psephos, that's P-S-E, long E, P-H-O-S, psephos, means pebble, stone, and therefore gem. And he cites some classical texts. It can even be used in the more specific sense of a magical gem or a magical amulet. Most frequently, however, since psephoi were used for voting, casting votes, psephos came to mean vote. The adjective leukoi, white, is used of favorable votes. Beale has some of these same thoughts, but again, he adds a little bit of information here. He says, there may be no single background for the white stone. It could be intentionally elusive and suggest diverse but compatible historical associations. The presence of multiple backgrounds is a phenomenon we have already encountered and will meet again throughout the book. That's an understatement. I mean, John draws stuff from everywhere. Back to Beale. He says, a white stone was commonly associated with a vote of acquittal. And he cites 4th Maccabees 15:26, Acts 26:10 for casting the votes. Or it was associated with a favorable vote. Conversely, a black stone indicated guilt. So this is the way, let me just stop here. So if you had a council or a community or Sanhedrin or whatever, they're casting votes, you'd get white or black stones. White stones, you're not guilty, you're acquitted. Black stone, you're guilty. So this is a cultural thing. Back to Beale. The white stone also enforces the idea of the manna as a heavenly reward, since the Old Testament describes the heavenly manna as resembling, get this, white bdellium stones. That's Exodus 16:31 and Numbers 11:7. The Septuagint of Numbers 11:7 compares it to, quote, the appearance of rock crystal, okay, unquote. The association of white, Beale continues, with righteousness in direct connection with admission to a banquet is expressed in 19:8 and 9, where the fine linen, bright and clean. Okay, this is Revelation 19. Where the fine linen, bright and clean. These are the people invited to the marriage supper. Represents the righteous acts of the saints, which is directly followed by the reference to being invited to the marriage supper of the Lamb. Elsewhere, always in the book, white is metaphorical for righteousness. 13 times, Beale says. Whiteness probably also connotes the victory won by the person who conquers through persevering faith and righteousness. Revelation 6:2, Revelation 19:14. So, to the one who overcomes, I will give him the hidden manna and a white stone. Again, it's a vote of approval. You belong here. You're clean, you're righteous. Why? Because you're believing loyalty to the Messiah, to Jesus. So again, it has this Old Testament precedent and this wider, Second Temple Jewish, precedent of voting and acquittal and these sorts of things like this. So this is where, again, John is drawing from this. But for me personally, I think it is really interesting. The Exodus 16:31, Numbers 11:7 references about comparing manna to the appearance of rock crystal or white bdellium stones, I think is really interesting here. Last component. So you get a white stone, quote, with a new name written on the stone that no one knows except the one who receives it. So here's the basic question of this third element. Does the wording that John has here, does it point to a divine name, in other words, the name of God or Jesus, being written on the stone, or does it refer to the name of the conquering Christian to whom the stone is given? Which is it? Now, scholars have speculated that the idea might be drawn from a couple of Old Testament passages. One is Isaiah 62:2, where God is speaking of Zion, and we read this. The nations shall see your righteousness, and all the kings your glory. And you shall be called by a new name, and the mouth of the Lord will give. So there's this new name for Zion. It doesn't really answer the question, though. Is it God's name or is it the Christian's name? Another possible source is Isaiah 65:15. And again, God is speaking about the enemies of his people, and we read this. You shall leave your name to my chosen for a curse, and the Lord God will put you to death. But his servants he will call by another name. And it still doesn't really answer the question, but again, there's this hint of identification, this hint of you belong to me. Okay, that sort of thing in that Isaiah 65 reference. Now Owen picks up on this, and he looks at the Targum, one of the Targums for Isaiah 65:15, this last part about being called by another name, and he writes this. In Targum Isaiah 65:15b, this notion of a different name is connected with another concept found in Revelation, that is the second death. So let me go back to the passage here in Revelation 2:17. Okay, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will give some of the hidden manna. I will give him a white stone, with a new name written on the stone that no one knows except the one who receives it. And back up just a few verses. Verse 11, it said, he who has an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. The one who conquers will not be hurt by the second death. The second death, of course, is the final judgment, your eternal separation from God. So On says, it interests On that, you've got this being put to death in Isaiah 65:15. The enemies of God are going to be put away, ostensibly forever, but his servants will be called by another name. So On looks at this, and he says, in the Targum of Isaiah 65:15, both of these ideas are connected. We find them both in Revelation, one in verse 11, one in 17. He says that's kind of interesting. We have both of these. And then he quotes Isaiah 65:15b again. He quotes Revelation 2:11, which we just did. He says there's another obvious parallel, though, with Revelation 3:12, where the exalted Christ says that the name of God, the name of the city of God, and quote, my own new name, will be written on the conquering Christians. Okay, so let's just go to that verse, Revelation 3:12. This is something we'd run into next episode, but we'll hit it here. The one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God. Never shall he go out of it, and I will write on him the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my God out of heaven, and my own new name. He who has an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. So Owen's saying, we probably ought to be thinking about this in Revelation 2:17 with what is said in Revelation 3:12. It might answer the question. He also references Revelation 19:12, where the exalted Christ appears under the imagery of a conquering warrior who has, quote, a name inscribed, which no one knows but he himself. Now, On relates all of this. He goes through all this, and he goes back to the stone idea and how white stones were used of magical amulets that bore the names and epithets of deities, and how divine names were used in healings and exorcisms in the early church. And so he lands, if you asked him, which is it? Is it the name of God or Jesus or the name of the Christian on the stone? He lands on the name being the name of God or Jesus for all these reasons. I would say it probably is just simpler, just to go to Revelation 3:12. And this is what Beale does. Beale writes this of the language. The new name written on the stone confirms further the idea of an end-time supper, in which intimate fellowship occurs. Revelation 3:12 reveals that the name in 2:17 is a pregnant reference to the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God, and that is Christ's new name, which is written on the believer. So Beale says, point blank, Revelation 3:12 is the answer to the question of Revelation 2:17, the third part, 17c. Now, again, that's a fairly clean path, just to appeal to Revelation 3:12. It makes sense. So the answer to the question would be: it's not the Christian's name that's written on the white stone. It's the name. It's the name of God. It's the name of the New Jerusalem. It's the name of Jesus. This is what's written on the stone because it's like your ticket in. Okay, it's your pass. It is. It's the thing that grants you admittance. These are symbolic. And references here too. If you are identified with God and the New Jerusalem, and of course Jesus, you're in. You're. It goes with the end time supper. This is your admission ticket to the meal, okay, to the hidden manna, all this stuff. So to me, I think that makes the best sense rather than the name of the Christian. And here's another reason why I like it. What do we really have here? We have name theology. We're going to see its reverse, by the way, later on when we get to the beast. How do we know those who are aligned with the beast? His name, his number is upon them, okay? This idea of the name indicating ownership. It's name theology. All the way back to, the Old Testament. And we've had Carmen Imes on the show, bearing the name, her book, her popular version of her dissertation, which was also published as a scholarly work, but bearing the name. This is what it is. Revelation 2:17 is about bearing the Lord's name. And that indicates you're in the family. You are his. So to me, there's a very strong attachment to Old Testament thinking here. And to illustrate it, Aaron's blessing, Numbers 6, 22 through 27. And Carmen, again, references this in her book, obviously. But it reads this as follows. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, Thus you shall bless the people of Israel. You shall say to them, The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. So," this is verse 27, "so shall they put my name upon the people of Israel, and I will bless them." So this was a priestly gesture to identify the people as the people of God, identify them with the Lord. They are his. They called out among all the nations. They're the subset. They're the elect. All these ideas intertwine. And to me, what we have here in Revelation 2:17, Revelation 3:12, is a New Testament application of the same idea. And again, we're going to get its reverse later on. To not have the name of Jesus on you, but the name of the beast, it couldn't be any clearer. Again, these are symbolic, metaphorical ideas. It's not like when you die and you get to heaven, somebody walks up to you, an angel walks up to you with a stamp, ka-chunk, there's the 4 consonants, on your forehead. That isn't the idea. The idea is ownership. The Lord knows those who are his, who are aligned with him. They bear his name. They represent him. They are his imagers. And it's the same thing on the other side. To refuse, to reject the gospel, according to the book of Revelation, is to align yourself, to be an imager of the beast, the dragon, Satan, all this stuff, okay, that goes with the other side. So it goes back to the priestly blessing. It goes back to the name. You think of unseen realm here. I spent 3 chapters here, talking about the name theology. The name is another way to refer to God himself. The name of the Lord appears, visually in certain contexts. It's God embodied in human form. All these ideas, again, wind up funneling into Jesus, and here we get them applied to believers. Now, again, if you go to, keep going in chapter 2, to be honest with you, I cover all of this stuff in Unseen Realm. But if we continue on in Revelation 2, here's what we read. Okay, verse 18 through 29 is the letter to the church at Thyatira. Okay, so it starts off in verse 18, to the angel of the church at Thyatira, right? The words of the Son of God, who has his eyes like a flame of fire and whose feet are like burnished bronze. That harkens back to chapter 1, description of the Son of Man, Ancient of Days, merged into one. I know your works, your love and your faith and service and patient endurance. And then he He says, I have this against you, that you tolerate that woman Jezebel. So just as the church of Ephesus was resisting the idolatry and the immorality, here Thyatira, they're giving in. He says, I have this against you. You tolerate that woman Jezebel, again, using her as a symbol of pagan religion that involves sexual immorality. That's verse 20. Eating food sacrificed to idols, verse 20. Why? Because, like Paul discussed in 1 Corinthians 10, we talked about this last week. This was to have fellowship, to sit at whose table? The table of demons, the table of the fallen gods. You're on the other side. You're on the other side when you do this. Okay, I gave her time to repent, but she refuses to repent of her sexual immorality. Again, the pagans have been warned here, so on and so forth. Again, there's a reference here to just, again, general people who follow other gods. And so there's a judgment laid out. I'm going to strike her children dead. The churches will know that I am he who searches mind and heart. So that the church is sort of getting caught up in this judgment, in this punishment. To the rest of you in Thyatira who do not hold this teaching, who have not learned what some call the deep things of Satan, to you I say, I do not lay on you any other burden. Only hold fast what you have until I come. So some of you people in Thyatira are holding the line. And I know it and I see it. Just keep up with that. The one who conquers and who keeps my works until the end, to him I will give authority over the nations. And he will rule them with a rod of iron, as when earthen pots are broken in pieces, even as I myself have received authority from my Father. And I will give him the morning star. He who has an ear to hear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And that's how chapter 2 closes. Now, both of those things, verse 26, I will give him, the one who overcomes, authority over the nations. Again, quoting a messianic psalm about believers. Messianic psalm aimed at Jesus, the authority over the nations. But it's actually quoted here of believers. And then the morning star, sharing the morning star, the Messiah. Again, morning star is a symbol of messianic rulership, but that gets shared with believers, those who overcome. I've discussed both of those at length in Unseen Realm. So I'm not going to repeat that content here. Most of you have read Unseen Realm. If you have not, well, you need to read Unseen Realm, to follow a lot of what we're doing here. But again, I'm not going to just rehearse that content. But what you have here is you have, at the end of days, those who overcome, those who are invited to the marriage supper of the Lamb, those who are united to Christ, their believing loyalty it has held firm. Okay. Those are the people who will inherit the rule of the nations. Well, who rules the nations now? Deuteronomy 32 worldview. It's the fallen gods who Paul calls demons in 1 Corinthians 10. Says don't have fellowship with them by participating in feasts and, of course, immorality with those guys. Okay, you got to pick sides. You do not want to be in fellowship with the other side because ultimately they will be displaced and replaced. And who are they replaced by? Human believers who inherit the rule of the nations. And the nations are brought back into the family of God. Again, this is the Deuteronomy 32 worldview on the New Testament side. For those, again, who have read Unseen Realm, followed this podcast or my content, this is biblical theology 101, and that's a good thing. Okay, that's a good thing. Because these are the kinds of things that tie both testaments together. So if this is new to you, again, read Unseen Realm, get up to speed, but these are important metaphors that show how the Deuteronomy 32 worldview works out. I might as well throw in 1 Corinthians 6:3. If this is new to you, I challenge you. Read 1 Corinthians 6:3. Don't you know that you're going to judge angels or rule over angels, however you want to translate that? The commentators have no idea what to do with that. This audience knows exactly what to do with that. Okay, it goes into this motif of the gods who were put over the nations in judgment at Babel. Deuteronomy 32:8, reading that with the Septuagint and with the Dead Sea Scrolls. When the Most High divided the nations, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. But Israel is Yahweh's portion. Jacob is his allotted inheritance. It's Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9. You know exactly what to do with that. The nations were judged at Babel, put under other gods, okay, the Elohim, okay, members of the heavenly host. They were placeholders, but they become corrupt according to Psalm 82. They, rule the nations terribly. They sow chaos among the nations. God sentences them in Psalm 82 at a meeting of him and his council that you're going to die like men. You're going to die like men. I'm going to do away with you. And we other passages, Isaiah 34, Isaiah 27, talks about the judgment of the heavenly host and so on. This is what it is. This is what it is. So this is why Paul, again, when he goes to these nations, he knows exactly what he's dealing with. All the nations other than Israel are under dominion of hostile powers of darkness. They're not mere demons. Demons are low level on the pecking order. These guys are geopolitical entities, okay? This is where Daniel gets his theology. Daniel 10. Prince of Persia, Prince of Greece. Oh, that's cool. Supernatural beings over nations. Have you ever asked where Daniel gets his theology? He gets it from Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9. And the outcome of all that at the eschaton is that all of those dudes are judged, done away with, destroyed, finally. The end of Psalm 82, the psalmist gets what he asks for. Oh God, rise up and take back the nations. That's accomplished in final form. It's accomplished in already but not yet form. In the epistles, we spend a lot of time on this stuff, but it's accomplished in final form. And you, as a believer, again, to those members of the churches John was writing to you, to those of you who overcome, who don't fall into unbelief, who don't go over to the other side, who remain steadfast in your believing loyalty to the gospel, you're going to inherit those nations. It's going to be you. Not them. It's going to be you.